Brian, I'm all fired up this morning. It's not just the caffeine. It's the fact that the Dbacks walked it off late for me last night. I went 2-0 in Major League Baseball. We hit the 3-team parlay. Show parlay is back up 5 units on the season. And I gotta say, like, this is the first day I probably in about 3 weeks where I've really been like excited about the Major League Baseball slate. I think I commented on it yesterday. I feel like the last month or so maybe the last 3 weeks has been very, very difficult to handicap. I definitely lost units in that stretch. So getting the 2-0, we're hitting the home stretch. I feel like I found some of the teams I want to target going forward. I feel great this morning. How about you, Brian Leonard?
Yeah, we hit our big play. We hit a 5% a couple days ago. We hit a big play yesterday. We went 2-1. I did give a small 1.5 unit on Colorado, and I had written that off as the loser of the day. And then I look, and they only lost by a run. So maybe I wasn't so far off in the game as what I thought. But yeah, other than that, just about everything we talked about on the show, I think, at least from my memory, from my perspective, I thought we did pretty well. So I like it when we not only hit our best plays, but the games that we talk about on the show, that we seem to be on the right side of that. So I will take many of those days. And that way, if you have one of those and you get a bad luck loser, like we almost had on Cleveland yesterday, we can deal with it a little bit better, knowing that overall we were on the right side of the games that we discussed.
Did you happen to catch the final out of the Rockies game? If you didn't, you probably don't want to relive it right now, but I will. I got to bring it up since I brought it up. Hunter Goodman, about 115 miles an hour off the bat, directly at the third baseman's head, a foot higher, and it's game over. Rockies are celebrating, walking it off. So Marlins very, very, very fortunate to survive that sort of late inning collapse. I couldn't even believe they were still playing. I thought they were going to call it when it was 6-0, and they almost walked it off. I'll stay out west. I'm going to start, as you see, I showed up with my hat this morning, partially because I was running late, didn't have time to do the hair, which is getting long and needs to get cut. But also I said, you know what? I've been showing up in the minor league hats. I got to give some love to one of the MLB teams, MLB parks that I've been to, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, who cashed for me last night. And Brian Leonard, I might have to go right back to them today because this is one of the teams right now. I feel like when you look at just energy, the way they're showing up day in and day out, relative to some of the bad baseball we've seen the past few weeks, I'm kind of in on this team right now. They host the Giants. It's Verlander, Fott, two guys we haven't loved really. But, man, the Diamondbacks in the desert, they're a tough out. Do you like them this afternoon?
Before we get to the game, it says 25 on the side. Is that on your hat?
Oh, this was the, I think this was
side.
last year or 2 years ago when they had the 25th anniversary or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I collect a lot of those for my Cleveland teams, 100 years in the American League. I kind of, whatever all that is. But, Arizona is the closest stadium to my house in Las Vegas. So we've gone there many times, and we've been treated very well there. We actually had a gambling trip to Laughlin, Nevada one time, and a bunch of, Marco and myself and Chris Sanook and Ralph Michaels all went, and we got backstage. We got to, be on the field. It was a lot of fun. They treat us pretty well, especially if you're losing money in Laughlin. Okay, let's get to today's game. We have got Arizona in this game. Where did I put it? Okay, there we go. That game 9:05. Verlander and Fott. It's basically a pick 'em right now with a total of 9, slightly to the under. I trust Verlander a little bit more in this than Fott. Verlander's pitched a lot better, and he's a veteran. He's put in a lot of innings. He's got 134 innings this year, 90 last year because of injuries, 162 the year before. He has not been great, but he's got his ERA under 4. 3.94 with a 4.27 expected, 1.37 whip, which is not him, but the last 2 years he's been in that same basic area. He does give up fly balls, which is a concern in this ballpark. He's only in the 14th percentile for ground ball rate. Hard hit rate's been pretty good, 75th percentile. We know all about Verlander. Even at his age of 42, his fastball is still at 94 miles an hour, which is only 1 mile an hour worse than a normal right-hander. Brandon Pfaadt, guy that we keep waiting for and just still hasn't put it together. 5.31 ERA, 5.75 expected, 1.40 WHIP, and that's been a major problem in his 3 seasons. He's got a 1.33 WHIP. And he came into the league with a devastating arsenal where he was supposed to have been a big strikeout guy. Well, last year he struck out over 1 an inning, which is a little bit better than league average. But this year he's only got 131 strikeouts and 157 and 2/3 innings. His expected batting average, second percentile, expected ERA 5th, barrel rate 8th, hard hit 12th. So I am concerned anytime he's on the mound. He does throw 6 pitches overall, and his 4-seamer and sinker at 24%. I like the way he uses a lot of pitches. Problem is they have not been good pitches this year. When you take a look at the bullpens here, San Francisco has Peguero's pitched 2 of the last 3 days. Casey's pitched the last 2 days. And they got a couple guys they called up. Tristan Beck started. He went 42 pitches after going 28 on Saturday. So I think that's his role right now, is give him a couple extra innings. And Trevor McDonald they brought up from AAA last night, and he went 34 pitches. I'll send him back down and bring somebody up, I'm sure, in that regard. But if you take a look at the hitting situations, San Francisco still they were very good for a long time in hitting. Now they're at 96 the last 2 weeks in that regard. And Arizona is a team that seems to be hitting better. They're at 111 right now. So first thing I think of is the over, and but we'll see how it goes. It's tough to play. It's tough to play over 9 in a game with playoff positioning here. So they're going to be treated like a playoff game, but still, I'm not a big fan of either one of these guys, especially Pfaadt. I think he can get hit here. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I got to tell a quick story. My favorite team in any sport, any season, was a 2001 Arizona Diamondbacks. Will never come close. That is I don't know if I've ever disclosed this on the show. I'm not really a fan. At this point, I don't really have. I'm a fan of Siena College basketball because I went there. That's different. But like, I'm not really like a fan of like professional teams. But that was like my favorite team ever. 2001 Arizona Diamondbacks. They won the World Series. If you're into last night before the game, and this is up on Arizona social media, they had Bob Melvin and Bob Brentley and Bob Melvin sit in the dugout and watch the 9th inning of that game on the Jumbotron. Very cool. Go to Arizona Diamondbacks YouTube. It's on there. It's only like 4 minutes long. I was in 10th grade. It was obviously right after 9/11. I grew up in New York. I think I had my history teacher who was probably like in his 20s at the time. I wore a Diamondbacks hat to class after they won game 2 of the World Series. He was like, dude, you're like basically a terrorist for rooting against the Yankees. Ballsy thing to say right after 9/11, but it was all in good fun. Probably couldn't get away with that today. But just the back and forth, and then Arizona winning that series on the walk-off. Again, go watch Melvin and Brentley sort of like rewatch it. It's awesome. Love that team. Not sure I love this team as much, but man, I am in on this Diamondbacks team right now. This is going to be my parlay leg. And you know what? I'm in such a good mood today, Brian Leonard. This is a 4% play for me. I'm basically running it back from last night, and I'm just going to give it out on the show. That's because I'm probably going to have more than one play today. But let me break down why I love the Diamondbacks in this spot and why I think they're a great bet going forward. So right now, I think they're going to win games in spite of their pitching. This was part of my write-up yesterday. I knew Eduardo Rodriguez might get hit a little bit, and I was willing to just deal with it because I felt like their lineup was in a good chance to produce. And what happened? They went out 13 hits, had the leadoff man on in like 7 of 9 innings. And actually, they should have won by more because I'm pretty sure they stranded the leadoff runner 5 or 6 times in the game, still put up 6 runs, still 13 hits. Kettle Marte's really been struggling of late. If you sort of like, he has had a poor second half. I mean, this is a guy that had to deal with someone like talking shit about his dead mother, had his house broken into. He's had a tough go in a personal life this season. And the last couple of weeks, like even Torey Lovello yesterday, before the game came out, was like, he's just off, hasn't really found his swing, made some like sort of comments like, yeah, he's just not all there right now. What does he do? Goes out and gets 2 huge hits for them last night, double and a single, big RBI to tie the game. Absolutely smoked the ball like 3 times. I think he's like going to go off. So if you're a prop person, if you're into props, look at Kettle Marte, maybe taking Verlander deep today, because that's the basis of my handicap here. I think Verlander's going to get crushed at some point. I was on him in his last start, and I feel like I've bet him a couple of times on this run. I think I've milked him for all I can right now. Like when you look at that profile, you throw him in this ballpark, knowing that he's going to give up some fly ball. And then you throw like Kettle Marte, maybe he's, he hit the ball really, really hard 3 times yesterday. Like, I just feel like someone's hitting the ball out of the ballpark against Verlander. Brandon Pfaadt, I don't really care for him. We've talked about him on this show a ton. He's not he's not a guy I really want to back. But can he be good enough just to match Verlander and keep them in the game? I think so. He actually tends to pitch better at this ballpark. I'm not quite sure how, but he does. For Pfaadt, he still has an okay fastball. He throws strikes. So you're going to, if you're talking about like this Giants lineup, I think they lost their juice a little bit, Brian. This was a team that last week, all the energy, like they had all the energy. The last 3 days, they've had no energy whatsoever. And even in that game last night, they go up 4-0. They did nothing for the last like 6-7 innings of that game. Terrible at bats. Couldn't get anything going offensively. Meanwhile, Arizona just continued to chip away. I'm all in on the Diamondbacks right now. And if you're talking about them wanting to have any chance at making the playoffs, this home game against the Giants, again, is pretty much a must-win, because look at their schedule coming up. It's Phillies, it's Dodgers, it's Padres. I feel like they have to have this one. I think Lovello's going to empty the clip if he gets to the bullpen today. There's just no one off limits. He threw Southlank out there last night with a bad shoulder. It's just like, I really feel like the whole team's like, whatever you need, we want to get there. Love the energy. Jordan Lawler running around the field with a double bubble bucket on his hat after getting that hit. He's had a terrible run at the big league level. So for him to hit a ball that goes 30 feet and turns into a walk-off RBI single, massive. Love the energy. Diamondbacks -110, 4% play, and will always also be my a client play for me, but also my parlay late. So what are we looking at? I think I locked it in for clients at like -108, but yeah, I'm not sure.
I see 108 out there. I will talk. Marte has an ankle problem, and that's the deal, because he got to second base yesterday, and even the announcer said, "I'm surprised he made it so easily because of his problem with his ankle." Yeah. And so he could be a guy. I mean, he's still got speed, but he could be a guy that may clog up the bases a little bit. But you mentioned favorite teams, and it's for myself. I like to travel. I want to see every ball. I want to go to every ball club and see their stadiums. And I usually go with my wife. And so a lot of it is how we are treated by the opposing fans. If Cleveland's playing, I will wear a Cleveland hat. And I was really impressed by the people in San Francisco. I thought San Francisco was very nice people. St. Louis, Kansas City. Not the same deal when I was in Boston for the Red Sox. Yeah. But I think a lot of the fandom comes out of that, because you've got a lot of Yankees haters, you got a lot of Red Sox haters, you got a lot of Dodgers haters, and a lot of it is because it's tough to go to those ballparks and enjoy yourself as a family. I understand fandom, I understand the whole soccer situation, and a lot of teams are like that, but it does put a bad taste in a lot of the fans that may be coming there just to see your stadium and may not even have anything to do with your ball club, but want to see the stadium and enjoy it. Yes, it's only baseball, man. It's don't go crazy about it.
All right, we'll move on. I just that one had to go longer, but hey, you got a free 4%er out of it. Colin said something about the total. Hard to talk you off the over if you're going to do a total in that game. It's almost those two pitchers. With the way that the Diamondbacks are hitting, almost has to be an over. AOD says, I need that WagerTalk hoodie. We might be able to do something about that. DM me on Twitter. I'll see what I can do. We were just talking about, we might have some merch laying around. I'll see what I can do. Hit me with a Twitter DM. Wolf Eyes Gaming said, I tried to do Korean baseball for once, picked 3 games, and Hard Rock Bets voided 2 of the games. That's because it's raining big time in Korea right now. I think almost every game got rained out this morning, except for maybe 1 or 2 of them. And yeah, let's move it along. A lot of games to get to today. Let's go to Brian. You know what? I know this isn't like a game that has playoff implications, but you mentioned you kind of like the Rockies yesterday. I kind of like the Rockies yesterday as well. And I looked at today's matchup. I kind of think that they have a shot to win today. So I know it's not the playoff implication game, but there might be a good betting opportunity here. If you remember a couple weeks ago, I talked about McCade Brown, who's going to get the start for the Rockies tonight. And he's a guy that got called up directly from he got called up directly from Double-A. Thought he had great stuff. My cousin has seen him play as part of the Hartford Yard Goats for on a couple of occasions. And I kind of started to look into his Double-A numbers. They were very good. Was surprised that, well, I'm not surprised with anything the Rockies do to their young pitchers at this point. Just assume they're going to do something to, to hinder their progress. But they brought him up. I thought he's thrown it pretty well at times. Now he gets the Marlins. I think that the Rockies were unlucky to not come back and get over the hump and win that game. Do you have any desire in going back to them today? Plus money, and you could get the plus 1.5, only minus 115. I don't know. What do you think about the Rockies in this spot?
I don't like the Rockies in this spot.
I know you're a Weathers guy, though, so I get that.
Yeah. I looked at this line, and this is what I was planning to use on my part of the parlay, and I guess we're going to go head to head in that one.
I'm not on the Rockies yet by any means, so just don't let me talk you off there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to set this down right now as my parlay leg. Get it over quick. They're about a 155 favorite on the road here. The reason why I like them is Weathers is going for Miami. He's a lefty. Love Weathers going against Brown. Total is about 10.5 on this game. Look at Brown, and he's 25 years old, 6'6", so he's got a great extension, 95th percentile. But other than his hard hit rate's not been bad, but it is a small sample size. He's pitched 4 games. He's 0-4 with a 9.88 ERA, expected 7.02, whip of 2.12. So his results have been horrendous. I don't think he's that bad. He does throw 4 pitches. He uses his sinker, slider, curve, and change. I like that repertoire, and especially for the Rockies, is somebody they don't have. The problem is these are all breaking pitches. And as we know in Colorado, the balls don't break as much. And that is a concern when he's pitching at home. On the road, I think he may be a guy we find some value in. But I do not like his numbers that he's gotten so far. It's a small sample size, but he's not pitched well. Ryan Weathers is a guy that, he's been great lately the last couple of years. Last year in 86 innings, he had a 3.63 ERA, 1.18 whip. This year in 29 innings, 2.73 ERA, 3.04 expected to 1.04 whip. He does not have the extension. That's his worst part. His chase rate and his extension are poor, but his fastball velocity is in the 88th percentile. He throws 6 pitches. Basically, he's a four-seam change and sweeper pitcher, but his four-seam, he throws the most, which is probably good here in Colorado because the breaking pitches don't break. And it's 97.1 miles an hour, which is 4 miles an hour faster than a normal lefty. His fastball velocity, 88th percentile. You see a lot. It's a small sample size because it's only 29 innings on the season, but it's a lot of red when you take a look at his StatCast page. And when I take a look at the bullpens here, the Marlins come in and they're in pretty good shape in the bullpen. They used 3 guys yesterday. Peterson, a long reliever for 29 pitches. Hernandez had to go 21 to get the save. Phillips 16, but everybody else is not pitched in 3 days. I think that's a big advantage here. And Colorado, we've talked about them in the past. about their starting pitch has been so bad that they got to use the bullpen more than a normal team. Well, their bullpen's not bad off right now. They were off on Monday. Yesterday, Vodnik 10 pitches, Hill 2, Molina long reliever for 31. So both bullpens are in pretty good shape here. So I don't want to go with the over. In fact, if I played it, I may play the under, but I want to go with the Miami side, which is in that 155 range, or I wouldn't be opposed to taking the team total for Colorado under, and it's sitting at 4.5, basically flat. So they'd have to score 5 runs to beat you here. They did get 5 yesterday, but it all came in one inning. They have not been hitting well at all lately anyway. Let me take a quick look at Colorado's scoring over the last few days. Looking at the schedule, they've scored 5 yesterday, 6 the day before, 3, 4, 0, 0, 2, 1, 1. That's not something I expect they're going to score 5 runs here. Now, granted, all those games are on the road. Now they're playing at home, but still, yesterday we saw them score 5. I don't think they get there today. So either Miami in the game, or I would not have any problem with Colorado team total under. And the Miami side will be my part of the parlay. They're 155 right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, the Rockies had no business scoring 5 runs in that game yesterday. There was no energy in the ball. I think everyone left the ballpark, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
There was barely anyone there because there was a rain delay. I was shocked. I was like, oh, these two teams, rain and this is gonna be called 6-0. All of a sudden, my phone, I looked down, Mickey Moniak's hitting a 3-run homer, and then they've got something going in the 9th that was just like, that honestly really encompasses, I feel like, what a Marlins Rockies game 3rd week of September right now is going to look like. So let me go back to McCade Brown, because I actually think you might be onto something with the under. Yesterday's game had no business getting to 11 runs. I don't think today's is going to get to 11 runs. I think the one thing that personally would keep me off the Rockies on the +1.5 is Weathers. I like him too. You've made a great case for him pretty much all season. He's not a guy that I necessarily want to go against, but I do think McCade Brown might be the best young arm in their organization. Now, did they do him any favors calling him up right from AA? No. Why do I say that? Well, Albuquerque is the way a lot of these guys get acclimated to altitude, right? So it's like the nice part about having AAA in Albuquerque is it's roughly the same altitude as Coors Field. So you get guys that sort of get to figure out, okay, this is what altitude feels like. And then when you get called up from Albuquerque, you don't, it's not like, oh, it's my first time at Coors Field, I've never felt this way before. It's okay, this is the same as playing in Albuquerque. When you go directly from AA, Hartford, Connecticut to Coors Field, that's a little bit of a, that's a little bit of a shock to the system. Now, this will be his 3rd go at Coors. The first 2 weren't great. So, that's, I guess, would be the anti-McCade Brown. The good, the pro McCade Brown stuff is the fact that he's looked better in the minors than any of these other guys. So, like, when I've watched what I've seen from him so far, which hasn't been much, has been more impressive than like Palmquist a little bit and Dollander. I felt like, I don't know. I just felt like when they were called up, it was going to be somewhat bad news, and it kind of was. Whereas he's been really, really impressive at AA. And I understand why they were so sort of, why they were so eager to be like, let's just put this kid out in the big leagues and see what he can do. Now, last time out at San Diego, I thought he was pretty good. I know it was like the line isn't overly, doesn't jump off the page. He pitched into the 5th inning in that game, only gave up 2 runs. I want to say that was a 2-0 final. It was a pitcher's duel, 2-0. The Padres ended up winning that game. I thought he threw it well. I still think he's got one really good outing in him. He's probably going to get 2 more starts, this game and whoever he plays next. So he's someone I want to play on. I think if I had to bet the side, I'd probably personally be taking the +1.5 with the Rockies. But maybe the under is the better way to go, because there was no energy in that game until the very last inning last night. I think you could get another sort of deflated type game, especially if both pitchers are cruising. under 10.5. You always get these inflated totals at Coors Field. So maybe a full game under 10.5. I can't really I don't know if I have enough conviction to go head to head with you. I know you like the Marlins and I like Weathers as well. So I'll leave it with the total under 10.5. And Brian's going to put the Marlins on the side in the parlay. So two teamers locked in. Who knows? Maybe we'll agree on something and make it a 3-teamer before the end of the show.
Let me just point out from the wind direction right now, the first hour of the game, wind's blowing in from right to left, 12 miles an hour, and in hour 2, 11 miles an hour straight in. Hour 3, supposedly slightly out to left at 4. It's really early, so it's hard to take any of that with, take it all with a grain of salt. But the wind is, let's just say the wind's not blowing out in Colorado today, which when the weather gets pretty hot there, anything can fly. But now that we're getting farther into the season here and it's September, you've got to worry about more of the bad weather coming to Colorado. And luckily, I don't have to worry about that being in Las Vegas right now.
Rick Reynolds says, I'm going to miss the show so much after October. I think you guys nailed every game you analyzed yesterday. A couple things. So we very much appreciate that. The days that we come on here and talk about things and they all win is always our favorite days. Even better when we win our own bets, which I did yesterday at least, and I think Brian did as well. And if you are into college basketball, I'm bringing the same show back, same format, different panel, although maybe we'll get Brian Leonard to hop in every once in a while. I have no idea if I'm allowed to announce this yet or not, but I'm going to anyway because I don't see why not. I mean that we're going to do this show. Believe it will be myself, Brian Power, and Rob Vino doing this same show, but for college hoops. So if you don't like college basketball, we'll see you in March or April. Now it's March. Yeah, we start the season in March. But if you do like college hoop, we'll be here all winter. So we're not going anywhere. And we're gonna keep this exact same format. It is going to be a much bigger undertaking with 360 teams, but we're prepared to do that. So we're looking forward to it.
Rob Vino for about 25 years out here in Vegas before he moved to Pennsylvania, and I've always loved listening to Mark or Rob Vino. I've always loved listening to you because you both explain things so well. When you're handicapped, it's like many times I will sit back and I agree when you bring something up that I forgot about. You've read the same things that I have. You've put in those same work that I have. I just can't remember everything a lot of times. And when I listen to Rob, he breaks down games great. So and I've only done a few segments with Brian Power over the years. He's very good also. So I'm excited to see that show from you.
Now that Koken's no longer with us, I think Rob's got the biggest brain at WagerTalk. I feel like he's got more in that head than anyone else.
He thinks outside the box a little bit, and I've always loved that. Dave Malinsky was in our industry, and unfortunately he passed. But Dave was like that. I always learn something when I sit next to Dave. Always learn when I sit next to Koken and talk about things. I just love having guys on the panels that I really learn from myself, and I appreciate it.
All right, Colin, we'll get back to the games. We've got some day baseball on the south side. Orioles, White Sox. These haven't been able to find my way into the series yet, Brian, because kind of two teams I'm not dying to go against. You know, White Sox were a team that I was sort of on out of the gate in the second half. Felt like they maybe ran out of steam a little bit, but you know, they still have a lot of young guys fighting for spots. I love the way Will Venable has managed that team. Very much like a developmental style team. And then the Orioles have really been very game in every game they've played for the most part since they called up the younger guys. Doesn't mean they win every day, but they have been a tough out. I would say both these teams have been tough outs. Orioles, they did get swept by the Blue Jays. We'll give them a pass there. They bounced back, win the first 2 games of this series. The White Sox were sort of red hot at the beginning of this month. Then they ran into your Cleveland Guardians, who are the hottest team in the league right now. And now they've lost 5 straight since. So I'll go to you. Do you think the White Sox break their losing streak today?
I'm glad we're talking about this game. Obviously, it's one of the day games. The Cubs and Pittsburgh start at 9:35. Keep that in mind. There's a lot of day games today, and they are starting a little bit earlier. Wells and Perez. I both these guys have. Neither one has got a great reputation, but they both pitch extremely well this year. Both lefties. Wells is about a maybe about a 118 favorite right now. Total 8 to the over, 8.5 to the under. Tyler Wells, keep in mind, this guy hasn't really pitched a lot of innings since 2023. He had 118 innings, 3.64 ERA, 0.99 whip. He was very good at that point. Last year, only threw 15 innings. This year, he's at 11, but because of injuries. But he's been very good this year. 2.31 ERA, 2.30 expected, 0.6 whip. Obviously, that's not going to continue, but he's a guy that doesn't have a high whip in his career. 1.03, throws 5 pitches, his four-seamer 35% of the time, only 92.9 miles per hour. So he doesn't have a lot of velocity on that. He's only in the 27th percentile in velocity, but his walk rate's been great, chase rate's been great, and he's pitching very well right now. And he has that abilities when he's healthy. Martin Perez comes in with a 1-5 record, and you go, yeah, that's Martin Perez. But think about Martin Perez. In his 14-year career, he's 91 and 92. Now, he does have a 4.41 ERA, 1.43 whip is really the concern. But this year, 3.27 ERA, 5.22 expected. So he's pitching with a lot of good luck. 1.05 whip, which is something we're not used to seeing. But as much as his numbers say 3.27 ERA, he's doing pretty well. Well, he's still the same old numbers if you look at his StatCast page. Average exit velocity is 71st percentile. That's what's good. Everything else is poor. He's in barrel rate, first percentile. Fastball velocity, third. Expected ERA, 11th. He's going to get lit up eventually. And this Baltimore team does have some young bats that I like here in this game. I like Wells much better as a pitcher than Perez. Getting a couple lefties. I prefer the lefties over the righties, especially for the younger teams. They seem is a pretty good idea. Most of the younger teams don't hit lefties as well as righties. So, and these are two very young teams. So, somewhat like Baltimore in this game, I would like to play the under, but I'm not sure I trust Perez enough. So I'll probably be sitting this one out.
Yeah, my first sort of gut when I saw this matchup was, that's going to be a good under bet. And I feel like the books kind of did their job here, making it 8 flat. You might be able to get a juiced under 8.5, but I don't really trust the bullpens enough to want to get involved with laying juice on a under 8.5. Just too many ways to get to 4-4 or have someone melt down in the later stages of this game. So I just feel like the books price that appropriately. I still think I can make a case for the under. I just don't think you've got enough wiggle room there at under 8. Reason I would make a case for the under, and maybe you could find something to do with this, is I think you got two pitchers where it feels like May to them because they, Tyler Wells. So this is the nice thing that the Orioles did for Wells and for Kyle Bradish. The Orioles knew they've known they've been out of it for a long time. They got off to such a bad start that the season has been over since June. And so they really let Bradish and Wells have almost like a full spring training experience in terms of their rehab, where it was very drawn out, built their arms back up. There was absolutely no rush to get them back to the big league level. And now they roll in late August when everyone's exhausted, everyone's getting, the innings are piling up. Both of them. I mean, Wells looks like as fresh as can be. Look, it's only been 2 starts, but you even said it, Brian, 0.60 whip. He's thrown the ball great. Bradish has thrown the ball great. I think the big reason, one of the reasons both of them continue to throw it well, it's like the season's just starting for them. It's May 15th for them right now. Whereas a lot of these other guys, you're starting to get into the 110, 120, 130, 140 innings. That's tough. It's a lot of innings. And you start to see a decline in for some guys when the innings start to build up. These two guys are they're letting it rip right now because it's a throwaway season for them. So a guy like Wells is just going out there. He's letting it rip. He knows he's only got another 2 weeks and he's going to shut it down. I think he's pitching well. I think he'd probably pitch fine regardless, but I do think that that's helping him look the way he's looked through the 2 starts since coming back. Now, Martin Perez, a little bit different. He started the year, had to shut it down, missed a considerable amount of time in his comeback. But again, the White Sox were in no position to have to rush him back. And since he's been back, I think he's thrown it well. He's a veteran. He's going to go out there. And that's one thing about Martin Perez. I think no matter what team he's been on, this guy always goes out and gives you a professional effort, gives you like a good outing, always prepared. I feel like he's one of those guys that's done more with less in his career from what he's got the talent that he has, but he's always seemed to maximize it. So yeah, I have no issues with an under 8. And what I will say about the Orioles, as much as I like this young group, they're still young. The lineup has looked bad at times. Like this particular lineup, since like Jackson, like some of the younger guys have come up, they've had their moments in like a game like last night where they score 8 runs, 13 hits, win a game 8-7. But then they've also had games where they've just straight up gone cold and haven't done much of anything. So if you get that today from the Orioles, I don't think there's any way that this gets to more than 9 runs. I think I'm with you though. If you absolutely pin me down for a side play here, I think it would just have to be Wells and the Orioles because I love the way he's throwing the ball.
Yeah, if you take, I mentioned this yesterday with Detroit with the lefty-righty thing, and sure enough, Carpenter comes in, lefty against the righty in the last inning and hits the home run to tie it with 2 outs in the 9th. But because there is a lefty, we're probably going to get Mountcastle and O'Neill as opposed to Beavers and maybe Carlson, or we'll see how it goes. But I trust the veterans a little bit better in that regard. And O'Neill is hitting a lot of barrels right now since he's come back from the IL. And plus, Jordan Westberg back yesterday not only comes back his first game off the IL, he bats cleanup and he DHs. So they got a nice bat back in the lineup here. And I do like the way some of these younger kids are starting to play. Kobe Mayo, their number 2 organizational player, last 2 weeks or last 7 days, the 68th best hitter in Major League Baseball, according to Roster Resource. And Beavers is 53rd. Henderson finally is starting to come out of it, 75. Holiday, 87. So some of their younger guys are starting to get a little warmed up here. And I've been looking to place bets on Baltimore, and I've done it a lot in the second half of the season, and we've had a lot of success in that. So, yeah, lean Baltimore here, but probably not enough to get to it.
All right, let's go to Memphis Money. He says Boston rolls again today. This is, I believe, are we still, is this another day game right here? I know there's a lot of day baseball today, and I know that the folks like to ask about the day game. So yeah, this is, oh no, I'm sorry. This is one of the first ones off the board on the night slate. It's all right. We're still going to talk about it. A's Red Sox. Memphis Money says the Red Sox roll again today. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, they didn't roll yesterday. They rolled over. They lose that game 2-1 to the White Sox, or excuse me,
they did lose. Yes. So the Red Sox yes, they rolled, I think, on Sunday Night Baseball or Sunday night.
They beat the
Yankees, but yes.
Yeah. That was a big important win for them, and they turn around and play a lesser team in Sacramento on the road, and they only score 1 run. I'm concerned about this Boston team. I got Barnett's going against Giolito here. Giolito's about a 155 favorite. Yeah, 155, I'd say. Total of 9. Barnett's going for Mason Barnett going for the A's. Got 3 games started, only gone 12 innings. His whip's been real high, 1.89. Got a 8.53 ERA, 3.42 expected though. So his numbers are a lot better than what he has shown. Throws 4 pitches, does 4-seamer 52% of the time, but it's a little bit less than league average for a right-hander. That's probably not good when you're 24 years old and you're not even a league average from a right-hander. So I have some doubts about Barnett, but his hard hit rate so far is been pretty good. Average X velocity's been pretty good. So maybe he's got something. Maybe he's got a little bit deception that can work for him today or tonight. Lucas Giolito still pitching. I believe he got to one of his spots that he needed to get so many innings or whatever to get bonuses and all these guarantees and stuff. And if Boston wasn't in the playoffs or in the playoff run, I think they probably would have benched Giolito so they wouldn't have to pay him that money. I know a lot of teams would have. Cleveland would have.
The Pirates certainly would have.
Yeah. Pirates would have. Miami would have. Yeah. But he comes in. He's got that nice 10-4 record, 3.31 ERA, but his expected is 5.02. 136 innings, only 113 strikeouts. His extension is very good at 72%, but everything else is in the blue, which means not good. He only throws 4 pitches. In fact, basically 3 pitches, 4-seamer, slider, and change 96% of the time. And his 4-seamer that he throws the most, 48%, is only 93.3%. So we've got a couple guys here that I think can get hit. And so that would be the first thing I would look at, is possibly playing this game over. It's sitting at 9. Boston's a very good hitting ballpark. And, of course, we've seen some of these athletic bats. They got some good young talent on that team. Slight lean to the over here. I can't lay this number with Boston. I just don't trust this Boston offense right now. And there's Barnett's, he's got some stuff. He could come out and give him a good game, but the way Boston's playing, just because they need to win doesn't mean they're going to win. And so I can't get behind them here. But I somewhat like the over slightly.
Yeah. So I'm with you on the being out on the Red Sox. And until Roman Anthony comes back, I'm out on this team. I talked about this right around the time he got hurt. He is, I truly believe he was the, I know that the run started like a couple days before he got called up, but I believe when he got called up, Devers was still there. So like the whole thing, like calling up Roman Anthony, they moved Devers. I didn't mind that because it was going to basically open up the spot for him to play every day. Remember at the time they still had Marcelo Mayer. Like that was like the lineup I wanted to get behind. And then even though Mayer got hurt, Roman Anthony is just, I think he's going to be sort of like the next Bryce Harper, if you will, like that type of guy for the next decade. So to lose him at this time of the year, I just don't think has been sort of priced into the number enough. Like I truly believe he is that important to this Red Sox team, specifically their offense. Now, does it mean they're not going to get runs today? No, because I'm not super high on Barnett. This is someone that the A's were very high on him coming into the year. He was awful at AAA to start the year. He did make a little bit of an adjustment, started to throw the ball better, maybe right out of the All-Star break. But this is not a guy that I've been impressed with at all this season. Kind of, I think they called him up because why not? A's are out of it. They probably just want to, maybe want to see if like the big league pitching coaches can help him or do anything with him. I mean, he is a pretty high draft pick. I know that the A's had high hopes for him. He was one of the better minor leaguers at AA last year for them. He's shown me very little at AAA, and he really has shown me nothing yet in the big leagues. I mean, it hasn't been great yet for him in the bigs either. So I don't know that I love him going into Fenway and just dealing. So I think even though I'm not high on the Red Sox offense at all, 9 flat reduced juice on the over seems like the play because we know the A's can hit. We know they're going to swing at a lot. If Giolito's in the zone, which he usually is, the A's can make some contact and drive in some runs. And even with Anthony out of the lineup, which has made me downgrade the Red Sox considerably, they're still going to probably find their way to some runs here because I'm just not high on Barnett. So I'll give you the over 9. Not something I'm going to play for clients, but wouldn't be surprised if the runs that didn't come last night come tonight at Fenway. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's get another one. We've already got the parlay locked in, but we still have 15 minutes left. So let's get to a couple guys asked about this game. I'll go here. Brian Leonard, the other day you were talking about maybe wanting spots to fade the Angels. Turnbuckle Tommy loves the Angels today. He says, I love the Angels first 5 plus a half, may even sprinkle the first 5 money line. Now, I feel like the Brewers are a team that we haven't necessarily been dying to back because, of course, they've kind of had things wrapped up. But they're a pretty big favorite against this Angels team today. So out in Milwaukee tonight, Brewers, Angels. Do you want to comment on Tommy's first 5? And do you have anything for this game?
Well, let's take a look at what the line is on the first 5 for him. We're looking at the first 5. We've got Woodruff about a 160 favorite, come back about 140 on Soriano. Total is 4, slightly to the under. That's probably not enough to get me involved. I would need a little bit more if I wanted the Angels here. The Angels are a team, as you had mentioned, I'm looking to fade. If you follow the Angels, they did get that nice run early on, and they have done nothing since. They have been especially a team I'm looking to fade. Problem is the lines are usually too high to do so, and they find ways to lose. And who finds ways to win? The Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers, I don't care who you're a fan of in Major League Baseball, you have to enjoy watching the Milwaukee Brewers. They're the most fun team. You could tell the love and the camaraderie in the dugout. They love the coach. They love playing for Milwaukee, and it's a smaller town area, similar to the Clevelands and the Pittsburghs and and the Baltimores, where you get that love affair with the fans. And obviously the Bob Uecker stuff is really risen this team to new levels. So if a game is in balance, who do you want? If the Angels have a 1-run lead going into the 8th inning, the Angels have a 1-run lead. You've got to think the Brewers are still favored in the game. So
Yep.
I can't get behind the Angels here. I know Soriano is a guy I like. His ground ball percentage, 100 percentile. He doesn't give a lot of home runs, but this is somewhat of a middling home run park, maybe slightly better than normal. But Soriano, 4.13 ERA, 4.10 expected, 1.38 WHIP. It does have that problem with the getting too many players on base. Average exit velocity, 6th percentile, hard hit rate 5th, walk rate 16th. There's parts of Soriano I like, but it's been a long season. Let me check his innings here before I leave his place. He's at 167 innings. That's more than he's had the last 2 years combined. They may be starting to add up to him. So I'm not standing in line to bet on him in this game. Woodruff, a guy who comes in with a 3.32 ERA, 2.26 expected. He's expected the last year he pitched was 2023. His expected that year was 2.79 and it was 2.28 on his actual ERA. This is a guy, he's got a great whip. In 8 seasons, 1.04 whip, and he's got a 52-28 record, 3.11 ERA. He's an elite pitcher, and he's because of not pitching last year and only throwing 67 innings in 2023. He's at 59.2, and as you talked about, he's the guy that is starting to reach mid-season form for himself because they waited so long to bring him up. They wanted to be sure. And he's got a lot of red on his StatCast page, throws 6 different pitches. And he doesn't throw the four-seamer that much, only 32% of the time, which is basically with his sinker are the 2 that he throws the most. I like Milwaukee. I'm not going to lay this 2-1 line here, but maybe I could play the Angels team total under. Let me take a quick look at that. Angels team total under 3.5 to the under 150. Quick look at the Milwaukee bullpen. Let me do that real quick here. Brewers, okay. From a bullpen standpoint, they are in really good shape. Uribe hasn't pitched in 3 days. Koenig the last 2. Ashby last 2. Myers the last 3. Yeah, they're really set up on bullpen. So I think the under 3.5 team total here for the Angels is probably the way I would go, and that's basically a minus 145. I like that better than having to lay the full number on laying $2 or whatever here on that team.
So I see you, Tommy. First 5 money line. I wasn't talking about full game. Yeah, I don't think I'd want any part of the Angels full game. So like, here's the thing. I get where Tommy's coming from when you look at Soriano, because this dude will get crushed for a couple games, and then he comes out and it's like 7 scoreless, 8 strikeouts, just total wipeout effort. I would be terrified to back Soriano against the Brewers. And the reason why is because he is bottom 5% in the league in hard hit and exit velo. And we know when Soriano is on, he's getting ground balls. He has one of the highest ground ball rates in the league. But he still gets up a lot of hard hit. That's not what you want against the Brewers, because they are fast as hell. They have great team speed. I don't know how to quantify this, but they're so blessed this year. Every ball they hit has eyes. It finds a hole. I've never, they're just that's not really like a great handicap, but like I have one of my best friends is like a diehard Cubs fan. So, but I end up in a lot of NL Central conversation, just, because I talk to a Cubs fan that follows the team diehard every day. And I just hear him complain about how the horseshoe up the butt for this Brewers team essentially this year, where it's like every hit is timely. Oh, 2 outs, guy in second, that ball's getting through. Grounders, infield singles, they're fast, they steal bases. That concerns me against a guy that gives up a lot of hard hit on the ground, because that's kind of what the Brewers are going to do to you. They want to get a guy on, they want to put him in motion, hit through the hole, steal a base. So that to me is not the best matchup for Soriano. That's being said, I see where he's coming from. Like Soriano, a couple of bad outings. This is kind of where he comes out and throws 6 scoreless, because that's what he does. So if you're looking at the first 5, this is a tough game. I will say this. I want no part of fading the Brewers in the full game right now. I think they can get to 100 wins. Like when I watch this team play, I watched a little of that game last night. They blew the Angels out. I think that they might have 100 wins in their sights as like maybe a goal. Now, if they lose the next couple, that's done. But if they were to finish off this sweep against the Angels and need 6 wins in the final, 9 games to get to 100, that could be something that motivates them a little bit. It's kind of a milestone. Again, I just think that they're still playing for something, even though they have nothing to play for, and kind of goes back to what Brian said. So yeah, that's an interesting game. Tommy says he's not taking Angels full game. Listen, I think you're going to know very quickly whether you're on the right side with Soriano first 5 or not, because he's either going to come out and throw 5 scoreless, or he's going to get nickel and dime to death and be down 4-0 in the first inning. Be interesting to watch. That's for sure. Okay. Have Cash says Reds today. Well, I was on the Cardinals yesterday. I was right about that. But this has been a very competitive series so far. And Mike McGreevy, he came out and threw a great game last night. I'm not winning that game on the Cardinals without Mike McGreevy going something like 7 innings, totally shut them down, made so many good pitches, and Cardinals got it done 3-0. That being said, you got Brady Singer Palente today. I don't know, Javi. I think this one might set up a little bit better for the Reds too, but I think I'm out right now because this has been a really good series, and the Cardinals, I like the way they're playing. Brian Leonard, anything for you, Reds Cardinals for Javi?
Yeah, the Reds only a 3% chance to make the playoffs now. They have a losing record, 3 games behind, and they're falling behind the Diamondbacks, and they're tied with the Giants right now. We're looking at basically 10 games left in the regular season. It's going to be very tough for the Reds to get there. And I will say they dropped the shortstop down in the order the other day, and I like it because he's been horrendous in the second half of the season. He's your team leader. He's your future, and he has not lived up to it. I don't want any part of the Reds here. From the standpoint of the line, we are looking at Singer against Palante here. Singer's about a 115 favorite. He's pitched very well. He's been a nice signing for them in the offseason. Palante's normally not a guy I'm looking to back. Total is 8.5 here. And when you're taking a look at Cincinnati for Singer, I prefer him in this game. I think he is the better starter in this game. Comes in with a 3.94 ERA, 4.16 expected. But yet his extension is in the 91st percentile, and everything else is blah, good, slightly good. I mean, he's not great. And so we may get some runs here. Palante, 5.23 ERA, 4.33 expected. It's got a terrible whip. He's pitched 4 seasons. His whip is 1.41 in his career. He's a big ground ball pitcher, and it keeps him off balance with his barrel rate a little bit. But 5th percentile strikeout rate, chase rate 18th, whiff 24. So we've got 2 pitchers I would prefer to go against in this game. We're getting a total of 8.5 in St. Louis, which is a pretty decent hitter's park. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. Slightly into the over, probably won't get there. I hate to put my money on Cincinnati right now. They look like they may have basically gotten to the point now where it's time. They've been in such a battle to try to get in this playoff position, and they're not somebody that I want to trust right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got watching them yesterday. Now, obviously, I had my reasons for being on the Cardinals. One of the things on that I like about the Cardinals is they really have felt like one of these teams that, for the most part, over the last few weeks, they've really brought a very solid effort on a daily basis. Where it's like, and that'll go to last night, like McGreevy taking the ball there. Season's probably over as it is, but definitely over if they lose. Goes out, throws a great game, makes many good pitches, and that's like, Nolan Arenado, big spot where he, gets a third to first double play. Like, they're just making plays and they're playing good ball, much more so than the Reds, who I really feel like find ways to beat themselves. This has happened all year. Like, with the talent that the Reds have on this roster, that 75-76 record is for one reason and one reason only, and that is because they beat themselves. They do not. This Reds team just doesn't play like winning baseball. They do sometimes, they do, and when they do, it's fun to watch because you're like, man, there's a lot of talent on this team. You just look at the run differentials: Reds plus 22, Cardinals minus 54. Like, the Reds are probably the better of these two teams, but you just don't always get that like big time effort from the Reds. If anything, they beat themselves, and it's not exactly what I want to bet on, especially now after they lose yesterday. Now they're 3 back. I'm kind of with you there, Brian. Like, do that. How do they get off the mat here? They're on the road. It's a day game. But if we're just talking about matchup and we're just talking about like this team versus this team versus this pitcher, I'd much rather have Singer. Palente is a guy that I think is one of these guys that the organizations love to have a guy like this because, like, they've talked about this on Memphis Redbirds broadcast before. He will do anything that's asked of him. He does it with a smile on his face. He prepares. He's a professional, and like you'll see, like, if you can find guys like this, like, they probably don't have to pay him much. They can, if they need him to go out of the bullpen, he'll do it. They need him to start a game, he'll do it. They need him to go back to Memphis and be a starter and just chill. He's going to do it. He's not going to complain. Organizations love having a guy like this that they can just rely on. I think that's what Palente has become for the Cardinals. Does it mean he's very good? No. Like, he's probably what he is, 5 ERA, ERA mid-5. 1.43 whip. The guy's got 14 losses on the year. I don't think he's at this point in his career. I don't think you're going to like kill his confidence. I think he just understands what his job is and his role is in the organization. And the Cardinals know that right now they don't have a better option. I'm surprised that they didn't call Quinn Matthews up for this spot, but he kind of had injuries. And I feel like the Cardinals, that might be another thing that's telling you the Cardinals kind of know it's not their year this year, because I feel like they would have made that move. Another one of their young pitchers is hurt. So that's why Palante is pitching a game of this quote unquote magnitude right now. And that's not someone I want to back either. So reluctantly, I'll say the Reds here, but they don't really give me the warm, fuzzy feeling, Brian Leonard. I don't know. It's tough to get behind them, but the Cardinals did use a couple of key bullpen arms in big spots last night. Jojo Romero was in for the 8th. And then I think it's O'Brien that continues to sort of go out and close games for them.
He's looked good.
Yeah, I guess Javi, Reds if I absolutely had to, but I don't feel great about it. What I do feel great about is the 4% play that I gave on the show for free. I'm probably going to have another one. So I don't think that'll be the one up for sale. If it is, though, I mean, you'll know by 3:00 because it'll fall off. It's a day game. But yeah, I'm in a good mood today. 2-0 sweep for me yesterday, Brian Leonard. So I gave it to the people for free. And that's our first parlay leg. So we're at the end of the show. Let's recap the parlay. Tokyo Brandon is en route to Las Vegas right now. He's on the road, so he's not with us today. He'll be back tomorrow, live from the Westgate, I think. That's pretty cool. John Murray should put him in the clubhouse and have just really broadcast him live from the Westgate, 6 a.m. Probably no one up there except for him. But anyway, we have 2-teamer today. Diamondbacks money line, Marlins money line. Nice and easy. Very simple. 2 full game sides. 1 day game, 1 night game. Dbacks money line, Marlins money line. And the Diamondbacks is also a 4%er for my clients that you got here for free just for tuning in. I won't be tweeting that out. I won't be putting it up for free on my page. So the only way you're getting that if you're not one of my clients is because you watched the show today, and we appreciate you tuning in on a daily basis. We'll be here. I think we've got the go-ahead to do this all playoffs for the most part, or most of the playoffs, at least the weekdays. So that's pretty cool. We'll be with you most of October. And look, keep an eye out for the show announcement. We're going to basically do this for college hoop as well. Very much looking forward to that. And I know, Brian, you got a couple things going on, but maybe we can get you on a college basketball show at some point too.
Did you mention the price that we're getting on our parlay?
Nope, way too much caffeine for me this morning, Brian. Hold on one second. Can you just what did we say? Minus 108 and
108 and 155.
Minus 108, minus 155. That is plus 216. So plus 216.
And with the win yesterday, we're now up plus 5.24 on
sir.
the season.
Big
so
win
if
yesterday.
we grab this one and go on to the last week of the season, we're in pretty good shape to show a profit, which, to be totally honest with you, I never thought that would be something that we could do. When we started talking about it, I said, this could get ugly when you're playing 3-team parlays. But I've been pretty proud about the way it's gone. Now, once we get to the playoffs, when there's only 1 or 2 games, we're not going to give you our plays. So, but we will talk about the games, and hopefully you'll be able to make something. Hey, we got to make some money too, guys. So,
yeah. Yep. We'll, I mean, listen, if we can get to the end of the regular season, turning a profit on a daily 3-teamer, I will be thrilled about that. And like Brian said, after yesterday's win, plus 5.24 units on the season, all that means is if you were to, for every $1 that you've risked on these, assuming that you've risked the same amount on all of them, $1 returning $5.24. Doesn't seem like a lot, but again, that's pretty good. We've been firing these out since April, and the fact that we're still up, I think, is pretty impressive. So yeah, we'll leave it on that note. Dbacks, Marlins, 2-teamer today. We'll have TV back in the morning, and we'll see you guys 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good luck today. Enjoy your day, and cash all your tickets. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, to WagerTalk TV. I'm Ross the Boss Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. I am recording on Tuesday, the 16th of September, and Thursday night, national TV, NFL game between, I shouldn't say national TV, but Thursday night NFL primetime matchup. This week pits an AFC East rivalry as the Miami Dolphins travel to Highmark Stadium in Buffalo to take on the Buffalo Bills. Will the Bills have a letdown spot after looking so good in their first 2 games and coming away with a 2-0 record, especially against a Miami team that they've dominated in recent seasons? Or will the Miami Dolphins be able to right the ship as they started the season 0-2 and haven't looked very good while doing so, folks? But you never know. It's a divisional matchup, and it's a big point spread. Is the point spread the way to go, or is the total the way to go? Stay tuned for that, as I'll have my analysis and pick on this game very shortly. Don't forget, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's 100% free to do so, folks. All you have to do is hit that subscribe button in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's 100% free, like I just alluded to, and you'll be privy to some of the best sports betting experts in all the world right here at WagerTalk TV. And while you're at it, click on that alert notification bell for WagerTalk TV, and you'll be notified immediately upon any of our great content going up on our great channel. Be kind enough to give my video a like today, as I put my best foot forward each and every day to bring you a quality free pick video, or sometimes plural, like today, videos, because I also did a Major League Baseball free pick video for Tuesday. And this will be, again, I'm recording 2 days ahead of time, but this is for the Thursday NFL matchup. So be kind enough to hit that like button, folks. Keeps these videos alive, keeps the folks over at WagerTalk TV happy with me. I'm certainly trying to make you happy daily. Just a small ask. Hit the like button. All right. Tell us who you like in the NFL this week. A full slate of games still in the NFL, and one game on Monday night, this game on Thursday night, and then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at 14 games on Sunday. So let us know who you like in the comments section. And again, folks, keep it clean, keep it respectful. Don't be demeaning to one another. We're going to disagree on picks or opinions at times. Doesn't mean we have to go to war. It could prompt some healthy discussion. So let's keep that rolling, folks, as we've created a very positive community, and let's not ruin that. All right, let's get to the matter at hand. The Miami Dolphins, like I alluded to earlier in the show, started the season 0-2, got blown out at Indianapolis, and last week, as a small home favorite, lost to the New England Patriots. They're now at 0-2. Fans in Miami are calling for the general manager and head coach's head right now, and they're in pretty much desperation mode at this point. I just don't know if they have the wherewithal to take advantage of that desperation, or how urgent they really are, because it seems like there's cultural issues in Miami, as I'm been made aware of. The Buffalo Bills started out 2-0, a tremendous comeback win against Baltimore in that Sunday night season opener, thrilling 41-40 win. And then last week, they totally dominated the New York Jets 30-10, held the Jets to like 150 yards or so of total offense, less than 100 yards passing. Total turnaround defensively than what we saw against Baltimore, when they allowed over 400 yards, including 200 plus yards on the ground, and allowed 40 points in that game. So again, drastic difference though in the quality of opposition, as the Ravens have plenty of offensive firepower. The Jets did look good in their season opener, but they came back to reality last week against Buffalo. Here's my concern with the Bills. They're a banged-up defensive unit right now. Matt Milano, who played last week, went out late in the game and did not return. He did not practice on Monday. Ed Oliver, who missed the game the week before, or the Jets game, I should say, did not practice on Monday as well. They have other players that are limited on defense in terms of practicing. So a little bit of concern in that regard, especially with a short week, folks. And, you know, Miami, as bad as they are right now, they still present problems in the passing game, especially for a team like Buffalo, whose secondary is probably their weak link in terms of their defense right now. Christian Benford, their cornerback, is a good one. Tre'Davious White hasn't been up to snuff since he's injured his knee the last time around. And we'll see. You know, they could really give Buffalo problems, I think, with their offensive passing game. However, I don't see the Dolphins, who gave up 33 points apiece in each of their first two games against New England and Indy, taming this high-octane Buffalo offense led by Josh Allen. Josh Allen, by the way, he was pretty average last week, but yet the Bills put up over 200 yards rushing, over 400 yards of total offense, And right now they're averaging through the first two games 35.5 points per game and 450 yards per game. You very seldom see Josh Allen be averaged 2 games in a row, and you'll very seldom see Josh Allen not have a great game against Miami, as he's really had their number since he's come aboard with the Buffalo Bills. Since 2023, the Bills have played 8-1 to the over at home when coming off 2 consecutive wins. And in those 9 games, they averaged 34.7 points per game. And under Sean McDermott, since he arrived in Buffalo in 2017, Buffalo has played 7-0 to the over in their following game after outgaining their opponent in their previous contest by 200 yards or more, which they did against the Jets. And those 7 games averaged 56.7 points per game. I'm not willing to lay that big number of 12.5. My old adage in the NFL, especially early in the season, is if I can't make a case for a double-digit underdog in the NFL, I usually don't use the side. And I know Buffalo's had Miami's number, but I'm a little skeptical in terms of the short week and being banged up defensively and facing a Miami passing game that's still potentially lethal if they're right. And I'm going to go over the total here, folks. Miami and Buffalo over 49.5. By the way, the last 4 meetings between these division rivals and Buffalo have all gone over the total. And there was 62.5 points scored per game in those 4 outings. So Miami, Buffalo over 49.5. Folks, don't forget, this weekend, like last weekend, we're offering you a $49 Weekend Warrior special. That will get you all our college football games on Saturday, NFL on Sunday, NFL on Monday night. And last week, I'm coming off an 8-4 week in football between college football and the NFL. So take advantage of that offer. $49 Weekend Warrior special, not only Saturday and Sunday, but we're throwing in Monday night as well. And I'm on an all sports premium picks run, folks, since May the 13th, plus 110 units of net profit. So take advantage of that. And until the next time, for Wager Talk TV and Ross Benjamin, take care and God bless.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL presidential address for week 3. I'm going to give you bets on every single game on the board. We're going to start right off the bat with Miami going into Buffalo, and this Miami team as well. 3 or 4 days away from a new head coach. That's my prediction. I think Miami gets blown out. With that said, I'm still not prepared to take Buffalo minus 12. It's just too much. Buffalo up by 17. Back door is wide open. Can't play the side in this game. But I got to give you guys a bet, and I got one I'm making personally. This is a bet that I love. I took a deep dive into this game because Thursday Night Football, everybody wants to bet it. How can you bet over 50? And it keeps going up and up and up. 93% of the money is on the over already. We're taping on Tuesday. 89% of the money is on Buffalo, yet the line does not reflect that, which means there is some extremely smart money coming in on Miami. I don't get it. How do we bet this game? We look at the team totals over. Now, originally my plan was to go for Buffalo team total over. That is just simply too high. I can't take a team total over 28.5. It's just too much. However, the Miami Dolphins team total, you could get 16.5 at minus 145. 16.5. That's 2 touchdowns and a field goal in a game where I think Buffalo puts up a huge score. So if Buffalo is going to put up a big score, that means Miami has to keep up. Can Miami get us 17 points? Abso-freaking-lutely. Well, I understand that Buffalo's defense looked amazing last week against the Justin Fields-led New York Jets disaster. How did they look against Baltimore? Horrible. They're probably somewhere in the middle. They're not as good as the first week. They're not as bad. They're not as bad as the first week. They're not as good as the second week. Miami's putting up points here. Take over 16.5 minus 145 in that Miami Dolphins Buffalo Bills game. There's your Thursday nighter. Let's get into Sunday. But before we do that, guys, please, 1 minute, 1 second out of your day to hit that like button. It is so important to me. I also need you guys to comment on these videos. There's so many competitors out there putting together these type of videos. This presidential address is 20 years old. This is our 20th season of doing the NFL presidential address. This video predates WagerTalk. I used to do this on the radio. So please, if you guys want to help us get more exposure, get higher up in the rankings on YouTube, you comment and you like. And then also, of course, share with your friends. That would be wonderful. Greatly appreciated. Let's get into Indianapolis playing Tennessee, and I got some promotions coming later. So Indianapolis, outstanding. Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes, whatever you want to call him. Absolutely spectacular. First 2 games have been great. They showed a ton of moxie last week, being down to Denver and making a comeback. With that said, I cannot take a road team at -3.5. Tennessee looked okay against the Rams. I think Tennessee's defense actually is pretty good. I think they're going to be in the top half of the league. I understand that their offense is sputtering. Cam Ward made some great throws last week, especially that one gorgeous cross-body pass for the touchdown. I think Tennessee's the play here, guys. A +3.5 division dog. Come on. Indianapolis just cannot be that good. Now, I can be wrong, and we could make an adjustment in our power rankings in a week or two. But going into week 3, I think everyone is completely overreacting on this Indianapolis Colts team. They are not as good as they look. Tennessee is not as bad as they look. The markets are going to adjust, but they didn't for this week. Let's take advantage of that. The play is Tennessee +3.5. If you guys have never watched this video before, I do this all top of my head. I have no notes in front of me. I've obviously done an incredible amount of research, but it is Tuesday and I still don't have a full injury report up. With that said, if you bet all of these plays, every NFL presidential address, you'll make a lot of money. I'm doing great. Carolina, they're +5 against Atlanta. There are going to be games that I want to pass on, that I really just don't have a feeling for, and this is one of them. Carolina showed some moxie, making a nice comeback last week. Atlanta, I just don't have a full handle on them. How good are they? They lost in week 1. They won in week 2, but the week 2 win, it feels a little suspect to me. I need to see a little bit more out of Atlanta before I can give them 5.5 points on the road in a division game. And we know betting Carolina is a non-option right now. So that game is an outright pass. We're having a very similar problem with the Washington game. We don't know if Jaden Daniels will play or won't. And Washington is -3.5 currently with a total of 44. I think the Las Vegas Raiders are a fade team moving forward conceptually, but this is a pass game for me right now. There's just way too much in the air with what the injury reports coming out of Washington. And we have injuries in Vegas as well. So I'm going to move on to Green Bay playing Cleveland. Cleveland is one of these 0-2 teams. I want to let you guys know there's currently 10 0-2 teams in the NFL. 0-2 teams since 1990, they have an 11% chance of making the playoffs. But 0-3 teams, they have a 2.5% chance. So keep that in mind, because if ever you're going to get the best game out of a bad team all year, it's usually when they're down 0-2. And I feel we're going to get Cleveland at their best this week. However, this is not as much a bet on the Browns as it is a bet against the Green Bay Packers. And let me explain. I freaking love this Packer team. Love them. I think this Packer team is lights out. I think they are going to be for sure a Super Bowl contender, not only this year, but for a few years to come. This just happens to be a horrible, horrible spot for Green Bay. This Green Bay team just had 2 huge games to start the season. They won both. If there is an emotional drop, it's happening for Green Bay this week. And they're playing a Cleveland Browns team that has an exceptional defense. Now, I understand their defense wasn't great against Baltimore, No defenses all year are going to be great against Baltimore. This Cleveland Browns has an excellent front seven. They were able to stop the running game from Baltimore, and I think they'll be able to stop the running game from Green Bay. I think there's just simply too many points. It's an out-of-conference game, a game where Green Bay just came off of a game versus the Lions and then an in-conference game against a playoff rival. This game means nothing to them as far as, oh, they must beat Cleveland. They could care less. They want to win this game for themselves, but they're not getting up for this game. Cleveland, on the other hand, is playing for their season, and Joe Flacco maybe for their career. I got to take the points here, guys. Give me the Browns plus 7.5. Well, we got a similar problem in the Cincinnati-Minnesota game. Both quarterbacks are out. We got Browning for Cincinnati, goes by the name Jake. And we've got Carson Wentz for Minnesota. Let me break this down right now, flat out, guys. There's a bet here, and it's on the Vikings. And the bottom line is Cincinnati's a fade team. Now 2-0, unbelievable, excellent start. Best start they've had in the Zach Taylor era. And what do they get for that? An injured Joe Burrow. With that said, this Cincinnati team is horrible. They're horrible on defense. They played great on offense last week. I don't see that continuing. Now Minnesota's going to have a chance to game plan for that quarterback. They got one of the best defensive units in football. So this is how I look at this game. Home team, Minnesota. Team with the better quarterback. I think Carson Wentz might be an upgrade to J.J. McCarthy, and I guarantee you he's better than Browning. Who's got the better coach? I am obsessed with the coach in Minnesota. I think he's one of the best coaches in all of football. Who's got the better defense? Minnesota by far. I'll take them, thank you. Let's not overthink this. Give me the Vikings -3. LA going into Philadelphia. This is that revenge game written all over it. Let me explain something to you quickly. I do a show every day. It's called The Best Betting Show Ever. I do it with Art DeCesar and Joe Ranieri. It is spectacular. It's a must-watch show. On the Tuesday show, we had Art DeCesar get up and tell us that Philadelphia was -6 in the look-ahead against the LA Rams. -6 before the season begun. Last week, Philadelphia was -4 as a look-ahead line against the LA Rams. Then Philadelphia goes to Kansas City and beats them on the road. The juggernaut Kansas City Chiefs, and Philadelphia's been downgraded. Really? Really? The Super Bowl champions who have not lost a football game since they won the damn Super Bowl, who have won 2 games in a row, one tough against Kansas City on the road, have been downgraded. Downgraded. Why? How? Thank you. Thank you. I love the Eagles here. What am I missing? I understand that the Rams played them hard in the playoffs last year. I get it. I understand the Rams almost beat them last year. I get it. You know what else happened last year? History. This Philadelphia Eagles team is vicious. Their defense is, we talk about their run game all the time. We talk about the tush push all the time. I get it. Long bomb passes from Jalen Hurts. I get it. This team is built around their defense, and their defense might be the single best unit in all of football. They're playing a Rams team that's not as good as they were last year. They're playing a Rams team that beat the Titans. Woohoo! Way to go, Rams. And then the Texans. Oh, yay. You should be upgraded for that. Anyway, shout out to the bookmakers out there. Thank you for downgrading the Eagles. That's where we're going. Okay, let's turn our attention to Pittsburgh, New England. I like Pittsburgh here. I also like the over in this game, guys. We've seen from Drake May 2 games in a row that this New England Patriots team is going to air the ball out. Very surprising given that they're coached by Vrabel. But clearly this New England Patriots team can score, and I think Pittsburgh can do the same. The one thing we haven't seen with Pittsburgh is Aaron Rodgers really just letting the ball rip downfield, and I do think we're going to start to see that as the season progresses. From a total perspective, 44 is too low. I think we're going to get higher. From a side perspective, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers have to feel, look, they're down about their loss last week against Seattle. It was horrible. I mean, they had a complete brain cramp by a punt returner or a kick returner. They could have gotten out of that game with a win. This is a veteran team, a better defense, better quarterback, more weapons. We're going to take the Steelers minus 1.5. With that said, take them on the money line, guys. We've done a deep dive into this. We spoke about it many, many times. It's way better to take a money line bet if a game is under 2. So instead of taking Pittsburgh minus 1.5, take them on the money line. We're going to talk about that again in the Dallas game. A New York Jets playing Tampa Bay. I'm going to stay off of this game right now. We don't know what's going on with Fields, but I do think that if Fields plays, Tampa Bay blows the Jets out. I hate the spot for Tampa Bay, but I cannot put my money on the New York Jets. Houston playing Jacksonville. We got to look at Jacksonville here. I mean, Jacksonville has played outstanding 2 games in a row. They had a brain cramp loss the last one against Cincinnati at the end, but they were able to move the ball up and down the field. And I think the Jacksonville defense might be better than what we thought coming into the season. As for the Houston Texans, this is a fade team at a high level. This team is a total mess. They cannot run the ball. And other than Nico Collins, they're struggling to throw the ball. CJ Stroud might be murdered by an edge rusher at some point this season. I cannot back the Texans. One of my better plays, a play that I'll likely put in the Circa contest. Take the Jags and again, take them on the money line. Denver going in to play LA. LA Chargers, best team in the West. You guys can get the LA Chargers to win the AFC West at even money. That is a spectacular bet. We got KC 0-2, Chargers 2-0. Chargers have already beat Kansas City. With all that said, I got to take the Chargers in this game. This Denver Bronco team, we were told that they had an offense, a historically good defense, a historically good defense. Really? Danny Dimes just put up $1 million on that historically good defense. Now, I understand that they held the Tennessee Titans to 9 points or whatever it was in week 1. It's a frickin' Tennessee Titans. Who cares? So right now, our data set is we don't know anything about Denver's defense yet. And we know that their offense is struggling and Bo Nix is not the second coming of a great quarterback. What do we know about the Chargers? I think they have the best defense in all of football, period. This Chargers defense and the Philly defense, 1 and 2, lights freaking out. They were unbelievable against Geno Smith and the Raiders. And from a secondary perspective, oh my God. You better run the ball on the Chargers because you ain't getting a lot of passes. Denver, not the same team as LA. I got a better team. I got a better coach. With that said, Sean Payton's an incredible coach. But I got a better team, a better coach, a better quarterback, more weapons, and what I think is a better defense at home under a field goal. Thank you, books. We'll take the Chargers. Seattle minus 7.5 against New Orleans. Seattle's going to be my survivor play, guys. That's all I got. I can't take them at minus 7.5, and I'm certainly not taking New Orleans. I love Dallas here against the Chicago Bears. This Dallas team is getting overlooked. I get it. They went into Philly. They lost. They should have lost against the Giants. I understand. But what did the game between Dallas and the New York Giants really show us? It showed us that this Dallas Cowboy team has moxie, has guts, has the ability to rally, has the ability to make comebacks, has the ability to score quickly. This Dallas Cowboy team offensively will be a top 3 unit in the league. They will put up points against everybody. They'll put up points against the Chargers. They've already put up points against the Eagles and were able to move the ball up and down the field on them. There's no way the Chicago Bears team is going to hold Dallas down. And then the question is, can Chicago keep up? And the answer to that is hell freaking no. Caleb Williams' experiment is not turning out very well. His long bombs seem to miss all the time. Their running game is mediocre at best. The Chicago offense is not coming around. I think Ben Johnson will turn this team around. It's just not going to be this weekend, nor likely this season. I think Chicago has to feel pretty bad about themselves emotionally. I think Dallas has to feel pretty good about themselves emotionally. Take the Cowboys as a pick 'em play. San Fran, Arizona. I mean, Jesus, way to insult Arizona. I mean, you got basically a bunch of scrubs playing against a 2-0 Arizona team, and the scrubs are favored. Is that a statement on how deep San Fran is? No. That's a statement on how bad Arizona is. And we expected a lot out of this 2-0 Arizona team. They have not looked good at all. I mean, at all. They could have lost both those freaking games. So this San Fran line is not a testament to the brilliance of San Fran. This is a direct shit on the Cardinals line. So are we supposed to take the Cardinals? I can't. I'm passing on this game. Thanks for the chat. Kansas City going into New York. This is a Sunday night game, and I love the Giants. This is a bet both on the Giants and against Kansas City. And let me start with the New York Giants. 0-2, I get it. They've played good. They have played much better than we expected. They could have won both their games. They for sure could have beat Dallas on the road. Russell Wilson is looking much better. Malik Neighbors is all freaking world. I understand that they don't have a very good defense, but Kansas City can't score. Now, I get that they were, a Kelsey fumble away from putting up more points against Philadelphia. This Kansas City Chiefs team has had 2 games, and they are really, really struggling. And it's a totally reasonable thing that they're struggling. It's no one's fault. Rice is out. Worthy is out. They got no wide receivers. Kelce is a little old, a lot old. Plus, he's busy at home. Pacheco is non-existent. Kareem Hunt has no lateral movement. Their offense is a complete mess. Defensively, they're good, really good. I get it. But I don't think the New York Giants are going to be held down here. It's not like Kansas City, they're going to struggle to put up 20 points against anybody right now. And I don't think the New York Giants are going to put up less than 17 at +6 home team, feeling like, hey, we could hang with the big boys, playing a Kansas City team that, albeit has their season on the line and might play their best game. I don't think Kansas City gets separation here. I think this game, can Kansas City win? Sure. It's going to be a real tight game. I love the New York Giants +6. And Detroit and Baltimore, guys, I got nothing for you on that game yet. I simply haven't researched it enough. My lean is to the over, but we will take that game as it comes. That's it for the NFL Presidential Address Week 4. Lots of love for all of you guys. Again, my survivor pick will likely be Seattle in the circa in the big one. Other than that, I have a huge card for my clients in NFL Week 3. I already know that because I already have 3 plays up for my clients right now. So make sure to take advantage of that. If you guys have never played my entire NFL card, I'm up. I went 5-2 in Week 2. I won money in Week 1. I'm up on the season, 60% win percentage. So I'm absolutely rolling. I have not lost an ATS bet for my clients yet this year. So please take advantage of how I'm seeing it right now and join me for Sunday NFL. That's about it. I do a show every day, the best betting show ever with Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar. You can see it at WagerTalk today, WagerTalk TV. Other than that, I'm out of here, guys. It's been a long day. I need a nap. We'll see you next week.
Welcome in to the opening line report. Kelly Stewart here with Teddy Covers. We got 2 games tonight on Monday Night Football. We're going to talk a little Week 2, what we saw, what we learned, and then we're going to get right into Week 3. If you guys are new here, this is the opening line report. That means we're taking those opening numbers from Las Vegas, and we're going to talk about what you need to know. And of course, some of those emergency betting alerts. Hold on. Got my handy little siren right here. Welcome in, Teddy Covers. Would you prefer to hit those 2 Monday night games first, or do we want to reflect on week 2?
Sure, let's talk about the 2 games tonight. I know that there are people that are always interested. And of course, one of the 2, Tampa, Houston, I got a free play up on my homepage. So just visit wt.buzz/TC, and I'll give you about 6 minutes on that game. My thoughts. I did make a case for the Texans. It's sitting at 2.5. I'm not getting the sense this is going to 3. Every time if it hits 3, there'll be Bucks money right away. So I think 2.5 is the number here, and 42.5 total really hasn't budged a whole lot. I'm not sensing a lot of movement there. I'm in play for the clients on Chargers Raiders late night action tonight, and that's one where the lines bounced a little bit. There were 3s out there. I'm only seeing 3.5s right now. Total 46.5. The total really hasn't moved there a whole lot. This line could move. I'm assuming Brock Bowers is going to play. The reports are Brock Bowers is going to play. And we could see some Raiders support once Bowers is announced as being in. That could take out some of the 3.5s. That is possible. It's more likely to move to 3 than it is to move up to 4 from the current 3.5. So if you like the Raiders, I wouldn't argue with locking in at 3.5 right now. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm not convinced that this line's going to close 3 if Bowers plays. May still close 3.5. It may just be juice, extra juice on the Raiders side in that regard. So that's just a quick take on Monday Night Football. Again, if you want a bigger breakdown for Tampa, Houston, check out the video at WagerTalk.com on the free picks page.
There you go. The WagerTalk free picks page. And a lot of people here are here because we give out a ton of free picks here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, X, Rumble. Go ahead, Teddy.
Well, I got to say, I mean, it's very important to note, this is not a pick show. All right. We do emergency betting alerts where the line are moving. Those aren't my picks for the week. That's where the line is moving right now. And this is all about information. So if you want a pick show, there's 50 other great pick shows on WagerTalk TV. This is an information show. So just be aware. I know that in the comments every once in a while, it's like, where's the picks? Well, that's not what we're doing on Monday morning. We're giving you info on Monday morning.
All right, let's talk about some bad beats from last week. And coincidentally, I had a few of these on my list. We'll start off with Miami there versus the Patriots. I got real excited because not only was Miami going to land on 1, and that's what I had in the Westgate Super Contest, the game was going to land 1, and that gave me some fuel to give John Murray some grief. That's not how it played out, though. Looked like A-Chain stepped out of bounds. Your synopsis on the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel's press conference was probably the worst one I've ever seen.
Sure. We'll talk about the Dolphins later when we break down the Thursday night game. Actually, in just a few minutes, we're going to talk about that. But yeah, Miami scored the game-winning touchdown. Everyone's going nuts, and then, oops, A-Chain had a little toe on the sideline, and that changed the whole complexion of how the final minute played out. Then, obviously, we saw Tua missing receivers, and we saw Miami losing. So again, was Miami a right side? They were not. All right. Were they live to win the game? Did it look like they won the game? Yeah, but that wasn't the only one. I mean, what about Jacksonville, Cincinnati? Cincy, with the backup quarterback, 4th down, incomplete pass. All right. I mean, done. Game over. Oops. The ref said that's a pass interference on Travis Hunter, which, again, if you call, they can call a penalty on every play if they so chose. It certainly wasn't egregious. Hunter got the call. Cincy got the win because Hunter got the call. And if you had the Jags, that was pretty tough to swallow. Most misleading score of the day, Kelly, that was the Browns-Ravens. All right. What Cleveland did to Baltimore defensively in that game. Teams don't do that to Baltimore. All right. Derrick Henry completely shut down. That being said, the Ravens offense didn't work. The Browns had more first downs, more yards, more everything, and they lost by 31 points. Yeah, so that was a little bit of a misleading final. How about the Giants? And I know you were sweating this one, Kelly. The Giants and the Cowboys. The Giants won that game straight up twice, but their defense managed to lose it 3 times. How did you feel sweating that out for Survivor?
Oh, man, Teddy. Immediately, I'm like, of course I'm getting this Russell Wilson, not the Russell Wilson that played in Denver. And then at the end, I did get Denver Russell Wilson with the interception. And I was like, okay, he's going to miss this chip shot according to the announcers. Nope, right down the middle. Aubrey, what a great story for him. Not only did he hit a 64-yarder to send it to overtime, he kicked the game-winning kick against a divisional rival, and somehow I am still alive in the Westgate $5,000 Survivor. I was at least smart enough not to go double Dallas.
Sure. Well, the Arizona people had to sweat just as much. Maybe not as much as Dallas. The Dallas was more of a sweat than Arizona because Arizona led 27-3, and then they fell asleep, and then they allowed a 4th and 16 conversion on the drive to cover, and then the onside kick recovery, and then multiple penalties against them. You know, a complete blowout turning into an absolute sweat. Cardinals got the win. Panthers got the money.
You know,
I Arizona.
I definitely watched the end of that one because I had Panthers +7. John Murray gave it out on last call yesterday. Woo! But you know, one of the games that got to go my way that I didn't deserve, Teddy, Denver, Indianapolis.
Well, I had one play for the clients yesterday. It was the Broncos. It was a 5% big ticket. It was all I had. I'm like, this is the best play on the board. And it wasn't. I mean, I wasn't right. Indy moved the ball up and down the field against Denver. That said, you don't often see the score flash final. You don't often hear Kevin Harlan go, and the Broncos win. You don't often see him tweet out. And then, oh, by the way, there's a flag for something literally they do on every – if you watch the replay of that field goal compared to every other field goal in the NFL yesterday, they're exactly the same. But that one got a penalty. It is what it is. You know, again, Denver wasn't right, but that was a nice kick in the balls. I didn't enjoy that very much. And, of course, we can't leave if we're talking about tough beats yesterday, we can't leave KC out of the equation. You know, I mean, the pass hit Kelsey right in the hands. And Kelsey's like, oh, I don't want this one. Just like he's like last week, I don't want Xavier Worthy on my team. This week he's like, yeah, I don't want this touchdown. And, of course, Mahomes took Mahomes is such a leader. He took all the blame for it. He said, oh, I should have hit him in the numbers. He shouldn't have had to reach out for it. Shut up. Travis Kelce cost you the game. 7 points one way, turns into 7 points the other way. Instead of a 17-13 Chiefs lead, it's a 20-10 Eagles lead that Kansas City was not able to overcome. So, yeah, a bunch of tough beats just on sides yesterday. I didn't even talk about totals. Those are just the sides. And there's there was 13 games yesterday, and 7 of them were brutal if you had the wrong side of them. So there's the NFL for you. Sometimes it's tough.
Yeah, week 1, tons of overs there. We saw early on, 12 tons of unders, 12-4 to the under. This week, morning game started out 8-1 to the over, ended up 10-4 to the over. We'll see how those end up tonight, but kind of a wild shift in the totals over a week and a half. So time span, Teddy, let's just go ahead and get into week 3. Go ahead.
Oh, just real quick, I want to talk about these totals because favorites go 8-6 against the spread yesterday. Totals go 10-4 to the over. We had a bunch of unders week 1. The over trend is worth paying attention to. The new kickoff rules, we're seeing longer returns. That's legitimate. And touchbacks are coming out to the 35. So teams are starting with better average field position this year than they have in previous years. In addition, the world of modern NFL kickers, the 50-yard field goal is a chip shot now. They're kicking 55. They're kicking 60. Well, not the kicker for Indy, but they're kicking 55 and 60-yard field goal. Aubrey's hitting 64. So 1 first down after the kickoff, and you're in field goal range, which means fewer punts, which means more 4th down tries, which are good for overs. Anytime you're near midfield, you're just at a field goal range. They go for it on 4th down from their own 40, from their midfield, from the opposing team's 40. That's good for overs. I would not be surprised to see at least a modest over trend continuing moving forward. I think week 2 was more real in that regard than week 1.
All right, we have an AFC East matchup here on Thursday night. We're going to get into, we mentioned Miami just a few minutes ago and that press conference with Mike McDaniel. Miami at Buffalo Thursday night, Teddy.
Sure. So for each of these games, you're going to get 4 lines. I'm going to give you the look-ahead line. These are the bettable lines from the Westgate Superbook last week. A handful of games where there was market difference between the Westgate and other books, I put a consensus line. But generally, I'm talking about the Westgate look-ahead line. So bettable line for this game last week. I'm going to talk about my power rating number for these 2 teams. It doesn't factor in situation, just Team A, Team B, home field. We're going to talk about the openers last night. And then and again, my openers, I take a consensus line on the opener. usually right around the time Sunday Night Football kicks off, sometimes a little bit later in the first half. But when you have a legitimate market, and then we're going to talk about where the lines have moved since those openers last night. Oftentimes what people say, oh, the line opened at, I disagree with that assessment. I believe very much in my numbers when it comes to openers. So the look ahead line for this game, Buffalo -10, 48.5. And I talked about it last week. I'm like, if Miami loses, the market's going to crash on Miami. What do we have? Well, my powering number, 12.5. The market's open 12.5/13. And that's exactly where we're sitting at this morning, 12.5/13. Total look ahead, 48.5, 49 last night. We're seeing 49.5s out there right now. So all the early money, obviously favoring Buffalo with the markets crashing on Miami, and a little bit of early money on the over as well. I'll give the Dolphins credit for taking punches and punching back the whole game. But, after that 18 stepped on the sideline, there was a delay of game penalty. Tua missed a wide open Tyreek Hill, a bad throw, sacked on third down, sacked on fourth down. The quotes after the game, you talk about that press conference. The defense forced only 4 incomplete passes, by the way. Tagovailoa, quote, that was really frustrating. It was frustrating with the communication with the guys inside the huddle, and then what the personnel is, then the play for those guys. Do we have too many guys in? Why do we have another guy running in? Just the whole operation was not up to standard, was not up to par. I got to do a better job with our guys in a sense. That, my friends, is throwing your coaching staff under the bus. He's saying it's him, but all that stuff is on the coaching staff with players shuttling in and shuttling out. Of course, talking about the delay of game penalty. Mike McDaniel, quote, I think if I worry about my job security, I won't be doing my job. And I think that is inherently against all the things I believe in. I've never felt entitled to this position. It's very important to me to spend all of my waking hours worrying about exactly how to do my job. I won't spend one moment thinking about all the things that whatever people you want me to think about this team and the Buffalo Bills here after I get done with this podium. So McDaniel's going to lose this game, and who knows when he'll be fired. But yesterday's loss, devastating for Miami, especially considering how many times they punched back. As for Buffalo, they held the Jets to 0 of 11 on third downs. Quite the defensive improvement compared to giving up 40 against Baltimore last Sunday. 3.3 yards per play allowed. Total yards, 403 to 154. And that was with Ed Oliver out. Taron Johnson was out. Matt Milano didn't play in the second half. So it is definitely worth checking on that Bills injury situation, especially in this point spread range.
All right, Teddy, let's move right along. We're going to get into those Sunday games. Indianapolis at Tennessee. We've seen this one on the move. Kind of talk to me about this Titans team. We saw them take it. Let's put it this. The defense was very competitive in Denver. Yesterday, not so much. The Rams seemed to be able to move the ball pretty easily up and down the field versus them. Your thoughts on Tennessee going forward? Your thoughts on this game this week?
Look headline, Colts -2 and 42.5. There were some 2.5s out there at other books. The Westgate opened 2, but 2.5 was probably the prevailing number. My powering number comes 5.5 for Indy. The Colts showed me something yesterday. I'll give them credit for that. Last night opened 3 -20/3.5. And what are we seeing this morning? 3 -20/3.5. Total 43.5. That's up from the 42.5 on the look ahead line. Indy 2-0 for the first time since 2009. 2 games, 0 punts. That's the first time in the Super Bowl era a team has done that, the first 2 games of the season. They didn't get stopped twice on fourth down yesterday, but every other drive produced points. The Commanders last year had 0 punts in week 2 and 3, and they turned out to be the surprise team of the league. Worth noting with Indy not punting yet this season. Of course, I consider Denver's defense to be elite. And what we saw yesterday, 165 yards on the ground, 6.6 yards per carry from Jonathan Taylor. Yes, he had 1 long burst, but he moved the football effectively on the ground throughout the afternoon. Danny Dimes, 9.3 yards per pass attempt, only sacked once. Now, Shane Steichen did everything he could to lose the game. All I was watching when Indy was moving the ball, matriculating the ball down the field, just running the football and burning clock and trying to, when they get to not even to the 40-yard line. I was thinking of you, Kelly. Kicking is for losers, and kicking was for losers until the penalty gave them another chance. Steichen, quote, "We were in field goal range there. I felt good about it. Obviously, we got the penalty that helped us out, and we found a way to win." Yeah, the refs gave you a win. Oh, we did that. No, you didn't. You lost, but the refs gave you another chance. As for Tennessee, Cam Ward had 38 dropbacks for 143 net yards. He was sacked 5 times. There's no downfield passing game right now. Lost a fumble, turned a close game into a double-digit defeat. Now, there were some positives. Tony Pollard grounded out yards all day, 20 of 92, long of 10, which tells us, steady gains from Pollard. It's not nearly as one-dimensional as it was in Denver last week. But again, the offense, 3.9 yards per play. The defense gives up 7.4. That's blowout. And penalties continue to be an issue for Tennessee. 10 flags, 62 yards. They had 13 flags for 131 yards in the opener. I like quotes from opposing coaches. Sean McVay, quote, "I thought we had a really great command in the second half. That's really a tough football team." So throwing a little love towards Tennessee. That being said, Titans are now 0-8 in the last 8 going back to last year. They didn't have right tackle J.C. Latham. They didn't have nose tackle Devondre Sweat. Kevin Zietler got hurt, the right guard, in that game. L'Jarius Sneed went in the medical tent. Brian Callahan, who's now 3-16 as the Titans head coach, quote, "Frustrating to start a season 0-2. Certainly, I've still got a lot of belief in our football team that we can win games in this league in this season. But right now, we haven't put We haven't put together a game worth winning against 2 really good football teams to start." Doesn't get a lot easier here. And again, my party number says 5.5. The market's 3/3.5 for this ballgame. So normally I'd say, look, there's got to be, we're going to see Indy money. Let's emergency betting alert this. But we're not doing that here. Why? It's a divisional game with an 0-2 home dog against a fat and happy 2-0 favorite. And those are situations where the wise guys ain't going to stand for 3.5. They like home dogs in this spot. And I would not be surprised if this line closed 3, even though my powering number says it's 5.5. Now, you can find it both ways right now. I'm not sure if it's going to settle 3.5. It may settle right in between and be a 3.25 line all week. But it's not a scenario where I'm expecting runaway Colts money, and you got to get down on Indy right now. Wouldn't argue if you like Indy, grab the 3 now. But it's not a must-bet scenario, and there's not enough 3s out there for me to go, yeah, you can definitely bet this.
All right, Atlanta off that Monday Night Football. Well, I'll call it a snooze fest. I went to bed at halftime because I was tired in Minneapolis. Now they're on the road at Carolina. Talk about teams maybe, Teddy, that are off those back-to-back road games now here in the division. You mentioned Carolina looked awful for about 3 quarters. And then against that tired defense for the Cardinals, they looked all right. They didn't get the game-winning drive, but they looked pretty solid, at least in that fourth quarter.
Sure, when you're down 27-3 and you make a little rally, I suppose that's something you can use as a positive sign, and that's certainly what Carolina did after the game. Look headline here, Atlanta 2.5. There were 3s out there, total 44.5. My powering number for the game, Atlanta -4.5. The markets opened last night before the Falcons lost, before the Falcons won, I should say 3.5, 43.5 this morning. What are we seeing? 3.5 and 43.5. Again, there are some 44s out there. Atlanta, impressive on the ground against Minnesota. Again, you're not expecting to see many teams run, with Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, 39 carries, 218 yards, 5.6 yards per rush attempt. Against Minnesota's defense, that's something. And second straight game, Atlanta's defense has been pretty good, 4.2 yards per play allowed. They went only 1 for 5 in the red zone, and that's a concern, especially because the 1 came when Minnesota let them score, needing the ball back to have any chance. But, new kicker, hit all 5 field goal attempts. They had a good performance. Again, this is a defense that really didn't step up last year. They drafted 4 higher round rookies, and guess what? The first rounders had 2 of them each had at least half a sack. The third rounder had an interception. The fourth rounder had an interception and nearly had another. Positive sign for Atlanta on the defensive side of the football. For Carolina, look, 58 dropbacks from Bryce Young, only 19 rush attempts. That's what happens when you're down 27-3. But then they had touchdown drives, 76, 88, 76 yards, and then had a chance to win it after a rare onside kick recovery and multiple defensive penalties, gifted a first down after a turnover instead. It should have been a turnover. Instead, it was a first down. Thanks, refs. Didn't matter. Game on the line. Bryce Young could not move the football. They had a 26-16 first down edge. They had a yardage edge too. But this is a box score that kind of lies. Again, a team leads 27-3, and the box score numbers get warped because one team's trying to kill clock, the other team's trying to gain yards. Yards per play, Arizona 6.1, Carolina 4.6. In my mind, that's much more indicative of how the game actually played out, with the Panthers outgained by 1.5 yards per play. I like to talk about the quotes from opposing teams, and it's worth noting, Calais Campbell from Arizona. For us to have the lead the way we did, you got to give them a lot of respect for fighting back. They were scrappy. So, yeah, a scrappy team, you like them catching a bunch of points. You don't necessarily like them quite as much, catching 3/3.5.
All right. The Las Vegas Raiders play tonight versus the Chargers, so nothing worth noting yet there. Commanders coming off that Thursday night loss to the Packers. We'll get to the Packers here up next, but let's talk about that Commanders loss. Dan Quinn's team looked really good there week one, looked pretty bad there Thursday night in Green Bay.
Sure, definitely bad. So there is something worth noting, all right, when we talk about these Monday night games, and where I've got nothing for the Raiders. For example, we got no notes yet. We don't know what the Raiders are going to do tonight. If you like the Raiders tonight, if you think they're going to play well on national TV tonight, you can make 2 bets instead of 1. You bet the Raiders tonight, and you bet the Raiders next week. You're likely to be getting the best of the number. If they think the Raiders are going to look crappy tonight and the Chargers are going to kill them, you can make 2 bets. You bet LA tonight, and then you bet Washington now, because that line more likely to go up or down if the Raiders look as bad as you think they're going to look, or as good as you think they're going to look. So there is opportunity on Monday, even with these teams that haven't played yet this week. When you have a strong opinion, you can bet next week's games. And oftentimes you'll get the best of the number in that regard. Look ahead line here, Washington 5.5/6.5/6. So there were numbers kind of all over the place for the Commanders in that range. Total 47.5. My powering number going into Monday Night Football is the Commanders -5.5. And the market's 5.5/6 last night. That's where they're still sitting this morning. Total sitting 47/47.5. That really hasn't moved very much either. And I mean, the Commanders are the oldest team in the NFL by a pretty wide margin. They're not built for short weeks. We certainly learned that on Thursday night. They were not prepared. They were not the better team. Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury didn't really have a clue as to how to attack Green Bay in that game. And the final score in that one really misleading as well. The Commanders got killed, and they were ended up at the end, if they could have moved the ball down the field, they could have covered the point spread, and they had no business covering that number, just like Carolina yesterday. But again, 2.7 yards per carry, long of 8. That's not going to work for the Commanders. When we think about how to handicap Washington, the first handicap is, can the opponent stop the run? And can the opponent stop a mobile QB? And I'm not convinced Vegas is going to be a team that's going to do that. And the defense got gashed all night. Jaden Daniels, they played better than us. Not really much to say. Multiple injuries. We talk about it. Austin Eckler got hurt. Defensive end Dietrich Wise out for the year. Both guys lose out for the year. The tight end John Bates, Noah Brown, both got hurt during the game. Jonathan Jones hurt his hamstring. So a veteran team like Washington, lots of injuries already, and that's certainly a concern for this one.
Not to overreact to a 2-game sample size, Teddy, but has there been a better defense over the past 2 games than the Green Bay Packers? They are taking on the Cleveland Browns. You mentioned just a little bit ago, don't buy into the final score so much. You got to kind of dig into that one a little bit deeper.
So my powering number for the Packers right now has them as the best team in the NFL.
Okay. So maybe I'm not a little crazy, just a little, not too much.
And again, when we're talking about the top teams, there's not much there. It's a half point. I think I have my half point better than Buffalo and Baltimore and and Philadelphia and there's Kansas City. The teams at the top. We're not talking about a huge difference, but I've got Green Bay ranked number 1 right now because what we're seeing is at both sides of the football. Jeff Hafley's defense, they didn't dominate second-tier offenses. They dominated two strong offenses. Lions last week, Commanders this week. Look headline. Sorry, let me give you the numbers first. Green Bay, look headline -7. There were 6.5s and 7.5s out there. 7 was the number at the Westgate, the prevailing number. Total of 43. My powering number with Green Bay is the best team in the league, 10 over Cleveland. The markets opened anywhere between 8, 8.5, 9 last night. Again, 8, 8.5 is kind of a dead number. The books that opened 9, we call that a teaser protection line, as opposed to 8, 8.5. We can still use a 6-point teaser. Many books just move from 7.5 to 9, or some books do that. Total 42.5 last night, and that's still the number this morning. The line this morning still 8.5, 9, 42.5. And again, I'm not convinced we're going to see Packers money, even though my number says it's 10 and it should be double digits here. Spot-wise, yes, Green Bay has extra time to prepare. They're also a little bit fat and happy, 2-0. And this is not a game where they're like, okay, we got to circle the wagons to beat the Browns. If you saw Baltimore's effort against Cleveland yesterday, it wasn't, the Browns aren't going to get every team's best effort every week, especially after Green Bay had 2 huge games to open the season. But it's 2 weeks in a row we've seen Hafley's defense dominate. Jordan Love, he had that statement run on the touchdown drive when he bowled over the defender to get the first down. The game felt over in the first half after that play, and Love's looking like a star. You have a true bell cow back and Josh Jacobs. As soon as you stack the box, Love's throwing long. As soon as you don't stack the box, you can hand it to Jacobs again and again. I do worry a little bit about this type of quote, Jordan Love. It feels good. We couldn't have started the season off on a better note. The thing we just got to keep building on, but it feels great right now. That's a little fat and happy for me. And, of course, they have multiple injuries now on the offensive line. Zach Tom, Aaron Banks both hurt, and Jaden Reed hurt as well. That hurts their wide receiver depth. As for Cleveland, again, don't be fooled by that final score yesterday. Yeah, it was 41 to 17 was the final, of 41 to 10. The Browns defense completely shut down Baltimore. First downs, Cleveland 17, Baltimore 14 first downs. Total yards, Cleveland 323 to 242. Yards per play, Cleveland 4.5, Baltimore 4.6. You're holding Baltimore to 4.6 yards per play. You're shutting down Derrick Henry. You're doing something right. And again, week 1, they held Joe Burrow and the Bengals to 17 points, 141 yards, 7 yards after halftime. They had a blocked punt led to a touchdown. Both turnovers led to short field TDs. Kevin Stefanski, we gave him 21 points via blocked punt, a fumble recovery, interception. It's just hard to win. It's hard to win, period. But it's hard to win when you do that. Well, own it. Myles Garrett. Shit's embarrassing. We got to be better on defense. We got to be better as a team. And I remember Joe Flacco said last week, it feels like an inexperienced roster. And you don't know that I want to go with an inexperienced roster and a young team going against Green Bay. But spot-wise, the clear Cleveland spot, even though my powering number says the value here is with the Packers.
All right, J.J. McCarthy off a home loss last night. Not a great performance. Kind of looked like the first 3 quarters versus the Bears, but for at least the first half that I watched. You just mentioned Joe Burrow. Teddy, have you seen anything about the Joe Burrow injury in regards to when he's going to play? Jake Browning, awful performance, yet somehow still snuck out a win there. My Jags plus 3.5 ticket just got completely set on fire. Kind of 2 teams here where I'm not sure what to make of either one of them. Kind of break down your thoughts on both of these teams and, of course, this matchup.
Sure. So look ahead line here, Minnesota -1.5/ -2, total 47.5. My powering number, no Burrow, Minnesota -3.5. Last night, there were 3.5s and 4.5s up, 43.5 the total. And what are we seeing today? 42.5 the total. Still 3.5s and 4s out there for Minnesota. The refs gifted Cincy the game. Jake Browning is likely to be there. So we have turf toe for Joe Burrow. I saw last night one report said that he could be out a couple of weeks, but he might need surgery. If he needs surgery, he'll be out a couple of months. Either way, the market's not expecting him to play this week. It's going to be Jake Browning again. And I'll give Browning credit for this. Game on the line. He took him down the field and put him in the end zone. Admittedly, there was a 4th down pass interference call that was pretty dicey that got him there. But Browning hit the throw, and then they went 4-3 with him last time. He was the backup. So it's not like
Eddie, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Joe Burrow confirmed to undergo surgery on his left toe, expected to be out for 3 months. That is a tweet from 4 seconds ago. So
Sweet.
I just wanted to jump in there and let everybody know. It looks like the comment section beat me to it anyway.
That's breaking news. Thank you guys for giving us that info. And of course, for someone that has a Bengals season wins under bet, I can't, but part of the thought process like that, a big part of my thought process was that since he's paper thin, they paid all their stars. They don't have backups. And you make money with, I did that with New Orleans last year, for example. Teams that, all right, they might look good for a couple of weeks, but there's going to be issues. And obviously, if Burrow's going to undergo surgery, it'll be Jake Browning for a while. And that's not necessarily a good thing for the Bengals power rating number moving forward. Browning did throw 3 receptions. Chase Brown only had 2.9 yards per carry. But since he scored on 4 of the 8 drives that Browning led, they did get out yarded and out yard per played. But Minnesota, again, you talked about it. He had one good quarter against the Bears, and the Bears just gave up a 50-burger to Detroit yesterday, devaluing that fourth quarter for J.J. McCarthy. And the other 7 quarters this season, the Vikings offense has been pretty awful, and J.J. McCarthy's been pretty awful. Against Atlanta last night, McCarthy completed 11 passes and took 6 sacks. That's a bad ratio. 10 first downs, 198 total yards, 4.2 yards per play. Not good. Only 2 possessions last night for Minnesota having more than 4 plays. So the question is, can Cincy's defense do that? 4 turnovers, 8 penalties, not a clean game. And more concerning for Minnesota, that defense gashed on the ground, 5.6 yards per carry, 218 yards from the running backs. And, by the way, they lost Ryan Kelly, their starting center. They're dealing with a third-string left tackle right now. Offensive line injuries for the Vikings as well, which is certainly not going to help J.J. McCarthy's development. I got to think we see some under money for this ball game. And again, look ahead total here, 47.5. It was 43.5 last night. It's 42.5 at a lot of books right now, but there's still 43.5s out there. Let's do it. Let's get that first emergency betting alert out.
Where's Dan with my there?
Like the under. There are 43.5s out there now. They will not be there much longer. All right. We can expect the total to get bet down in this ballgame. We've already seen a bunch. I would not be surprised if we see more. Backup QBs and struggling offenses lead to unders. 43.5s available as we speak at multiple books. Again, if you like the under, I bet that sooner rather than later.
All right, we just crossed 2,300 live concurrent viewers across the WagerTalk TV network. Shout out to all of you guys. Please hit that subscribe button so you never miss another edition of the Opening Line Report. Teddy covers, we are halfway through the slate, so I'm going to give you a chance to give yourself a little self-promotion. What do you got going on over at WagerTalk.com?
Well, I had a crap day yesterday, and frankly, I'm not happy about how this football season started for me in any way, shape, or form. I'm kind of pissed off on a Monday morning. That tends to be a good thing for bettors, for my clients. Not me sucking, but me being a little bit pissed off. I've had, there's urgency. I'll leave it at that. We're in play tonight. Obviously, Monday Night Football, a single best bet. The baseball's been fine. We won 3-0 over the weekend in MLB action. Got an MLB play as well. But the best value is always don't buy plays. Get on board with the package. We have the 30-day all access. We have a 3-month, buy 3 months, get a 4th free. Really good deals if you want to partner up this football season. And again, I'm a little bit frustrated right now. That could be a good thing. I'm expecting the short list. There were games jumping at me last night, and that's certainly a positive sign moving forward. So check out my page, wt.buzz/TC. I'm always going to be transparent. I'll tell you when I'm rolling. I'll tell you when I'm not. Have not been rolling so far this football season. We'll get there. We're putting the work in. The results will follow. So check it out. Again, wt.buzz/TC and get on board.
Dare I say a possible NFC championship preview? At least that's what last year's game was. We got the LA Rams going into Philly. Let's break down this one for our audience, Teddy. I'm sold on Stafford's not 100%. I don't know. He's been rocking and rolling, mainly because he's got a duo of wide receivers in Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua.
Sure. So look at line here. Philly -4.5, total 45. If we do this show live Sunday night, I'd have said those 4.5s aren't going to last. Opened 4.5 last night. For the last 4.5. My powering number was 3.5 for the Rams. Obviously, you're talking about playoff revenge. And we're seeing today 3.5s as the prevailing number. Even a prominent 3.5 even money worth noting. So we've already seen Rams money. I would not be shocked if the line closed 3, but from the 4.5 that we saw, it's not like there's a huge groundswell of anti-Philly money. And that's certainly going to be so. At 3, I think we see some buyback. So I wouldn't argue if you want the Rams, take them plus 3.5 right now. I don't think you'll get a better number between now and Sunday. And you talked about the receivers for LA. You know, Davante Adams, brilliant. I thought he was washed up, and he has not looked washed. Him and Puka right now are as tough to stop as any wide receiver duo in the league. Stafford, 9 yards per pass attempt, only took 1 sack in yesterday's win. They didn't move the ball effectively on the ground in that contest. That is a concern here against Philly's stout defensive front. But again, the offense, 7.4 yards per play. The defense only gave up 3.9. Sean McVay, I was pleased with the way we finished that game. I thought we had really great command in the second half. They are missing a couple of key players. Steve Avella, the left guard. Colby Parkinson, the tight end. Cornerback, Keller Witherspoon broke a clavicle. Those are concerns. Davante Adams talking about Matthew Stafford. Quote, he threw a pick in the second quarter. Quote, he's not cussing. He's not blaming anyone. You could tell he's dialed in, locked in, not going to let stuff like that rattle him. And that kind of radiates throughout the rest of the team, just that type of poise and confidence. Stafford's quote, the only thing to do is keep playing. I just can't sit there and be pissed off about it all day. Veteran leadership for Stafford. Sean McVay's pretty sharp. These are positive signs moving forward for the Rams. Yes, Stafford looks real good. And early in the season might be the time you want him more than later in the season when he gets more banged up. As for Philly, I mean, again, the game turned on one great interception or one Travis Kelce drop, however you want to look at it. No downfield passing game again. 2 weeks in a row for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts, 15 of 22 for 101 yards. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith combined 80 receiving yards on 14 targets. The offense just 3.7 yards per play. They did have a huge takeaway. They go 2 for 2 in the red zone. That was difference maker in the game. But this is worth noting. All right. Nick Sirianni, quote, our job, especially early in the season, is to find a way to win. Take pride in winning any way you possibly can. Work to get better throughout the week and repeat. I think when you come off a season like we came off last year, the expectation that we're going to pick up right where you left off, there are steps to this. Sirianni is telling us, tap the brakes on the Philly power rating a little bit right now. This team's going to go through some growing pains like any other squad. They're worried about winning, not, winning by 6 touchdowns. And certainly, again, early start game here, a concern for the West Coast team. I didn't check to see if the Rams are staying. That's worth noting to see if LA stayed back east this week. Oftentimes, some of the sharper coaches do that when they go east for a week. I do want to check that information for the Rams. I did not last night, but we already seen Rams money. We could see a little bit more.
Okay. All right. Steelers, Patriots, two teams, both 1-1. I'm not sure really what to make of. You mentioned some of the woes of the Dolphins. Was that just a second week with Mike Vrabel running this Patriots team? Aaron Rodgers, 5 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. Looked all right. We'll leave it at that. Against the Jets, and this week, not so much. But that was a wonky game there against Seattle. Teddy, that kickoff where he didn't understand either the rules or whatever happened and turned into a touchdown. Then Seattle just ended up being able to roll over this Steelers team.
Look headline here, Pittsburgh -1/43. There were 1.5s out there. There were 2s out there. There were 2.5s out there for the Steelers. Ain't no 2.5s out there with Pittsburgh as chalk now. My power innings, Steelers 1. The markets opened 1/1.5 last night. There were a couple of pick'ems out there, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. A couple of pick'ems, a couple of Pittsburgh -1s, a couple of Pittsburgh -1.5. So there is some line variance here. Total 44.5. Again, look, it was 43. Last night was 44. So we have seen over money. And given what Pittsburgh's done offensively or defensively, that's no surprise. This is another one where, again, right now, Let's do it. Let's emergency betting alert this total. If you like the over, play Pittsburgh, New England over right now. There are still 44s out there. I'm expecting to see, again, 44.5 already the prevailing number. I would not be shocked to see it to go higher because we're talking about two teams with very suspect defenses right now. The Steelers have the highest paid defense by a wide margin, by the way, NFL's highest paid defense. They've now allowed 27 or more points 6 times the last 7 games, dating back to last year. They've allowed 30-plus in both games this season to opponents that scored 13 and 10 in the other game where they didn't play Pittsburgh. Give up a 300-yard passer, 100-yard rusher, 100-yard receiver. They gave up Seattle had 18 plays of 10-plus yards yesterday. J.J. Watt, no sacks in the last 6 games. Quote, we need to look in the mirror. We need to turn over every stone possible because we can't continue to let this happen. It's not fun football right now. We talked about the Caleb Johnson brain fart on the kickoff. Mike Tomlin saying that team has practiced that specific kickoff scenario, quote, every day of our lives. DJ Metcalf in revenge against his former team, 3 catches, 20 yards. Aaron Rodgers, telling everyone to relax again. It's week 2. I mean, it's good for us. Last week, there probably was some people feeling pretty good because everyone outside the building was talking about how great we were on offense. That's a league. You can't ride the highs or lows. Rodgers was not good. The passing game was not good. Drake May only threw 4 incompletes for New England in yesterday's game. Last week, Vrabel talked about better balance. This week, 29 rushes, 26 dropbacks. They had a hell of an answer after Miami's punt return touchdown with a kick return touchdown of their own. But there are kicker issues now for New England. Borregales was the first kicker taken in the draft last year, and he missed 2 PATs, and he missed a 40-yard field goal in the opener. So kicker concerns could be a factor for Patriots and Steelers in this near pick'em price ball game.
Hand up, did not know that Tyrod Taylor was still in the NFL until Justin Fields left with a concussion the other game. Bucks play tonight in Houston. Teddy, talk about Jets at the Buccaneers.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Fields, 3 for 11 for 27 yards. He was sacked twice for minus 19. So that's a net of 8 passing yards. And he left in the fourth quarter with a concussion. The Jets finished with 3.3 yards per play and allowed 224 rushing yards at 5.2 yards per carry. That's the second week in a row this D has been absolutely gashed, 30-plus points. Aaron Glenn, when it comes to this game, very disappointed, very disappointed, all 3 phases, to be honest with you. Look headline here, Tampa minus 5.5, 44.5. My powering number has the Bucks 8 in this ball game. The market's sitting at 7 and 44 right now. Sorry, 44/44.5 right now. And again, if you like Tampa tonight, you can lay 7 right here. The number could be higher. If you like Houston tonight, you can take 7 here. The number likely to be a notch or 2 lower. You can make 2 bets on Mondays based on your Monday Night Football opinion.
Speaking of Monday Night Football, Houston, like you mentioned, plays tonight, and they are facing the Jaguars. A game that, as you mentioned, did not end up going my way, even though Joe Burrow left there with an injury. Kind of talk about maybe turning away from some of those wonky losses, if you will. Is this a situation where if we like Jacksonville, we should be backing them now or waiting until after Monday Night Football?
So look headline here, Jags. There was 1s, there was 1.5s, there was 2s out there against Houston. Total 43 on the look headline. My powering number has the Texans -1. The market still has the Jags -1, 43.5. Again, depending on how Houston plays tonight. It's one of the situations where Houston hasn't given us their piece of the equation yet. All right. So, and talk about which way the line is going to move. The line will move based on Houston's performance. If they look bad, the Jags will be chalk, and they'll be bigger chalk than they are right now. If Houston looks good, it's much more likely to be in the pick'em range than it is right now, or even Texans -1. We talked about how the Jags, the refs gifted Cincy on the 4th down pass interference call on Travis Hunter. That literally was the difference in the ball game. That said, the Jags' last drive before the Bengals touchdown, just like in the Broncos game, the Broncos gave Indy a chance to win it with poor execution on offense. The Jags are first and goal, or whether they're on the 4th, they're 4th down from the 4th and 5 from the 7-yard line. Sorry, they're not, but they're in the red zone. They're up 3. Trevor Lawrence stopped the clock with a bad pass on 3rd down and then hit Brian Thomas right in the chest on 4th down, and Thomas dropped the football, which would have won the game for Jacksonville. So it's certainly, yes, the refs gifted him, but Jags left the door open for him. Only went 3 for 6 in the red zone. The red zone. They outgained Cincy yards per play and full game. I feel like it's the same quote from Trevor Lawrence for the last 5 years. I think overall we showed we can make plays. Just a consistency piece is lacking at times. Not shooting ourselves in the foot. That's still showing up. It's something we have to correct. Liam Cohen said after the game, and I missed this quote to give it to you properly. But he said, I missed getting it in my notes somehow. But Liam Cohen said, if Trevor Lawrence plays that way, we're good enough to win as long as he doesn't throw interceptions. But Lawrence did have another 2 bad picks yesterday. That's been pretty steady problem throughout his career.
All right, Broncos headed to LA. They're off that Indianapolis loss that had been a pretty painful plane ride home for them. And as we've mentioned several times, the Chargers play the Raiders tonight.
Yeah, look ahead line here. They're basically 2.5/3 for the Chargers, total 43.5. My powering number going into Monday Night Football is Chargers 2. And we're seeing right now bettable 2.5/45.5/46. It is legitimate. It's a split line, a total. And I'm not sensing any movement just yet. The best defense in the league just get gashed for 165 yards on 6.6 yards per carry just by Jonathan Taylor. Allowed Danny Dimes to gain 9.3 yards per pass in, but only 1 sack. Last 3 possession, punt in Colts territory, bad Bo Nix interception in field goal range, and a missed 42-yard field goal from Will Lutz. Will Lutz will not get a Christmas card from me this year, but they had the chin. And again, it's not many times does Kevin Harlan say the game is over, the Broncos win, and the scores flash final, and then here's the penalty. Dodrick Tillman gets flagged, and it's a 45-yard field goal instead of 60, and then it's money. Sean Payton, we did a lot of things late in that game to keep ourselves from winning. It'll be painful to watch that film. There'll be a bitter taste for a little while. We put ourselves in position to control the game late. Then it slipped out of our hands. It's in theory a bounce back spot for Denver. We'll see if it's a bounce back spot for the Chargers as well, based on their Monday night performance.
Teddy, real quick, just because I like to add some extra little betting thoughts in here. Denver looks real nice to put in a teaser for this week. I know there's some disagreements on when we should and when we shouldn't. Total sitting there at 46. Your opinion on maybe using them in a teaser spot?
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, at 2.5, you're always looking to tease the dogs up because you get all the key numbers, 3, 4, 6, and 7. So 2.5 up to 8.5 does make sense for the Broncos. And in theory, the Broncos aren't the type of team that's going to, their defense is supposed to be better than what we just saw. They're not the type of team that's supposed to lose a lot of games by margin.
All right, let's talk about losing games. Spencer Rattler, 0-8 as a starter for the Saints. How can you not want to use Seattle here in your survivor plays? Like just straight Seattle across the board, just fade the Saints into oblivion, Teddy.
Yeah, look at line here. Anywhere from there were 6s, there were 6.5s, there were 7s, there were 7.5s out there. Total 41.5 for Seattle and New Orleans. So the market's in agreement on the total and not in agreement on the side. My powering number, Seattle minus 8.5. The markets last night, 7/7.5/8, total of 42. And we've seen the 42s mostly get taken out, 41.5, the prevailing number. And the markets have settled. Again, when it's 7/7.5/8, I expect the markets to land on 7.5, and that's exactly where they have. Spencer Rattler was okay yesterday. No interception, 3 touchdowns. Chris Olave had a good game. Alvin Kamara had 99 rushing yards versus a solid Niners defense. The Stars showed up. They went 3 for 3 in the red zone. Those are positive signs. In both games, they've had a chance, with the ball, with a chance to take the lead in the final minutes, and Spencer Rattler hasn't been able to get it done. But there's still the penalties, the turnovers, the drop passes, the blown defensive coverage, the missed field goal in each game. Kellen Moore, quote, "We have a great group of guys that play their tail off. We have to play cleaner football, do what winning teams do in each and every moment." They're trying to build a culture there in New Orleans. It's not a winning culture just yet. And it kind of is for Seattle. Well, again, you talked about the play where the Steelers just allowed Seattle to recover their own kickoff in the end zone for a touchdown. But it wasn't just that. I mean, Seattle outscored the Steelers 24-3 over the final 2 quarters. Their defense dominated. Kenneth Walker at 100 yards on the ground. Sam Darnold was dishing dimes, 8.9 yards per pass attempt. 2 missed Myers field goals, 2 Darnold picks, and they still won by 2 touchdowns. That's a positive sign for Seattle moving forward.
The Dallas Cowboys, I was shocked to see open as a small underdog at the Chicago Bears. This is kind of a weird one for me. How do the Bears respond after just getting throttled there by Detroit?
So look ahead line here, Bears -1.5/46, and then there were pick'ems out there. My powering number had Dallas -1. The markets opened Chicago -1/pick and 49 last night, and that's holding. Chicago -1, even -1.5 at some books. Total 48.5, 49.5, even a 50 out there at Circa here in Las Vegas. I mean, the Lions, Dan Campbell was trying to make a little bit of a statement yesterday, and he did. That being said, the Bears defense allowed 8.8 yards per play and a 50 burger. They give up 6 touchdowns and 7 red zone tries, 5.9 yards per rush allowed, 11.9 yards per pass attempt allowed. It's as ugly as it gets. And Ben Johnson said it's not going to be seamless. We're not going to be a finished product in September, was his quote. Ben Johnson after the loss, it's not demoralizing at all. We have to play better. The defense allowed 15 plays of 10 or more yards, 7 plays of 20 or more yards, 5 plays of 30 or more yards. Just gashed all game. And I'll say this. It feels like there are people out there with an axe to grind against Caleb Williams. I read a lot when it comes to the NFL, and there have been more anonymous sources articles about Caleb Williams than I'm used to seeing about most QBs. Lots. I'm sensing that people around the league, people around the organization, former people around the organization don't necessarily like this guy all that much. And, obviously based on what we've seen the first 2 weeks, the Bears still very much a work in progress. As for Dallas, 32 first downs, impressive offensive showing. Then they punted twice in overtime, and the Giants are supposed to win that game. The defense gave up 450 yards through the air. Just like last week against Philly, they couldn't get stopped, burned badly by the pass. Yards per play against the Giants, allowed 7.8, gained only 5.8. They had 12 penalties for 106 yards. And, of course, they're coming off Brian Schottenheimer's first win. Still just 3-7 straight up their last 10 home games. Schottenheimer, quote, Deck, talking about Schottenheimer, I won't forget it. I'm sure every guy in the locker room won't forget this one. Those some wins are sometimes hard to bounce back from. And there's got to be at least some level of desperation in Chicago right now. That said, again, my powering number is Dallas -1. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Bears not only holding at this number, but taking money.
All right, Teddy, question in this game. Did Mac Jones look good, or was he just playing the Saints? San Francisco's at home to the Arizona Cardinals this week.
Look ahead line here, anywhere from 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3. Lots of variance on the look ahead line. Total 44.5. All that with San Francisco favored, by the way. My powering number, the Niners -2.5. That's with Jones in the lineup. The markets open Arizona as the favorite last night. That didn't hold. San Francisco now -1/-1.5 out there this morning. They've already taken money. Total 43.5/44. We've seen a little bit of over money as well. Mac Jones looked fine in Shanahan's offense. He completed passes to 8 different receivers. That's a positive thing. No picks, 3 touchdowns. That's a positive thing. 7.2 yards per pass attempt. That's fine. His quote, I've worked a lot on my mindset this offseason. The line did a great job blocked for me. And when they do that, I know I can sit there and let it fly. It's just one game. It's good to feel a little bit of confidence again. Just have to carry that to next week. Lots of injuries still for San Francisco. Shanahan referenced them after the game. That's awesome however you do it. We did overcome a number of injuries. We're proud of the effort. 5.1 yards per play on offense, 4.6 allowed on D. So some of that is certainly playing New Orleans. And Arizona hasn't figured out how to play with a lead this year. 2 games they've had a lead, and 2 games they've just sort of sat on it a little bit. They couldn't get off the field on 4th and 16 to blow the cover. They couldn't handle the onside kick. Then the defense showed up on the final drive, which is certainly a positive sign. Kyler Murray, I don't know how many penalties that was in a row. Yeah, it was kind of a shit show, to be honest, but I'm glad we got the win. We could be 0-2, but we're 2-0 with this issue, not playing well with the lead. I don't want to make it a thing, but at the same time, we got to finish games. That's the bottom line, because it didn't bite us in the ass today. It didn't bite us in the ass last week. But you keep playing around, you get bit. So we got to be better. FAFO. A couple of injuries on the defense side of the football for Arizona as well, worth paying attention to on the defensive line and at the cornerback. 3 cornerbacks, in fact, for Arizona got hurt yesterday.
All right, Sunday Night Football. Of course, Kansas City is going to be the favorite. They're headed into New York. But talk about the look-ahead line here and what that loss to the Eagles means for Kansas City on Sunday night.
Sure. Look at line here. There were 6.5 was the prevailing number, 5.5/6 as we got into yesterday's game. So there was a little bit of Giants money during the week. Total 42.5 as the look ahead. My party number is Kansas City 6.5. The market's open 5.5/6 and 43. And all we've seen is over money. 5.5/6 still, but the total now 44.5, even 45s popping up. Kansas City's defense has now forced 1 turnover in the last 6 games. Travis Kelce first hurt Xavier Worthy the first week, running a bad route. And then in week 2, Mahomes hit him in the hands for a touchdown, and instead Philly won the game. This is Mahomes' first 3-game losing streak since being at Texas Tech in 2016. It's the Chiefs' first 0-2 start since 2014 when Alex Smith led the team to a 9-7 record full season. Mahomes, the leading rusher for Kansas City in week 1. Mahomes, the leading rusher for Kansas City in week 2. That's not what the Chiefs need. And, of course, rookie left tackle is struggling. The new left guard is struggling. There are issues for an offense. And again, they outgained Philly 5.2 yards per play to 3.7 yesterday. Still found a way to lose. You talked about Russell Wilson at the top of the show. He was great all day. 450 yards, 11 yards per pass attempt. 2 beautiful throws to Wan'Dale Robinson and then Malik Neighbors to win the game, but then the defense couldn't get stops either time. And then Wilson's pass in overtime was indefensible. On second down, that's an indefensible pass. And then Wilson gave us a quote on after the game that I couldn't stop laughing at. And I needed a laugh last night, and this one just made me laugh. Russell Wilson, quote, "I love watching boxing. We're in a 17-round fight." Clearly, you don't love watching boxing. There is no 17-round fight. And we battled the first round and second round and got more to do. So I was really proud to be able to answer the way that we did. I've been part of a lot of crazy games. I don't know if I've been a part of one that crazy and that much grit. That said, 14 penalties for 160 yards. Clearly a problem for the G-men. And now they get a national TV appearance to get embarrassed in front of the nation.
All right, Teddy, about 90 seconds because we're up against it with Wager Talk today. Monday Night Football, we got the Lions after a nice bounce back. And you mentioned maybe that Baltimore Ravens, Cleveland Browns score was just a touch fraudulent.
Yeah, so we did 2 emergency betting alerts on the side. Let's emergency betting alert. 2 betting alerts on the total. Let's emergency betting alert on the side. I'm short on time, so I got to go quick. If you like the Lions, bet the +6 right now. All right, they will take money. I would expect they're going to take money. Look at line 5.5/6, total 50.5. My powering number, Ravens 3.5. The market's open 6. There are 5.5s popping at some books. Detroit's going to be a choice this week. Again, 8.8 yards per play. And Baltimore coming off what was the most misleading final score of the day, that 41-17 win over Cleveland, where Derrick Henry only getting 23 yards on the ground. They blew a 15-point fourth quarter lead in week 1. I would expect this line to close closer to 3 than the current 6 that we're seeing right now.
All right, you guys want to partner up with Teddy Covers, WT.buzz/TC. Teddy, good luck this week. Check out some of those teaser plays, guys, because that's where I'm going to be looking. As always, thank you for hanging out with us here on the Opening Line Report on the Wager Talk YouTube channel. Give us that thumbs up. Don't forget to hit subscribe. Andy Lang is up next. Teddy, take it away.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
Welcome into KIV and Crack. Boy, oh boy, did you have a nice, easy W there in Grandissimo over at Circle with Baltimore. I zigged and zagged a little bit. We took Detroit in Circa, and we took Dallas in the 5K over there at the Westgate Superbook, and that one got a little sweaty. Kind of break down your weekend for me. I know you went 8-3 in college football. Talk to me about NFL, and then, of course, we'll get into Monday Night Football before it's all said and done.
Hi, Kel. Great. We really want to thank the people for watching, too. Nice comments, some really good people here. Lots of followers and DMing me on Twitter, and they loved the show. So I have to admit, I had pushback. I was fighting against doing another show, but how can you not do a show with Kelly? One of the from the beginning, her and I go back to the Stone Ages. Sorry, Kel, I'm just saying. So I did. So I have to tell you though, I had Baltimore across the board on my 20 pick. I have 20 picks in Survivor on my own, the $1,000 ones, and then I have the Grandissimo, which I have a third of. I had some pushback on that one though. I had some. I have two partners now. I'm supposed to get the final say, and let's face it. I have the football, so I it's in my name, and but I had a partner that wanted to use Arizona. I was rooting. I was hoping for a comeback when Carolina had the ball at the end. Because I want to knock out a lot of the other people, and also probably didn't look down again. I know you had the $5,000 one on Dallas. Didn't look down again to realize you had Dallas. I was rooting against them. But
well, of course you were. And I'm not going to lie. Yeah. In my head, I texted you. I said, all right, who'd you use? And you said Baltimore. I was like, damn it. I wanted to root against the Browns so bad because they were the easy pick of the week. They were that layup, get you to week 3.
Yeah. Big favorites. But listen, Baltimore knocked me out of a couple of Survivor picks last year in week 2 or 3. Whatever
the Raiders.
The Raiders, they were like 10.5, 11-point favorites. They knocked me out of a Survivor pick. So anything can and will happen in the NFL. You're paying a tax on these teams that you think are so great. Like I'm hearing people say, man, I knew Green Bay was going to be there. And now you can bet them, like MGM and Caesars and DraftKings FanDuel. You can bet, which I love. Every week a new line comes up for each team's. Will they make the playoffs? Their season wins. You can bet that stuff. Well, everyone knows about Green Bay. So if you bet into that market, you're going to bet a tax. You're going to be paying a tax. And to be real blunt, you're probably better off mathematically betting the other way. I know it's not fun betting under or no playoffs. By the way, I think Green Bay is going to make the playoffs, but I'm not laying 5-1 or 7-1, whatever it may be. But going back to these contests, it's very tricky though. Like I said, I have two partners in the Grandissimo. One guy doesn't care. He was going to get his own entry. He's like, he's got a private jet. He's a friend of mine. He's very wealthy. He's like, whatever you pick, Crack, is good. The other guy, he's a gambler. He's from Myrtle Beach, and a lot of gamblers in Myrtle Beach, and he's a big money guy too. And he fought me on Baltimore. Said we should save them and let's go to Arizona and listen. I'd rather have $100,000 on Baltimore than I would on Kyler Murray in Arizona. That's the way I looked at it. It will be different down the road, but I'm taking Lamar Jackson over Kyler Murray. So down the road, you have to make some.
I want to talk about that
because
you did say you used Baltimore across the board. I mentioned I diversified, so I have some on Splash. I have some in Vegas. The 5K one. I almost wish I would have listened to my partner Chris and used Detroit there because that was a nice, easy win. But my rationale was the same. This is the best spot to use Dallas. I don't want to have to worry about them on Thanksgiving. I'm not going to use them against Kansas City. I kind of, and in the 5K, we don't have to. But I did look at the bigger picture as far as value, right? You've purchased teams before from people in the past or purchased part of an entry that we knew at that point in time once an entire, large chunk of the Circa Survivor pool was taken out. That's where I was looking at. Can I sell this one entry down the way? Or because I have some entries with other friends, can we start to partner up later on down the road where that entry now becomes more valuable? Yeah. The Grandissimo is a little different, but I was surprised to see you go all 20 in on Circa Survivor with Baltimore as well.
Well, then I'm partners on 10 more. We're down to 9, actually. One of my partners had the Patriots last week. I'm partners on 9. And they all got through this week too. But I'm partners on them. And on there, we kind of diversified. Had Dallas on an entry. Had the Cardinals on 2 entries. But we did have the other 7 were on Baltimore. So kind of went all in. The all-in strategy for me is great at the beginning of the season. As it gets a little bit further, I want to maybe move them around a little bit. But as far as I watch a great show, and I forget the name of the show because I'm not really giving a plug to them, but there's a great show on Survivor. There's a couple different ones, but these 2 guys, one's very sharp. He had a part of a winning team. He said last year, everyone that won that contest, nobody had a team under 3.5 point favorite. It was all 3.5, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, that is great to pick and bob and weave. But in the Grandissimo, with only 69 of us, that's even more important to have the big favorites in that type of contest And now, like I said earlier, anything can happen and will happen on Sunday. But I just think going with the bigger teams. Now it's funny, Kel. I heard you say you were talking about that you're looking at 4 teams. I never even looked yet for next week. So who are you looking at?
Oh my gosh, how can you not have looked yet for next week? Let me open up the Survivor spreadsheet. So I have a different spreadsheet because I'm a nerd like that for every single one of my teams.
No, we have that. We actually have that for our 20 picks, but I have a partner.
You're just not the one in charge of it. I get it. I'm the one of the partners that's in charge of it. Our buddy Joff is in the 5K with me and CT. I made the spreadsheet, and then I have a whole bunch of concurrent ones that are very similar. So this week, Seattle now up to 7.5. Tampa Bay probably going to get to 7. They played the Jets. The Washington Football Commanders 6.5. Philadelphia probably going to be around 6. And then your 2 road options, Green Bay and Kansas City, which we all know I'm probably not going to take.
Okay, so I can tell you right now, I'm going to be looking at Seattle there. There are not many opportunities to take a 7.5 point favorite, which Seattle won't be for the rest of the year. Philadelphia, we actually just bet against them this morning. I bet some Rams, but now see, that's not fair to give to customers, though. I said it earlier on the WagerTalk show. It's not fair to give a customer something that I can only get, like BetMGM had plus 4.5 on that. I think maybe Circa had 2 different places had it. I can't give that to customers as a bet because it's not fair, because the East Coast sportsbook, the DraftKings, the FanDuel, the bigger sportsbooks don't have that line. So I can't give it out. Now it's 3.5. I can't give that out. So I think the Eagles are going to be a little bit less there. There'll be an opportunity with the Eagles for sure. I was rooting against them week 1 when Dallas almost beat them. So going into that, though, Seattle's probably not going to have a lot of chances. I took on a 25% partner. He begged me for those 20 entries, but he's very, very smart. So I said to him, every week you send me what you think every single week, because he has the whole thing mapped out every single week. By the way, all these guys that map these out every single week never get to the finish line. Never. Sorry. He's going to watch this. Sorry. My buddy Randy.
Listen, that's how I like to do it. I like to reverse engineer it. I like to start all the way back at week 18. Like you said, I want to find the spots where it's best to use these teams. I didn't think last week was the best spot to use Detroit, but Detroit looked so bad week 1. We had a feeling they would bounce back. We kind of always knew, at least you and I did, about Chicago. We both have under 8.5 wins. So kind of looking at that, I understood CT's logic, and I did not want to go all in on Dallas, especially on Sunday morning. I'm sitting there going, oh my God. What I love about using Splash or some of these online portals is you can change it right up till kick. It's not like Vegas. Vegas, you play that, you play that game, you got to go right up until the wire there. If you're either submitting or using a proxy, you're locked in on Saturday. Crazier things have happened. I have put in a play and then had a starting quarterback out. That would have been the Steelers a few years ago against the Detroit Lions. Game ended up in a tie. There was nothing we could do about it. So some of these I did backtrack. I kind of panicked when I saw that 4.5 and said, okay, I'm going to backtrack. I'm going to take off some of these Dallas. I put in a couple Arizona, a couple Lions. Didn't ultimately end up mattering, but there is a different strategy to some of these, especially when you start to see those big numbers come out. We know historically on the Circa leaderboard, whether it's the pick 5 or the Survivor, the most popular picks often go down in flames.
Yeah, like I said, I hate to throw him under the bus. He's a smart guy, makes a healthy 6 figures a year betting every year. And he showed me this whole map of every single week, how he has circled teams. And in the end, I'm still responsible for picking, but I definitely take his advice into consideration. But I know for a fact, I know some of these sharp guys that have played these contests, and I'm telling you, there's so much of a luck factor involved in these type of contests. In any contest there is, but it is nice to have that. That show that guy said that none of the teams. I like to hear that. It was 4 points or more, I believe he said, every single week that they chose a team that's how they got to the finish line. I like to hear, and almost like you said, reverse engineer other people what they did. Compared to, Joe Public out there. So that's great.
Absolutely. Speaking of Joe Public, they cleaned up on Saturday, but so did you. 8-3. I had just 3 bets. Went 2-1 against the spread. Vandy outright winner. DJ Lagway threw 5 interceptions for me there in Baton Rouge. So Florida even with all the value in the world, was not valuable enough. Talk to me about your 8-3 weekend in college football, and then also how NFL went for you.
Let me ask you a question, Kel, because you had a winning week. You said in college you were 2-1.
2-1, and then I hit plus 165 Vandy money line, just enough. I had to really scale it back, Crack, because I was giving out 7-8 plays, and I was just, I think I just needed to get back to my roots and to reel it in and show some discipline this last weekend.
You know, there's a reason why I say it. It bothers me that people go now. People go after me. It's different. I block and move, but that doesn't happen too much. But if they do, then they can never see my content again. That's all. But it bothers me that they go after you. There's not a lot of females in the space that actually have the I almost said something
the
else.
Balls? You can call it balls.
I can say that. I don't really curse too much. I don't use bad language and curse. But I forgot I'm on with Kelly in Vegas. She got a potty mouth. So they don't really have the balls to put stuff out there. I watch some of them on TV and sometimes it just makes me really aggravates me. One person was aggravating me. I said something to him recently. It's tough alone being a female in the space, being a man in the space, but being a female, you guys are up against it. And by the way, some of them are total frauds. I can't stand them. I trained a girl, a waitress. I trained her the terminology of sports betting. I showed her exactly what to do. I asked her to come on a podcast like a year later or 2 years later, and she was too busy for me. She didn't know what 11 to 10 meant at the time, but no big deal. It just happens. You learn lessons, you go on. But anyway, college, listen, that's kind of my forte. So I make a lot of college bets throughout the week. And I tell my assistant there, Anthony, which ones to send as far as the better ones. I want to send to the public, and lots of times, Kel, I don't even bet them because I know they're going to move in my favor. So if I give out under 53, if I bet it you can't bet anything at Circa or Westgate because they're smart. They're guys at Westgate. They overmove what I bet. So that's where I bet the Rams. That's where I bet the Rams today. I bet the Rams plus 4.5. Bang! They didn't even go to 4. They went to 3.5. So they knew, like they overmove. They know what's up. So I can't bet something and give it out a lot of times. I don't front run customers. I'm giving out an obtainable line. So those college totals move a lot. So I like to give you guys the right lines and something that's obtainable. And listen, like I said, college is probably my forte. NFL props probably second. You know what? I shouldn't say that. NFL props the last decade has been unbelievable. I probably should up their percentage. But like I even asked Anthony, I said, what is our percentages we're using here? 2 to 3% on NCAA, NFL sides 1%. So we now I am betting NFL sides this year, and I am giving them out and sharing them with people. This is for the first year, really. We don't really do too many NFL sides, but NFL props is one of our things there. Yeah, it's been it's real simple. The college football, college basketball has been bread and butter for 25 years. We're going to get to the lines earlier. We're going to get there. They're going to move as you see. So be prepared. People at WagerTalk, you have those notifications where your emails, it says you have an email. I don't put nothing like that on, or I'll be swamped all day. You should definitely have notifications of my picks and just WagerTalk in general on your notifications on your emails. Because I had a friend of mine that texted me, I say friend, Twitter friend. He's like, I can't get to the plays. And I said, do you have your email notifications on? He goes, no, I check my email every day. Well, that's no good. You got to get.
Yeah, you need the ding. You need the ding to go off right now. All access football pass for Crack, NFL and college football next 30 days, just $1.99 over at WagerTalk.com. That is everything that he releases, including his 5% best bets. Right here, guys, WagerTalk.com, WT.buzz/Crackman. And if you're looking to partner with Crack through the Super Bowl, right now you buy 3 months, you're going to get one free. That's college football, NFL, the rest of his MLB, any NHL, NBA, and that college basketball he's going to release. Right now, buy 3 months, get one free, WT.buzz/Crackman. Crack, let's get into Monday Night Football.
I have a question first.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I shouldn't do this live on the show. Sorry. You can cut it if you want. So let me ask you something. So someone can join for $199 per month, $600 and get 4 months?
So you can join for 3 months. So it's $849, and then you get that 4th month for free.
Okay, because 199s, there was no 199 months. This is something that's exclusive to Wager Talk. I want to let you guys know the value of this. So basically, $849, you're paying like less. It's really ridiculous. $215 a month, $210 a month for 4 months. That's the package to go with. I may sign up for my own package. Okay. It's just value. It's TEV. It's EV.
It is plus EV, because the best way to do it is to partner with you long term, because you are a long term winning bettor. You've been mentioning the past 25 years that you've been doing this. That's why we're so happy to have you here with us at WagerTalk.com. Crack.
Kel, I got a free prop.
Okay.
Am I supposed to even give that out? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
of course. Listen, we've got kickoff is in about 6 hours.
Oh, okay. So this will get out there today, the show?
Yeah, we'll have JH clip it. We'll put you all over TikTok, all over Instagram, make you famous.
Okay. Baker Mayfield under 20.5 completions. You shop around for this. I'm looking at BetMGM. I said it on the earlier show. They have 20.5 under 30. Shop around for this. You'll be able to find a better line. I only checked at one spot right now. Again, I didn't bet this yet. I'm going to let you guys bet it and see what happens here. He took a lot more deep shots last week. I noticed that's going to be maybe the plan tonight too. The Texans have a really good defense, good pass defense. So there's a free prop for tonight's game. Tonight's game's amazing, Kel. Everybody I know, like 4 different groups. Yes, there's 4 different groups gave out the Raiders plus 3.5, including me. I could still find that, like all over Vegas. I still see Raiders plus 3.5. Something's funny about this game, but I'm still going with my side. I bet a lot of money on it. Raiders plus 3.5 at home. I might be the only person Kel, that turned down 2 sweet tickets for tonight. I really don't go to games. It's just not my thing. But I got to be honest. The suite is really nice, plush, all the food and drinks included. Plus, you get the food out in the hallway, which is upscale. And then they have downstairs. You have access to this with your suite pass. You get like lobsters and shrimp and ridiculous buffet. That's like high level. It really is. I usually go to 1 game a year. I should have went to this game. Just that I was told like yesterday, last minute. And to be honest with you, you're going to laugh. I probably had nobody to go with. People think that I have a ton of friends. Oh, Crack, you're always with a bunch of people and no, I have no real hardcore friends. I mean, well,
if I was in Vegas right now, Crack, I would definitely not turn down a suite at Allegiant Stadium. I have only been there for a soccer game. USA Mexico, went with the Superbook group. I had the best time. I bet the tie. And betting a tie in soccer was really exhilarating. It ended up being 0-0 and went to overtime. USA won. But you're right. The suite experience there is incredible.
Oh, incredible.
You text me. I'll find somebody to go with you. I guarantee it.
I know. Listen, of course I could find. I hang around. I have a whole island of misfit toys I hang around with. Don't worry. I don't mean to throw them under the bus either. But once in a while they bluff and go for a tip. I can't even believe it. Wow, it's pretty good. Good bluff. But I of course I'm just fooling around. Of course I always want to pay anyway. But yeah, so that and the other game, the money line still available. I see. I laid like 135 on the money line on the Texans. It's 142 at Circa. I'm looking. It's still, but it's NFL. These are NFL sides, people. Very hard to beat, especially betting the day of the game. On my Fox show on the weekends, I have a challenge. Anyone to bet 5 games against the spread 5 minutes before post. That's how hard, and no one's ever won. That's how hard it is. That's how efficient that line is. Day of the game at post time, when every single sports book in America has a line of people that get shut out. It shocks me. You have all week to make your bets. You're at the sports book all day Sunday. Get up to the line. 20 people go, they throw their papers in the air. I can't believe I missed because they do not know what they want. They're online still determining what they want. I call them chow mainers. I said this already. They're the people in the Chinese restaurant that go, the waiter comes around. You have the whole time. And just, give me the chow mein. They're chow mainers. They don't know what they want. Just give me chow mein. So just give me the favorite.
Objectively hilarious, Crack. I'm going to ask you, just because there weren't a lot of teaser options this week, but I did tease the Bucs tonight with the Colts from yesterday. Is that something you do? I have a guy that still gives me -110 on 2 team 6-point teasers. Obviously, I know those are completely dead. in pretty much the legal markets. But your thoughts, should I be looking at maybe a little Texans money line here as well, going for that large middle?
No, probably not. I'm not saying for you to do that. And just hearing that you have a 110, minus 110. When I first started professional gambling on a professional level 30 years ago, I had minus 110. I had even chops. I had so many places that had 6 point even, 6.5, 110, 7.1, 120. That's all over now. And you're right. DraftKings just went to 135, hitting people over the head with a pan when you walk in the door over there at DraftKings. They just want losersonly.com should be their new name. It's amazing. I'll go after places. I don't even care about, maybe Crack, be careful. They may sponsor a show in the future. Yeah, keep the show. I don't want it. So anyway, they were the best, and I advertised for them. I pushed for them. They were minus 120 on 6 point teasers. I haven't given any teasers out because I'm afraid that 90% of the clients bet with these legal spots. The spots that are offshore, though, they still have 6.110. Absolutely, I'd be firing them. It's just the basic strategy teasers too. Going through the key numbers of 3 and 7 on home teams, especially. But you could do. Did you say you had the road team you teased?
Yeah, so I teased the Bucks with the Colts.
Okay.
I liked the Colts. Then it obviously went to 2.5 as we saw. And I thought, I know that 2.5 is a better number than +1, Crack. But when you kind of look at that, and I knew a lot of sharp guys at WagerTalk were on the Broncos, it was kind of one of those spots where I was like, you know what? I do think this is going to be a closer game. The Colts have played really well so far this year. Denver Broncos ended up getting slashed. The final result didn't matter. I thought the lower total made sense. This is not quite a low total, right? It's right there in the middle. And I'm kind of starting to pull back. I know a lot of people that I think and respect are on the Texans. So that's why I was trying to figure out, am I overthinking it? Should I take a little bit back if I can find like a minus 135, minus 140 on the other side? Or do I just sit back and say, you know what? I put in a good teaser bet. The final result is what it is.
I am not a guy that ever hedges anything unless I bet too much on something, which is rare. The weather or a late injury comes out. So I'm not one to go back on anything, even though you have a nice bet. But if you bet a large amount of money and you want to lock up something and see if you can catch a middle, I have no problem betting 25%. That's the number, by the way. I won't go over 25%. 25% of your bet, and that's what I would do. Kel, I'm going to say it on the show only because I love Johnny. He's going after me a little bit here because the earlier show I got mad. Not mad, I get mad and I speak my mind about things, and sometimes you can't do that in many places in the world. So Andy asked me, "What do you have up today?" So now I was looking. And I'm trying to find myself. I'm like, well, hold on, Andy. I got some other guy. I couldn't. And I had to find myself. I said, I'm at the bottom for some reason. But Marco's on the bottom. So I understand how that thing works. I understand. I was more or less.
Listen, if it's not you, it's me. We stay on the John shit list, whether it's Johnny Detroit, whether it's John Murray.
He's firing texts at me, Johnny. You're in the main brick. All right, like screaming at me.
You're in the main brick. I got you pulled up.
I really like him. I hate to give him a big head. He's my type of guy, though. I really like him. I never really knew who he was. I had some in-depth conversations with him on the phone, like 30, 40 minutes. I'm like, Johnny, I haven't done this since I was in high school trying to grab a broad. Sorry, I'm going to say it like that. But 40 minutes on the phone? Come on. What do we? But however, that's because we have so many different things that we gel with together. I feel like I could say anything to him. So. And I feel the same thing with Rick Alec. I know Rick 30 years. I knew his dad.
We have a great family over at WagerTalk. It's always a little tough love, but always comes from a good place. Just like hanging out with Crack. Sometimes he may tell me I'm wrong, but that's only because he loves me. You guys, every single Monday, you can join Crack and I. We'll give you 20 or 30 minutes of our time. Crack, WT.buzz/Crackman. You guys can get on board with him for $1.99 a month right now. Crack, you were the best. Good luck this week. I'm rooting hard for you to win that Grandissimo.
Thanks. Seattle, I'll tell you right ahead of time. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kelly.
We are live.
Sports betting show on the planet. This is Wager Talk today. I am your host, Andy Lang. It is Wednesday, and we're covering it all. We got college football, we got MLB, a little bit of everything. Midweek is where the sharp bettors get prepped. That's exactly what we're going to do today. Ralph Michaels is going to join us. We're going to talk college football. We're going to break down the Rice and Charlotte game. And then we're going to talk NFL Week 3 trends. We're going to look at these teams that are 2-0 and the teams that are 0-2. What is their likelihood of making the playoffs? How can it help us out this weekend? And then Ross Benjamin is going to join us. We'll talk Phillies and Dodgers. He's going to break down Iowa, Rutgers. And we're going to play This Line Makes No Sense. So let's get after it. Hit the like button. Thank you so much for joining us here. Let's do a quick Steam report. Not too much in NFL. The line for Thursday night is staying pretty. It's 12.5 or 13. Not really big key numbers there. The over/under has stayed the same. We're going to look at college football. Nothing too much on Thursday and Friday, but there is some movement on the Saturday games. By far the biggest one is North Texas at Army. Army opens up -2.5. North Texas is now -2.5, and if you want to bet it, I would get on it ASAP because threes are already popping up at DraftKings and Pinnacle. So North Texas, huge line swing there. So if you're going to bet on North Texas, you're going to want to get on it now. If you're going to want to bet Army, just wait. You're going to get a better number. Some money's coming in on TCU as the favorite. Georgia Tech has moved off the key number. They're at 24. That's down to 23.5. A little bit of money coming in on Temple. I see sevens are popping up in the Central Florida game. Central Florida -7 at home against North Carolina. So if you want to fade North Carolina, I'd jump on that one pretty quick. And let's see, there was one other one of no. Oh, Duke. Duke opened at -2. That's blown through the key number of 3. Everything's at 3.5 right now. So Duke at home to NC State. We got a big total in that one. Opened at 57 on the over/under, and I'm seeing 58.5 across the board on that one. I think that is it for the Saturday games. I didn't see anything on the late game. Some money's coming in on Tulane, and Kansas has moved to 14. They opened at 12.5, and it looks like DraftKings has put it all the way up to 14, so it's Pinnacle. Let's take a look at baseball. Pittsburgh. People are betting on Pittsburgh. That opened -156, down to -136, even -128 at one of the books. And some money's coming in on San Francisco. Here's a game that's interesting. Be careful with this game. I don't know what to make of this. Oakland Athletics at Boston. And we're going to get to them in all around the world. The amount of money and the amount of tickets favors Boston, but the line is moving towards Oakland. That spells a lot of trouble. Anytime this happens, I feel like you always want to be on the side of the books when they're moving this line. When all the money's on one side, yet the line is moving the complete other direction, it stinks. Something stinks about that game. So just tread lightly with that one because that one makes absolutely no sense. Royals are taking a lot of money against Seattle, and late game, no surprise, Milwaukee taking a ton of money against the Angels. But yeah, I'm going to be monitoring this Oakland-Boston game. I hate situations like that where everyone's betting on one side and the book's like, oh, we're going to move the line the other way. So, all right, here we go. Aubrey, why be on the side of the books? I don't know, because the books win 99% of the time. I kind of want to be on that side. So whenever the books have a strong opinion, they're probably going to be right more than they are wrong. So Aubrey, if ever there's a strong opinion one way or the other, you really want to be on the other side of the books. It's terrifying when you bet and the line moves the complete other way. So yeah, it's important to be on the side of the books. We'll just say that. All right, let's bring in Ralph Michaels. SF90 says the books are wrong a lot. Correct. The books are not right every single time, but as winning sports bettors, if you're betting the -110, -120 lines, you're going to be right 55% of the time. That means you're losing 45% of the time. Books are in the same boat. If they can win 58, 60% of the time, that means they're losing 40% of the time, but they're still wildly successful. So, all right, let's bring on Ralph. Let's talk Rice and Charlotte. Ralph, do you have anything else to add to that? Why do you want to be on the side of the books?
Yeah, my number was going to be the books are wrong 45% of the time. But yeah, if they're correct 55% of the time, let's add in the 10% juice they're getting. That 55% now goes to 60.5% with the 10% juice.
Yeah, and Aubrey says 99% of the time. So that comes from Dave Mason, that 99% of the accounts in Bet Online are in the negative. So 99% of accounts, 99% of bettors at Bet Online have lost. They have losing long-term results. So when I say 99% of the time, I mean the books beat the bettors 99% of the time. It's a tough industry. That's why we show up every day, try and help you guys out here. So, Ralph, let's open up real quick with college football, and then we'll get to the NFL trends. I want to pose a trivia question to the chat. Don't Google it. Don't look it up. Let's do this old school. All right. So, Ralph, you're going to be talking about 0-2 and 2-0 teams here in NFL. How many teams have started off 0-3 in the NFL and have made the playoffs? Don't look it up. Just type it in the live chat here, and we'll circle back.
Since 1988.
Since 1988. Okay, since 1988. Open up 0-3. How many teams have made the playoffs? All right, Ralph, let's do college football while the chat is pondering that question. Let's talk Rice and Charlotte here. Interesting breakdown on this game here. Rice, they changed their offense this year, didn't they? Are they running they're running a different offense? I haven't really followed them that much, but they're -2.5, over-unders at 44.5. What's your take on this game?
Well, Andy, you are correct. In fact, they have run the ball 168 times. They have passed the ball only 41 times. They have a new head coach in Scott Abel. Scott Abel has been at Davidson for the last 5 years. He leads that team in all-time winning record, and he is an options-type quarterback. So you're looking at a team that's going to run the ball, slow down the pace, and they've run it to the tune of 4.3 yards per carry, but that's a little bit misleading because you have to throw out the Prairie View A&A game. They ran for 347 yards and 5.8 yards per carry as a huge favorite last week. But new head coach, running scheme, I am impressed with their defense very much. They held Houston to 392. That's not great, but again, it's a decent number because only 14 first downs. They went to Louisiana. They held Lafayette to 239 yards and 16 first downs. Charlotte also has a new head coach for this opening AAC game, or they want to be called American. They don't want to be called AAC anymore. And their new head coach is Kim Albin. And you may say to yourself, Kim Albin won the MAC tournament, won the MAC conference championship last year. He was the MAC coach of the year, and he leaves to go to Charlotte. Why would a coach do that? Well, let me tell you, the MAC doesn't pay shit for head coaches. I think he was making $800,000 last year. I think he's making $1.8 million at Charlotte in the upgrade to the AAC. So why does the coach leave a losing program to try to turn one around? Oh, for about $1 million a year. So Ohio is the same type of schemes that Albin ran at Ohio. They are run heavy. They play conservative defense. They give up some yards, but they try to keep you out of the end zone. The defense has struggled a bit. They allowed 586 yards to App State in their opener. Remember, this was a team in Charlotte that only had 5 wins last year and only brought back 7 returning starters. So it's going to take a while for his systems to get into effect. But don't be fooled. You might say, Charlotte and Rice, this is probably one of the worst national TV games we've ever had on a Thursday. But these kids and these programs are excited. More people are going to watch this game from these two programs that'll probably watch them for the rest of the entire season combined. So they will be excited. The fan base will be excited at Charlotte. And again, that excitement to me means with young quarterbacks, you're going to have a conservative game plan to start. I look at Charlotte's defense. In their 3 games, they have allowed 4.8, 4.5, and 2.1 yards per carry rushing. That is 126 yards per game and 4 yards per carry. So I think their defense can slow that Rice offense. With that said, it's a low total, but I do want to mention this to all the viewers. With a total of 45 or less in college football, if an FBS team is playing an FCS team with a low total, it's gone over 57%. But when you have a low total with an FBS versus FBS game like this, you are 351 and 432 over under. That is 56.2% to the under. The total, 44.5, 45. I am actually going to go first half. Now, we are going to have to give up a point value. Normally, the first half is a few points less than the full game total. First half under 21 to me is the way I'm looking. And not only is this a best bet, Andy, this still has a chance to make my client play. So a lot of times we give out opinions on this show. Take that for what it's worth. But when a play is close to being a client play, that is clearly a stronger best bet for this segment.
All right. Good stuff, Ralph. You want to do that? Let's answer the trivia question. Everyone's put their guesses in there. I know the answer. So, Ralph, what is the answer? Since 1988, how many teams in the NFL started 0-3 and gone on to make the playoffs?
Well, there's been one, and it was Houston Texans a couple years ago. They started 0-3, and they ran off 9 straight wins to get to. They ran off 9 straight wins and finished 11-5. But just to know how important it is for these 0-2 teams, 0-2 teams since 2020 when they expanded the playoffs to add the extra wild card game, only 12% have made the postseason starting 0-2. So these 0-2 teams already have pressure on them, extreme pressure, because again, 0-3, you're basically saying we're done. Now, let's go ahead and show the chart, and the chart's 3 parts. The top part, 0-2 teams. The middle part, 2-0 teams. And the bottom part, those rare instances where an 0-2 team is playing a 2-0 team. So it's going to be surprising, Andy, and we talk about this all the time. The charts may help you make your bet better. They may keep you off a game by analyzing the data, or it may just be a, wow, this is not what I expected. And I think if you say to most people, if you have an 0-2 team and they're at home, you would think they're absolutely motivated to bounce back. But look at those ATS numbers. Teams as a home favorite that are 0-2. It's only happened 17 times. They've covered 44%. Teams as a home dog that are 0-2 have only covered 48%. You can see who it applies to over on the right. But if you're on the road as an 0-2 team, away favorites, 57%, and away underdogs that are 0-2 have actually covered 66% against the spread. If you look to the right, that applies to Houston, Miami, the New York Jets, and the New Orleans Saints. Now let's look below at the 2-0 teams. Home favorites, 45%. Home dogs, 55%. Away favorites, a wash. Away dogs, 44%. So not much that we take out of that, except with 2-0 teams as an away dog, only 7-9 against the spread, and you see the teams it applies to. Only 11 times has an 0-2 team faced a 2-0 team. They've gone 5-6, like Cleveland and Tennessee in that role. And on the road, 10-7, 59%, Miami and the New York Jets. I will post this on Twitter, guys. I ran through the data sort of quick. My takeaway, 0-2 teams, you fade them at home, you play on them on the road, and especially as an away dog. Hopefully that gives you some value looking at those 0-2 and 2-0 teams into NFL week number 3.
All right. Yeah, the Dolphins are just, boy, what a tough game this is. Short week, going on the road at Buffalo. I mean, the Titans are 0-2 playing the 2-0 teams. Colts, I would say they probably they probably have a little bit better shot, but that's a tough spot to be 0-2 going going up against 2-0 teams.
And if you're one of the sharps that look at stats, I mean, the Cleveland Browns have to be your favorite team in the whole world right now. Outgaining both foes and being 0-2 in division action, it's crazy when you look at their statistical profile relative to their record.
Yeah, absolutely. Ralph, great job on the chart. Great job on the college football game. Great job on the trivia. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
Well, we cashed a 5% NFL teaser, and that should not surprise you. 6 straight NFL 5% winners. And listen to this. My NFL teasers rated 4% and 5%, Andy. 8-0 and 15-1 the last 12 months, 94%. I will have an NFL 5% teaser for Sunday again this week. And remember, take advantage of the Weekend Warrior. Sign up today. You don't need to wait to the weekend. It's only $49. You'll get my 5%, which is $35, and get all of my Saturday college football, all of my Sunday college football, and if I have a play Monday night in the NFL, you'll receive it as well. Make sure you sign up today. I'll be loading that 5% either tonight or first thing in the morning. You want to make sure you get the positive line value that we afford you by releasing these plays early. You'll get notified immediately.
Great stuff, Ralph Michaels. Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. I got that promo. Ralph and the pen, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great Wednesday, Ralph. We got Ross Benjamin coming up here in a bit. Let's go all around the world, though. Let's give the people some free plays. We got a couple of MLB plays, and we got a college football play. We're going to go Guardians at the Tigers. Let's take this plus 135 on the Guardians. Guardians won 5 straight, 9-1 in their last 10, and Williams for the Guardians has not allowed over 2 runs the last 3 starts. So we're getting a really, really good price on the Guardians here at plus 135. That one comes off of the free picks page at WagerTalk.com. This one does as well. Going South Carolina at Missouri. Take a look at the first half under 23.5. South Carolina likely to be without their starting quarterback. Backup came in for relief last week, didn't put up any points. Expect South Carolina to try and shorten the game on the road, use as much time on the clock as possible, and not put up many points. So looking for a low-scoring game, South Carolina and Missouri. And we'll do a team total. We hit our team total yesterday pretty easily. It's this game I talked about earlier with the Steve report. So Red Sox, I'm going over 4.5. Barnett is pitching for the Athletics, and he has been awful. 12.2 innings, 18 hits, and 12 earned runs allowed. He's not going to go very deep into this game, so this is, in essence, a bullpen game. Red Sox have not been lighting the world on fire with runs, but man, this pitching situation is really bad for Oakland. So even though the line is wonky supporting Oakland, I'm going to take the Red Sox on the team total. Let's bring in Ross Benjamin. Ross, the boss, how are you today? Thanks for joining us. How's your Wednesday going?
It's always better when I see you, Andy.
Absolutely. Flattery will get you everywhere. So we're gonna do This Line Makes No Sense. We're gonna talk a little bit about the Phillies and the Dodgers, but I want to get started with this Iowa versus Rutgers game. We got Iowa at -2.5. We got the over under at 45.5. I kind of chuckled because I think Iowa thought their offense was going to be dynamic, but it's like, it's Iowa. You're never going to have a dynamic. It's just Iowa. Like, there's no such thing as a dynamic offense for Iowa. How do you break this game down here with this Hawkeyes team hanging on to 2.5, not moved to the 3 yet?
Yeah, it's hard to be dynamic when you run the ball 65% of your offensive plays like they did in the first 3 games of the season. However, let's look at this game in its entirety, Andy. You're looking at a Rutgers team. They're out to a 3-0 start. Nothing new there. I mean, they seem to do that every year. As a matter of fact, since 2021, Andy, Rutgers is 15-0 in their first 3 games of the season. Do you know what the record is after game 3 of the season since 2018?
No clue. What is their record? After
Andy,
the
I
third
am
game?
so glad that you asked. Since 2018, after game 3 of the season, the Rutgers Scarlet Knights are 14-49 straight up after game 3. And, they're 3-0 this year. Like I said, they're giving up 148.7 yards per game on the ground. Really, by college football standards, not bad. But when you consider the level of competition they face in Ohio, Miami of Ohio, and Norfolk State, I would be a little leery of that. And I say that because Iowa has been an extremely, extremely good rushing attack. And by the way, that 148.7 yards per game they're giving up on the ground, they had double-digit leads in each one of those contests. Won 2 of them by double-digit margins, and the opponent had to abandon the run early because they were behind by so much. So keep that in mind as well. And when I say Iowa, 65% of the time they've run the ball on offense this year, on offensive plays, I should say. In their first 3 games, they averaged over 200 yards per game and close to 5 yards per attempt running the ball. Their defense, what else is new, Andy? The Iowa defense has just been outstanding over their first 3 games. Again, they did play nationally ranked Iowa State and held them to 238 yards. All in all, over 3 games, they've allowed 10 points per game, 178 yards per game. They've faced Rutgers 4 times since 2016, and they shut them out twice and gave up 10 points in one game, 7 in the other, obviously winning all 4 games with those kind of defensive numbers. I just think that Iowa is going to run the ball successfully in this game. They're going to control the clock. They're going to keep the Rutgers offense off the field. And when they have to play defense, this defense is shown to be extremely good and has been for many years now. And I just think that Rutgers will wear down late in the 3rd quarter and into the 4th quarter in this game. I'm going to go money line here because Iowa minus 2.5 on a point spread across the board. I'm a firm believer. When you get 2.5 or less as a favorite in college football or the NFL, and you can get money line odds of minus 150 or less, I always opt for the money line. That's my choice. I'm sure I get an argument from Prez on this one, and that's okay. I like arguing with Prez. Prez wakes up in the morning arguing with somebody. So in any event, I'm going to take Iowa here, minus 138 against Rutgers.
I have been on the phone with Prez where we were just casually talking, and all of a sudden, within 10 seconds, there was a full-blown argument. He's the only friend I have that happened. So I have no other friend where we're just casually talking, and all of a sudden, we're screaming at each other. So I don't hate the money line. Ross, I always tell people, there's a half. Do you want the better number on the price, the better number on the prop number? I always want the better prop number. So if you like the money line and that spread is really, really close, yeah, by all means, pay the extra juice. You only pay the juice unless you lose. So I like that. I like that approach. Let's talk MLB. Let's do the Phillies and Dodgers. We got Luzardo going for Phillies, Snell for Dodgers, I believe. Listen, this Dodgers team's only 2 games up here on the Padres. They got to be treading lightly here. Phillies got a huge lead in the division, and the Dodgers always big favorites, minus 148. Over under 7.5. Boy, that's low for a Dodgers game. What's your breakdown on this?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, there's a couple 8s out there, but the majority of the sports books are at 7.5, like Andy just touched upon. And that jumps out to me. And why? Well, because you're looking at 2 teams that have been red hot offensively of late. They played a 9-6 game yesterday. And why has that number come down from 8 to 7.5? I fully attribute that to the starting pitchers. And because both of these bullpens have been terrible of late. You're looking at a Phillies bullpen with a 5.57 ERA and a 1.52 WHIP, 5 home runs allowed in 21 innings pitched over their last 7 games. That's not getting it done for a bullpen. And then the Dodgers are, 6.59 ERA, 6 home runs allowed in 27 in the 3rd innings over their last 6. And by the way, Shohei Ohtani, 5 innings and no-hit baseball yesterday. They pulled him out of the game because, again, they've been doing that with Ohtani, keeping an eye on his innings pitched and pitch count so he's fresh for the postseason. And they pulled him out of the game with a 4-0 lead and him throwing a no-hitter, and the Dodgers bullpen gave up 9 runs in the last 4 innings, and the Phillies prevailed 9-6. Then you look at these head-to-head matchups with these starting pitchers. The LA Dodgers current roster, 15 for 68 against Luzardo. That's just the 221 team batting average. Again, folks, it's the current roster of the Phillies. 15 for 68 lifetime, 221 team batting average, and 41.5% of the outs recorded, which were 53 outs, came by way of strikeouts. So Luzardo 7 of his last 9 outings have been quality starts, which are 6 innings or more and 3 earned runs or less allowed. So he's been on his game. And then also Snell against the current Phillies lineup. You're talking about the Phillies as a team and their current roster. Again, I want to clarify that. They're hitting 151 as a team against Snell, and they've struck out 46.8% of the time in terms of the outs they made. So I like this game. I want to eliminate the bullpens, Andy, okay, for obvious reasons. And I'm going to make this a first 5 inning totals wager. You could get 4.5 at DraftKings and ESPN Bet right now. DraftKings, you're going to have to lay 145. ESPN Bet, you have to lay 135. If you don't have accounts at either one of those sports books, the rest are going to be at 4. So I'm just going to say this. My official pick is under 4.5 for the first 5 innings, but I would not shy away from the 4. So anything 4 or greater for the first 5 inning total in this game, go under that number. That is my pick for this game between the Phillies and the Dodgers.
Love it. Love it. Good breakdown there, Ross. We're going to play this line. It makes no sense, but looking here, you had a really good college football week last week.
Yeah.
Nice work. 4-0. What are you, 10-5 this year? So college football has been going well for you. Tell us what you have up for clients.
Yeah, I don't have anything up yet, but I will, okay? Most likely I'm not going to have anything for Thursday or Friday. I don't know that for sure yet, but that's where I'm leaning. And then this card this week, I'm not overly crazy about, but I will have at least 3 picks up on Saturday in college football, including the 5% best bet, possibly 4. Again, folks, college football, 5% best bets so far this season, 3-0. I cashed in with LSU in week 1 as an underdog outright at Clemson. Also cashed with Oklahoma -5 in week 2 as they won by 11 against Michigan. And last week I had Tennessee +4.5. Should have won the game outright, but they didn't. But they did cover as they lose by 3 in overtime to Georgia as a +4.5 dog. So a lot of good things happen in college football. Not only that, folks, 10-5 this year, but number 1 in win percentage and number 1 in units earned last year. And since the start of the 2023 college football season, I am number 1 in units earned in college football. So keep an eye on my college football coming up on Saturday. Possibly something on Thursday or Friday. So again, WT.buzz/RB. That's WT.BUZZ/RB is my direct link over at WagerTalk.com.
You can use the weekend warrior pass on Ross,
Yeah.
$49, get you the entire weekend, plus any plays you might have up on Monday. So you get all of his Saturday plays, all of his Sunday plays, all Monday in football, only $49. All right, speaking of college football, Ross, this line makes no sense. Which line did you pick on this week?
Well, it's not a Power 4 conference game, but it's a game that I think when the casual bettor looks at this line and sees UNLV is just a 2.5-point favorite against Miami, Ohio, a lot of people will tend to jump immediately and say UNLV is the play. Now, I'm not saying they're not, okay? So these segments are for you to be aware of everything going into that so you're not tricked and you don't fall into a trap as well. It's called buyer beware. This is a West Coast team, obviously, in UNLV, and they're going to be playing a noon Eastern time kickoff. Okay, that's for starters. They're also going to be playing a Miami of Ohio team that started the year 0-2. By the way, UNLV is 3-0, and they're only -2.5 against an 0-2 team. So that's another part of the perception, false perception that could possibly happen when betting on a game like this. In Miami of Ohio, desperate for a win after starting out 0-2. I mean, Miami of Ohio started out 0-2, but their 2 losses came against Big Ten opponents in Rutgers and also Wisconsin. So they didn't show much offense in those games. Their defense wore down late because they couldn't sustain anything offensively. But you look at UNLV, their 3-0 start, Andy. They barely beat Idaho State, an FCS team. They needed a late touchdown in that game to win. And then they beat a terrible Sam Houston State team that I believe is winless against FBS opponents so far this year. And then a UCLA team that's 0-3 and just fired their head coach. So it's not like they have played against extremely good competition. And, you know, on paper, UNLV is the talented team, right? And you're also looking at a UNLV team since the start of last year, 14-3. Okay, 14-3 overall. And here they are, just a 2.5-point road favorite against a MAC team that hasn't won this year. So buyer beware. I'm not saying you should take either side by what I just told you. I just try in these segments to make sure you cross the T's and dot the I's before you just jump on a brand name or jump on what looks to be an obvious play where you feel you're getting an absolute steal.
That West Coast playing the noon game, that just it trips people up all the time. Like I feel like it's such an studied thing. Oregon, they started off slow last week at Northwestern. That first quarter was so sluggish. And it was like, oh yeah, West Coast team starting at noon. So great work, Ross. Absolutely fantastic work. Congrats on college football. Thank you so much for joining us. Use the Weekend Warrior Pass on Ross Benjamin. $49 get you Saturday, Sunday, and Monday all football plays. He's coming off a 4-0 clean sweep. Happy Wednesday, Ross. Can't wait to do this again next week.
I look forward to it, Andy, and thank you once again for having me, my friend.
Anytime. All right, guys, we're almost done here. I did want to take a look at some props here for Thursday Night Football, if we could, real quick, Chris. You don't need to pull up anything here. I just wanted to go over a couple. Interesting props here. I'm going to the rushing props. And our week 3 props pack is up, by the way. We swept Monday, so we're now, we've hit 59% of our props in NFL this season. Could not be happier with that. That is a sustainable winning percentage. We've cashed both weeks. Like I said, hit both of our plays on Monday. So if you want to lock in that, you're going to get all props from Thursday all the way through Monday. It's an absolutely smoking deal. We're 16-11 this year, just chipping away profit after profit after profit. Pretty decent volume. We're high volume this year compared to last year. So if you want to lock that in, it's only $15. You get all these props. I'm going to this rushing yards. I'm looking at Ray Davis, over 23.5. This game could get out of control. This is a 12.5-point spread. Miami has just looked terrible. Buffalo has looked like a buzzsaw. If they get up in the second half, Buffalo absolutely pulls James Cook and gets Ray Davis carries. Ray Davis only had 1 carry in week 1. Then he had 9 carries in week 2 for 24 yards. I think Ray Davis gets there. And if you want to play this even sneakier, you may be able to live bet this if Ray Davis doesn't play on like the first series. But I would take him now. I like him over 23.5. I think Ray Davis gets quite a bit. James Cook has been a monster the last couple weeks. I'm sure he'll be really good. But again, fourth quarter, I could see this being a Ray Davis game. You like Shakir over 41.5 receiving yards. Can't be mad at that one. I haven't looked up Shakir, but it's all, I mean, look at these touchdown props. Minus 180 for James Cook to score a touchdown. It's crazy. Minus 180. I don't think I'm laying that kind of juice, but of course he's going to cash. So, all right, guys, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, we're doing the same thing tomorrow here, noon Eastern. Make sure you hit that like button. Leave us a comment below in the comment section. Tell us what best bet you like. And if you want to hear any individual game breakdowns, put them in the comment section. We'll see if we can do. I know somebody in the chat asked for the Michigan breakdown. We'll see what we can do. So just put them down there in the comment section. Again, the Weekend Warrior, that's good for any handicapper on WagerTalk. You lock in Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It went so well last weekend. We decided to do it again. So when you guys tell us what you like and what works, we'll keep doing it. So and so many people sign up for this and say, hey, do it again next weekend. I'm doing it again. So all 5% plays are included. Props, parlays, money lines, spreads, anything for Saturday and Sunday. And as a bonus, we're throwing in Monday. Only $49 It's over at the deals page, wt.buzz/deals. All right. Thanks for joining us. Oh, I wanted to also say shout out to Joe, Andrew, and Harold, members of the Insiders, wt.buzz/insiders. If it's only $2.99 a month, and at the beginning of the month, you get a $5 coupon for the website. You get access to the emojis and Bitmojis and things like that. We also got some exclusive content coming to the Insider. So you want to join the special YouTube Insiders, it's wt.buzz/insider. It's only $2.99, and you get a $5 coupon at the beginning of the month. So absolute no-brainer. So shout out to Joe, Andrew, and Harold, new members for the Insiders. Thanks very much, guys. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Good luck on your bets today. Take care.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL presidential address for week 3. I'm going to give you bets on every single game on the board. We're going to start right off the bat with Miami going into Buffalo, and this Miami team as well. 3 or 4 days away from a new head coach. That's my prediction. I think Miami gets blown out. With that said, I'm still not prepared to take Buffalo minus 12. It's just too much. Buffalo up by 17. Back door is wide open. Can't play the side in this game. But I got to give you guys a bet, and I got one I'm making personally. This is a bet that I love. I took a deep dive into this game because Thursday Night Football, everybody wants to bet it. How can you bet over 50? And it keeps going up and up and up. 93% of the money is on the over already. We're taping on Tuesday. 89% of the money is on Buffalo, yet the line does not reflect that, which means there is some extremely smart money coming in on Miami. I don't get it. How do we bet this game? We look at the team totals over. Now, originally my plan was to go for Buffalo team total over. That is just simply too high. I can't take a team total over 28.5. It's just too much. However, the Miami Dolphins team total, you could get 16.5 at minus 145. 16.5. That's 2 touchdowns and a field goal in a game where I think Buffalo puts up a huge score. So if Buffalo is going to put up a big score, that means Miami has to keep up. Can Miami get us 17 points? Abso-freaking-lutely. Well, I understand that Buffalo's defense looked amazing last week against the Justin Fields-led New York Jets disaster. How did they look against Baltimore? Horrible. They're probably somewhere in the middle. They're not as good as the first week. They're not as bad. They're not as bad as the first week. They're not as good as the second week. Miami's putting up points here. Take over 16.5 minus 145 in that Miami Dolphins Buffalo Bills game. There's your Thursday nighter. Let's get into Sunday. But before we do that, guys, please, 1 minute, 1 second out of your day to hit that like button. It is so important to me. I also need you guys to comment on these videos. There's so many competitors out there putting together these type of videos. This presidential address is 20 years old. This is our 20th season of doing the NFL presidential address. This video predates WagerTalk. I used to do this on the radio. So please, if you guys want to help us get more exposure, get higher up in the rankings on YouTube, you comment and you like. And then also, of course, share with your friends. That would be wonderful. Greatly appreciated. Let's get into Indianapolis playing Tennessee, and I got some promotions coming later. So Indianapolis, outstanding. Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes, whatever you want to call him, absolutely spectacular. First 2 games have been great. They showed a ton of moxie last week, being down to Denver and making a comeback. With that said, I cannot take a road team at -3.5. Tennessee looked okay against the Rams. I think Tennessee's defense actually is pretty good. I think they're going to be in the top half of the league. I understand that their offense is sputtering. Cam Ward made some great throws last week, especially that one gorgeous cross-body pass for the touchdown. I think Tennessee's the play here, guys. A +3.5 division dog. Come on. Indianapolis just cannot be that good. Now, I can be wrong, and we could make an adjustment in our power rankings in a week or two. But going into week 3, I think everyone is completely overreacting on this Indianapolis Colts team. They are not as good as they look. Tennessee is not as bad as they look. The markets are going to adjust, but they didn't for this week. Let's take advantage of that. The play is Tennessee +3.5. If you guys have never watched this video before, I do this all top of my head. I have no notes in front of me. I've obviously done an incredible amount of research, but it is Tuesday and I still don't have a full injury report up. With that said, if you bet all of these plays, every NFL presidential address, you'll make a lot of money. I'm doing great. Carolina, they're +5 against Atlanta. There are going to be games that I want to pass on, that I really just don't have a feeling for, and this is one of them. Carolina showed some moxie, making a nice comeback last week. Atlanta, I just don't have a full handle on them. How good are they? They lost in week 1. They won in week 2, but the week 2 win, it feels a little suspect to me. I need to see a little bit more out of Atlanta before I can give them 5.5 points on the road in a division game. And we know betting Carolina is a non-option right now. So that game is an outright pass. We're having a very similar problem with the Washington game. We don't know if Jaden Daniels will play or won't. And Washington is -3.5 currently with a total of 44. I think the Las Vegas Raiders are a fade team moving forward conceptually, but this is a pass game for me right now. There's just way too much in the air with what the injury reports coming out of Washington. And we have injuries in Vegas as well. So I'm going to move on to Green Bay playing Cleveland. Cleveland is one of these 0-2 teams. I want to let you guys know there's currently 10 0-2 teams in the NFL. 0-2 teams since 1990, they have an 11% chance of making the playoffs. But 0-3 teams, they have a 2.5% chance. So keep that in mind, because if ever you're going to get the best game out of a bad team all year, it's usually when they're down 0-2. And I feel we're going to get Cleveland at their best this week. However, this is not as much a bet on the Browns as it is a bet against the Green Bay Packers. And let me explain. I freaking love this Packer team. Love them. I think this Packer team is lights out. I think they are going to be, for sure, a Super Bowl contender, not only this year, but for a few years to come. This just happens to be a horrible, horrible spot for Green Bay. This Green Bay team just had 2 huge games to start the season. They won both. If there is an emotional drop, it's happening for Green Bay this week. And they're playing a Cleveland Browns team that has an exceptional defense. Now, I understand their defense wasn't great against Baltimore. No defenses all year are going to be great against Baltimore. This Cleveland Browns has an excellent front seven. They were able to stop the running game from Baltimore, and I think they'll be able to stop the running game from Green Bay. I think there's just simply too many points. It's an out-of-conference game, a game where Green Bay just came off of a game versus the Lions and then an in-conference game against a playoff rival. This game means nothing to them as far as, oh, they must beat Cleveland. They could care less. They want to win this game for themselves, but they're not getting up for this game. Cleveland, on the other hand, is playing for their season, and Joe Flacco maybe for their career. I got to take the points here, guys. Give me the Browns plus 7.5. Well, we got a similar problem in the Cincinnati-Minnesota game. Both quarterbacks are out. We got Browning for Cincinnati, goes by the name Jake. And we've got Carson Wentz for Minnesota. Let me break this down right now, flat out, guys. There's a bet here, and it's on the Vikings. And the bottom line is Cincinnati's a fade team. Now 2-0, unbelievable, excellent start. Best start they've had in the Zach Taylor era. And what do they get for that? An injured Joe Burrow. With that said, this Cincinnati team is horrible. They're horrible on defense. They played great on offense last week. I don't see that continuing. Now Minnesota's going to have a chance to game plan for that quarterback. They got one of the best defensive units in football. So this is how I look at this game. Home team, Minnesota. Team with the better quarterback. I think Carson Wentz might be an upgrade to J.J. McCarthy, and I guarantee you he's better than Browning. Who's got the better coach? I am obsessed with the coach in Minnesota. I think he's one of the best coaches in all of football. Who's got the better defense? Minnesota by far. I'll take them, thank you. Let's not overthink this. Give me the Vikings -3. LA going into Philadelphia. This is that revenge game written all over it. Let me explain something to you quickly. I do a show every day. It's called The Best Betting Show Ever. I do it with Art DeCesar and Joe Ranieri. It is spectacular. It's a must-watch show. On the Tuesday show, we had Art DeCesar get up and tell us that Philadelphia was -6 in the look-ahead against the LA Rams. -6 before the season begun. Last week, Philadelphia was -4 as a look-ahead line against the LA Rams. Then Philadelphia goes to Kansas City and beats them on the road. The juggernaut Kansas City Chiefs, and Philadelphia's been downgraded. Really? The Super Bowl champions who have not lost a football game since they won the damn Super Bowl, who have won 2 games in a row, one tough against Kansas City on the road, have been downgraded. Downgraded. Why? How? Thank you. I love the Eagles here. What am I missing? I understand that the Rams played them hard in the playoffs last year. I get it. I understand the Rams almost beat them last year. I get it. You know what else happened last year? History. This Philadelphia Eagles team is vicious. Their defense is, we talk about their run game all the time. We talk about the tush push all the time. I get it. Long bomb passes from Jalen Hurts. I get it. This team is built around their defense, and their defense might be the single best unit in all of football. They're playing a Rams team that's not as good as they were last year. They're playing a Rams team that beat the Titans. Woohoo! Way to go, Rams. And then the Texans. Oh, yay. You should be upgraded for that. Anyway, shout out to the bookmakers out there. Thank you for downgrading the Eagles. That's where we're going. Okay, let's turn our attention to Pittsburgh, New England. I like Pittsburgh here. I also like the over in this game, guys. We've seen from Drake May 2 games in a row that this New England Patriots team is going to air the ball out. Very surprising given that they're coached by Vrabel. But clearly this New England Patriots team can score, and I think Pittsburgh can do the same. The one thing we haven't seen with Pittsburgh is Aaron Rodgers really just letting the ball rip downfield, and I do think we're going to start to see that as the season progresses. From a total perspective, 44 is too low. I think we're going to get higher. From a side perspective, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers have to feel, look, they're down about their loss last week against Seattle. It was horrible. I mean, they had a complete brain cramp by a punt returner or a kick returner. They could have gotten out of that game with a win. This is a veteran team, a better defense, better quarterback, more weapons. We're going to take the Steelers -1.5. With that said, take them on the money line, guys. We've done a deep dive into this. We spoke about it many, many times. It's way better to take a money line bet if a game is under 2. So instead of taking Pittsburgh -1.5, take them on the money line. We're going to talk about that again in the Dallas game. A New York Jets playing Tampa Bay. I'm going to stay off of this game right now. We don't know what's going on with Fields, but I do think that if Fields plays, Tampa Bay blows the Jets out. I hate the spot for Tampa Bay, but I cannot put my money on the New York Jets. Houston playing Jacksonville. We got to look at Jacksonville here. I mean, Jacksonville has played outstanding 2 games in a row. They had a brain cramp loss the last one against Cincinnati at the end, but they were able to move the ball up and down the field. And I think the Jacksonville defense might be better than what we thought coming into the season. As for the Houston Texans, this is a fade team at a high level. This team is a total mess. They cannot run the ball. And other than Nico Collins, they're struggling to throw the ball. CJ Stroud might be murdered by an edge rusher at some point this season. I cannot back the Texans. One of my better plays, a play that I'll likely put in the Circa contest. Take the Jags and again, take them on the money line. Denver going in to play LA. LA Chargers, best team in the West. You guys can get the LA Chargers to win the AFC West at even money. That is a spectacular bet. We got KC 0-2, Chargers 2-0. Chargers have already beat Kansas City. With all that said, I got to take the Chargers in this game. This Denver Bronco team, we were told that they had an offense, a historically good offense. Defense, a historically good defense. Really? Danny Dimes just put up $1 million on that historically good defense. Now, I understand that they held the Tennessee Titans to 9 points or whatever it was in week 1. It's a frickin' Tennessee Titans. Who cares? So right now, our data set is we don't know anything about Denver's defense yet. And we know that their offense is struggling and Bo Nix is not the second coming of a great quarterback. What do we know about the Chargers? I think they have the best defense in all of football, period. This Chargers defense and the Philly defense, 1 and 2, lights freaking out. They were unbelievable against Geno Smith and the Raiders. And from a secondary perspective, oh my God. You better run the ball on the Chargers because you ain't getting a lot of passes. Denver, not the same team as LA. I got a better team. I got a better coach. With that said, Sean Payton's an incredible coach. But I got a better team, a better coach, a better quarterback, more weapons, and what I think is a better defense at home under a field goal. Thank you, books. We'll take the Chargers. Seattle -7.5 against New Orleans. Seattle's going to be my survivor play, guys. That's all I got. I can't take them at -7.5, and I'm certainly not taking New Orleans. I love Dallas here against the Chicago Bears. This Dallas team is getting overlooked. I get it. They went into Philly. They lost. They should have lost against the Giants. I understand. But what did the game between Dallas and the New York Giants really show us? It showed us that this Dallas Cowboy team has moxie, has guts, has the ability to rally, has the ability to make comebacks, has the ability to score quickly. This Dallas Cowboy team offensively will be a top 3 unit in the league. They will put up points against everybody. They'll put up points against the Chargers. They've already put up points against the Eagles and were able to move the ball up and down the field on them. There's no way the Chicago Bears team is going to hold Dallas down. And then the question is, can Chicago keep up? And the answer to that is hell freaking no. Caleb Williams' experiment is not turning out very well. His long bombs seem to miss all the time. Their running game is mediocre at best. The Chicago offense is not coming around. I think Ben Johnson will turn this team around. It's just not going to be this weekend, nor likely this season. I think Chicago has to feel pretty bad about themselves emotionally. I think Dallas has to feel pretty good about themselves emotionally. Take the Cowboys as a pick'em play. San Fran, Arizona. I mean, Jesus, way to insult Arizona. I mean, you got basically a bunch of scrubs playing against a 2-0 Arizona team, and the scrubs are favored. Is that a statement on how deep San Fran is? No. That's a statement on how bad Arizona is. And we expected a lot out of this 2-0 Arizona team. They have not looked good at all. I mean, at all. They could have lost both those freaking games. So this San Fran line is not a testament to the brilliance of San Fran. This is a direct shit on the Cardinals line. So are we supposed to take the Cardinals? I can't. I'm passing on this game. Thanks for the chat. Kansas City going into New York. This is a Sunday night game, and I love the Giants. This is a bet both on the Giants and against Kansas City. And let me start with the New York Giants. 0-2, I get it. They've played good. They have played much better than we expected. They could have won both their games. They for sure could have beat Dallas on the road. Russell Wilson is looking much better. Malik Neighbors is all freaking world. I understand that they don't have a very good defense, but Kansas City can't score. Now, I get that they were, a Kelsey fumble away from putting up more points against Philadelphia. This Kansas City Chiefs team has had 2 games, and they are really, really struggling. And it's a totally reasonable thing that they're struggling. It's no one's fault. Rice is out. Worthy is out. They got no wide receivers. Kelce is a little old, a lot old. Plus, he's busy at home. Pacheco is non-existent. Kareem Hunt has no lateral movement. Their offense is a complete mess. Defensively, they're good, really good. I get it. But I don't think the New York Giants are going to be held down here. It's not like Kansas City, they're going to struggle to put up 20 points against anybody right now. And I don't think the New York Giants are going to put up less than 17 at +6 home team, feeling like, hey, we could hang with the big boys, playing a Kansas City team that, albeit has their season on the line and might play their best game. I don't think Kansas City gets separation here. I think this game, can Kansas City win? Sure. It's going to be a real tight game. I love the New York Giants +6. And Detroit and Baltimore, guys, I got nothing for you on that game yet. I simply haven't researched it enough. My lean is to the over, but we will take that game as it comes. That's it for the NFL Presidential Address Week 4. Lots of love for all of you guys. Again, my survivor pick will likely be Seattle in the circa, in the big one. Other than that, I have a huge card for my clients in NFL Week 3. I already know that because I already have 3 plays up for my clients right now. So make sure to take advantage of that. If you guys have never played my entire NFL card, I'm up. I went 5-2 in Week 2. I won money in Week 1. I'm up on the season, 60% win percentage. So I'm absolutely rolling. I have not lost an ATS bet for my clients yet this year. So please take advantage of how I'm seeing it right now and join me for Sunday NFL. That's about it. I do a show every day, the best betting show ever with Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar. You can see it at WagerTalk today, WagerTalk TV. Other than that, I'm out of here, guys. It's been a long day. I need a nap. We'll see you next week.
We've got the Yankees and the Mets in play on Wednesday night. Both teams in the midst of playoff races. Let's break down those 2 contests. Teddy covers from WagerTalk.com with a double gamer big game breakdown for Wednesday night MLB. And let's start in New York. Of course, the Yankees are playing in Minnesota, so let's start in New York with the Mets at Citi Field against the Padres. Looking right now at my Odds Logic live odds screen. And by the way, you guys, if you haven't done it, check out oddslogic.com. /Teddy's going to get you free 7-day all access. It's a good product. If you've never used a live odds service, it's worth trying. I keep it running pretty much 24/7 on one of my screens. But anyhow, oddslogic.com /Teddy for that free 7-day all access. Looking at the OddsLogic live odds screen right now, I'm seeing, let's call the Mets in the -120 range right now. Total 7.5 juice to the under against the Padres. And look, the Mets clearly haven't been playing good baseball. They have back-to-back wins. That being said, they're 3-9 in their last 12. And this team was 62-44 in late July, looking to run away with the NL East. Well, they're 78-73 now. That's after the 2 wins. That's 16-29 in their last 45 games. All right. So it's been a steady decline for the New York Metropolitans. And of course, this team has not been hitting. You know, they're averaging less than 3 runs per game prior to the last win yesterday. Not hitting the ball particularly well. And David Peterson on the hill for the Mets today. He's got solid season-long numbers, but recent starts, not quite so good. His last 5 starts in the ERA above 6. 15 runs over 12 innings in his last 3 starts. And when you start to see those type of performances stack up in September, you're talking about a pitcher who's probably pitched a little bit too much this year. Peterson, not a bet on hurler in this bettor's opinion. The bullpen hasn't been good of late. Mediocre full season. Lately, it's been rough for the Mets. It's a big part of their current struggles. So it's a Mets team that's been slumping. It's a starting pitcher that we don't trust. It's a bullpen that we don't trust. I know they haven't hit the ball particularly well. As for San Diego, they're in much better current form. Obviously, I know they lost yesterday, but 6-4 in their last 10 ball games. It's not like they've been struggling mightily. You got Nick Pivetta on the hill. Pavetta's been bet on all year. I mean, he really has. He's been exceptional. He's got a good track record against the Mets. He was dominant in his last outing. He's not eating up. He's not throwing too many pitches, where forcing him into short outings. And of course, the Padres bullpen behind him ranks among the best in baseball. Put it all together, and for me, it's a clear choice in Queens this evening. I don't want the Mets right now. Padres or pass when it comes to New York and San Diego, at least for this bettor. You're getting a little bit of a plus price on the Padres, plus 105, plus 110 out there right now. That's the only way I could bet this one. I'm not laying a price with the New York Mets. Before we talk about the Twins and the Yankees, I do want to let you know about what's going on right now at WagerTalk.com. Before I do that, I got a simple favor to ask you. If you like this type of analysis, hit that like button. That's it. That's all I ask. Thank you. And if you like, leave a comment below. Tell us what you think about the MLB card tonight or anything else. You can make fun of my jacket. You can make fun of my hair. Do what you like. We appreciate the comments very, very much. And of course, if you haven't done so, subscribe to the Wager Talk YouTube channel. What do we have? More than 200,000. Well over 200,000 now. We're aiming for 250. We're aiming for 300. So if you haven't done so, you get instant alerts every time these videos go live. So like, comment, follow. Thank you. And of course, check out my page, wt.buzz/TC. Locked and loaded in MLB for today. And of course, football on the way this weekend. Check it out. Again, wt.buzz/TC. That football weekend warrior package, $49, everything for the weekend. That's a good deal if you want to take advantage of that and get on board this weekend. So let's talk about the Yankees and the Twins right now. And I'm going to go total on this game, not side. Right now, looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen, the Yankees minus 145, minus 150. The recreational books, they're a little bit higher, minus 155. The recreational books are going to A, not give you a proper spread on MLB and make you play a little bit extra juice. And B, and they know there's not a whole lot of public support for Minnesota in the betting markets right now, hence the higher price for the Yankees at the books that cater to recreational bettors as opposed to the books that cater to wise guys or the books here in Las Vegas. But nonetheless, Yankees in that minus 150 range. You can find lower, you can find higher. Total sitting at 9, a little bit of juice to the over. And we saw plenty of crooked numbers on the scoreboard yesterday for the Yankees and the Twins. A game that flew over the total very early, and they kept on scoring late. Wild contest, start to finish. I would not be surprised in the slightest to see a comparable result this evening in Minnesota. Look, very quietly, way underneath the radar. Twins are 20-8 to the over in their last 28 ball games, and it's not an accident. All right, they traded away basically every good reliever they had at the trading deadline. All right, the relief pitching on this roster has been a disaster. Not like the starting pitching has been great either. But the lineup's decent for Minnesota. They've been scoring runs. You know, they scored 17 runs in 3 games against Arizona. They scored 15 runs in 3 games against LA. They scored 16 runs in the first 2 games of this series. So averaging well over 5 runs a game during this current stretch for Minnesota. And, you know, when we talk about why does the team go 20-8 to the over, you have a bad bullpen, you have a decent lineup, you're going to catch overs. And that's exactly what Minnesota has been doing. The Yankees can certainly hit as well. You know, I know they got shut out in the opener of this series, but they had 10 last night. They had 22 runs in the 4 games prior to the shutout loss. So this is certainly a lineup that's capable of putting crooked numbers on the scoreboard. And again, they faced Boston's pitching and Detroit's pitching and Toronto's pitching and Houston's pitching in the last 4 series, and now they're up against Minnesota. All right. And by the way, we talked about the Twins being an over machine, quietly, 20-8 to the over. How about the Yankees? 19-10 to the over, their last 29. They've been trending, you know, a better than 65% clip over for the last month. Their bullpen arms got used up yesterday in that wild ball game. And, you know, I'm not worried about the starting pitching matchup here. I'm really not. Heal's been great for the Yankees, but I have no problems fading a pitcher who didn't allow a single hit in his last. I remember he threw 6 innings of no-hit ball against Boston. It's hard to be that good twice in a row. Some of his metrics are concerning. And a playoff-type matchup in Boston versus a late-season nothing game in Minnesota, the intensity isn't there. I'm not convinced we get Heal's best performance this evening. I worry about the Yankees bullpen behind him a little bit. And Taj Bradley's last quality start came in his first outing after the All-Star break. That was when he was still pitching in Tampa. He's no bet on hurler. I don't like the bullpen behind him. So, bottom line, I expect more crooked numbers on the scoreboard tonight. Look for the Yankees and Twins to go up and over the total. 9, the current number here in Las Vegas and pretty much globally. Thank you again for watching WagerTalk TV. We appreciate the likes, follows, and comments very much. Visit my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. Real simple, gets you right to my page. I have a single best bet in MLB for today. Already locked and loaded with the first football this weekend. We'll be adding more over the next 24 to 48 hours. And of course, best of luck with all your bets on Wednesday and beyond. Stay tuned right here for WagerTalk TV. We have more quality video content on the way. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the games. And best of luck with all your bets on Wednesday and beyond. Cheers.
5 free plays for Wednesday, September 17th. It was a winning day here on the Power 5 yesterday. Went 3-2. Thought we were heading for a 4-1 day until the Dodgers blew it. Nevertheless, we'll take 3-2. It's all about Major League Baseball today on the Power 5. We've got some day games, not to mention Guardians Tigers on FS1 and the series finale of Phillies Dodgers as well. Before I get to today's free plays, a big thanks to all of you that joined me last night on the Cubs. That was part of the $5 Tuesday promotion over at WagerTalk.com. An easy winner. Cubs win 4-1. Probably should have won by more considering they out-hit the Pirates 14-4. I have now won 62.5% of my premium MLB selections going back to August 23rd. Got another one locked and loaded for tonight. It's a 4% best bet for me. Don't forget to pick that up while you're watching this video. WT.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. But now it is time for the free plays. Go ahead and smash that like button whenever you agree. Reds Cardinals 1:15 Eastern. These NL Central rivals have split the first 2 games of this series after winning the opener 11-6. The Reds got shut out 3-0 last night. I like them to bounce back here behind Brady Singer, who has been pretty great during the second half of the season. A quality start in 8 of his last 9 trips to the mound. Of course, a quality start means Singer went at least 6 innings and gave up 3 runs or fewer. He's now done that in 6 straight starts and has a 2.4 ERA his last 5. Meanwhile, for the Cardinals, it's Andre Payante on the mound. Payante has been pretty horrible throughout 2025, especially down the stretch. He's allowed at least 4 runs in 9 of his last 12 starts, an 0-7 record with a 7.11 ERA in his last 8 starts. St. Louis down 2 starting infielders. Look for the Reds to win this game and series. Guardians Tigers, 6:40 Eastern on FS1. Can the Guardians actually make the postseason? They've won 5 straight in 10 of their last 11 games to get within 2.5 games of the final wild card spot in the American League. Pretty crazy when you consider the Guards were sellers at the trade deadline and also have had a negative run differential basically all season. They have 8 more wins than expected based on that -29 year-to-date run differential. I'm going to sell them tonight despite having Gavin Williams on the mound. Williams has allowed just 4 runs total while posting 3 consecutive quality starts. However, he's allowed 3 home runs in that stretch, so the home run ball could come back to bite Williams tonight. I'd say the Guardians have been a bit lucky this year. They now have the most extra inning wins of any team in baseball, 11 after last night's victory. Detroit will be countering with Jack Flaherty. He has a 2.25 ERA and 8 career starts versus Cleveland. Tigers also still 46-30 at home. I think they get the win. There's a little bit more of a sense of urgency in the Motor City tonight for the home team. All right, number 3, Angels Brewers, 7:40 Eastern. I like under 7.5. Angels starter Jose Soriano, he's been a lot better on the road. His ERA dips down to 2.66 away from Anaheim. Brewers, they lead the league in scoring on the road, but this game is in Milwaukee. Brew Crews see their runs per game average at home dip down to 4.72. That's still pretty good, but it's definitely below the 5.4 runs per game they average on the road. Then you have to consider the Angels are near the bottom in most offensive categories, with the exception of home runs. They have the 3rd lowest on-base percentage in all of baseball. Brewer starter Brandon Woodruff, he's allowed 2 runs or less in 8 of his 11 starts so far this year. With the home team being such a big favorite in this one, you would think those final 3 outs won't come into play, which is good since the Angels' bullpen is bad. So, all that in mind, I like under 7.5. Number 4, Rangers-Astros, 8:10 Eastern. This game is basically the Rangers' entire season. They have lost each of the last 2 days to the Astros and are now 3.5 games back of the final wildcard spot in the American League. A win here, though, and the Rangers would own the head-to-head tiebreak over the Astros if that were to come into play. The good news for Texas, they've got Jacob deGrom starting tonight. A 2.82 ERA and a .92 whip for deGrom this season. Astros have actually scored the 2nd fewest runs of any American League team since the All-Star break. It was a very misleading 11-0 final in favor of the Stros the last time they faced deGrom. Houston starters Christian Javier, he's given up 4 runs each of his last 2 starts. I like Texas on the money line in a game they absolutely have to have. Last free play for today is going to be on the Phillies-Dodgers, 10:10 Eastern. This is your free game of the day on Amazon Prime. Let's see if we can get one right in this series, guys. Dodgers have blown leads each of the first 2 games. Their lead over the Padres in the NL West still at 2 games. Padres also lost last night. Mets beat them. That was a winner here on the Power 5. Phillies, meanwhile, they're still chasing Milwaukee for home field advantage in the National League. Only 1.5 games back there. I would bet the over 8 in tonight's series finale. Jesus Luzardo did go 8 innings for Philly in his last start and had 10 strikeouts, but he also allowed 4 runs for the 8th time since May 31st. Dodgers do lead all of MLB in runs scored at home. On the flip side, Dodgers starter Blake Snell, he is carrying a pretty high walk rate. And let's look at his actual versus expected ERA. 2.79 actual, 3.56 expected. So he's probably due for some regression, is Snell. Phillies 8-1-1 to the over their last 10 games. It is now recap time here on the Power 5. Let's go through the 5 free plays one more time. What do you say? I like the Reds money line. This is a daytime start against the Cardinals. Number 2, Tigers money line against the Guardians, on FS1, 640. I like Angels Brewers under 7.5. I like Rangers money line against the Astros, and I like the Phillies Dodgers over 8. Go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on those plays. Let us know what you're betting on tonight as well. And if there's any game that I didn't talk about that you would like my opinion on, ask away. If I see the question in time, I'll be more than happy to answer. I mentioned earlier, I have a 4% best bet posted for MLB tonight over at WagerTalk.com. After last night's huge win on the Cubs, again, 62.5% of my premium MLB selections I have won. That's my winning rate since August 23rd. Might be adding a second play for tonight as well. Be on the lookout for that. I'll just add it to the package, and you'll be able to get both of them for $29. And it's not too early to start thinking about football and the weekend. How about this Weekend Warrior Pass? It is still available. Some of you made the wise decision yesterday to get down on my first bet for NFL Week 3. That was only $5, but no longer available, that deal. But you can get the complete weekend card, NFL and college football, only $49. That's every football play I release from Saturday through Monday. Coming off back-to-back 3-1 Saturdays in college football. My best bet last weekend was Vanderbilt against South Carolina. That was what they call a very good play. I also won my very first 5% NFL max bet of the season on Sunday with Atlanta plus 3.5. Again, great call. They beat the Vikings 22-6. Didn't even need the 3.5 points. So Weekend Warrior Pass, every football play from yours truly for just $49. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. All the plays. You get them right there. Head on over to wt.buzz/BP to take advantage. That is going to do it for the show today. This edition of the Power 5 is in the books. I hope you enjoyed it. Remember to both like and subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. I am Drew Martin, breaking down the Major League Baseball slate for MLB bets coming your way. Let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree, your picks, any sport. More than welcome. It helps grow the show. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we are heading, the 150 game mark of the series, coming down to the end here. A couple races still open, but some good baseball going. So let's start it off here in the Motor City, game 2 of the series. It is Irish Heritage Night in Detroit. It's Cleveland at Detroit. Flaherty on the hill for the Tigers. We get Gavin Williams going for Cleveland. Minus 160. That is Detroit as the home favorite. 8.5 being the total. I like the dog here, guys. I like Cleveland. Look, I'm not looking to go against Detroit in any form or fashion. This is the first place team in the division, the Tigers, versus the second place team, Cleveland here. Still vying for a wild card spot, and Cleveland playing some good baseball. They're 9-1 their last 10. They got Williams on the hill, 26-year-old out of ECU. He's 10-5 on the year, 3.16 ERA. In his last 3 starts, though, he's been even better. 2-0, no more than 2 earned runs in his last 3 starts. I'm looking to bet on him. He also went up against the Detroit Tigers this season. 6 innings, only 1 hit given up. So like that past performance. Flaherty, a good pitcher overall for Detroit, but his last 2 were against Cleveland and Miami. He's 1-4 his last 5 decisions. 3-7 his last 10 decisions, near a 5 ERA. So the numbers just haven't been there for whatever reason for Flaherty. Overall, look, Detroit's the better team, but in this matchup, getting plus 136, risk 100 to win 136. I like Cleveland to take it here. Their bullpen's been good as well. So we're on the dog in the Motor City to lead us off on Wednesday. We got next one up. Heading to the Sunshine State, Tampa, Florida for the Rays hosting the Blue Jays. This is game 3 of the series. We've talked each of the first 2, winning both of them. So Kevin Gausman on the hill for the Blue Jays. Ian Seymour going for the Rays. Total of 8, minus 120. That is the Blue Jays as the road favorite. Not jumping off of the Blue Jays here. I mean, 5 games up on the Yankees in the standings, winning 6 straight games. They got Gausman on the hill, the 34-year-old out of LSU. Go Tigers. His last 3 starts against the Astros, the Yankees, and the Brewers. Here's his stat line. 9 innings, 0 earned runs, 2 hits last time out against Houston. He went into Yankee Stadium, pitched 8 innings, 1 earned run. And the time before that against the Milwaukee Brewers, best record in baseball, 7 innings, 1 earned run. So Gausman's been on fire here. He's taking a step down in class in terms of the lineup he's facing. His counterpart, Seymour here, just a rookie. I've seen him pitch. A second rounder out of Virginia Tech, could be a good solid pitcher here in the show. Kind of bullpen starter guy so far. He only really throws 90 miles per hour, 5 innings or less. Just this tight of a point spread in football season. Yeah. But the odds just at minus 120, it is minus 125 widely available offshore. You could find it for just the 20 cents. I mean, this Blue Jays lineup has been hot. They've been winning games. We're not jumping off of it. So we're on the Blue Jays over the Rays, laying the 20 cents. We got next one up, heading to Minnesota. We're doing 4 games, so this is the third one. 7:40 Eastern start, 6:40 local time. Yankees at Twins. Taj Bradley on the hill for Minnesota. Luis Gil going for the Yankees. Minus 170, that's the Bronx Bombers as the road favorite, total of 9. I like the Yankees here. Minus 170, a little bit too pricey, though. If you've watched the show, we don't like to lay that much. So instead, we're going on the run line, minus a 1.5 as the away teams, just risking 105 to win 100. So minus 105, those odds. And a big part of it is, 1, I think the Yankees are the better team. But 2, Luis Gil, their starter, the 27-year-old Dominican-born pitcher, 4-0 since early August, 1.89 ERA. His last time out against the Red Sox, he didn't give up any hits over 6 innings. Looking to bet on him. And Taj Bradley here for the Twins, 10 innings versus the Yankees this season in 2 starts. He went 10 innings, 8 earned runs, 13 hits, and 7 walks. So, man, he had a lot of runners on the base path there. 20 guys reach base, and 10 innings. That's a 2 whip. Don't like that past performance. And let's face it, the Twins' second worst record in the American League. I think the Yankees win in blowout fashion here, guys. So minus the run line, minus 105, Bronx Bombers over the Twins. One game left. It will be the nightcap. A reminder, if you could smash that like button, comment below. Anything more than welcome. Any questions, fire away as well. Do a question and answer session here as we're getting, the 150 game mark. Not a lot of games left here until the playoffs, guys. So breaking down the games for you on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. If you're interested in premium picks, check them out. WagerTalk.com, experts page, Drew Martin. Do have a big bet going early in a game we are not breaking down. Also on a nice run with the clients. 5-0 run here in MLB. Recap for the show. Don't have Tuesday's recap because the Phillies and the Dodgers game is just getting going. I'm doing this 10 o'clock Eastern hour, so don't have that one. So it looks like a good day, but don't want to put it out there just yet. The recap for the show since opening day, 222, 177, 56% winners, plus 39.4 units of profit. So hopefully a 3-1 day, if not 4-0 for us on Wednesday. All right, nightcap for the show, Philadelphia Phillies, LA Dodgers, Blake Snell going for the Dodgers, Jesus Luzardo in a battle of southpaws going for the Phillies. Total of 8, minus 145. That is the Dodgers as the home favorite. Battle of 2 first-place teams, possible playoff matchup. Blake Snell going for the Dodgers. Since coming off the IL, he's just 3-4. That was since the start of August. And the last 2 lineups he faced were the Rockies at home and the Pirates in PNC. So literally the easiest schedule you can have in terms of opposing lineups you're facing over his last 2 starts. He gave up 9 hits, 5 earned to the Pirates. That team can't hit at all right now. And he's up against Luzardo, who is 14-6 on the year. He's won 3 straight decisions. He's got 200 strikeouts on the season compared to just 56 walks. And he faced the Dodgers earlier this season, went 7 strong innings, only giving up 2 hits, blanking that lineup over the 7 innings. Look, the Phillies, hottest lineup in baseball right now. Luzardo on the hill, looking to bet on him, plus price, plus 130. I know it's tough to go up against the Dodgers at home, but hey, Phillies playing some good ball right now, 10-3 in September, not counting Tuesday night. So we're going to jump on the dog late night, Philadelphia Phillies, plus 130 over the Dodgers. We got the Yankees minus the run line over the Twins. We got the Blue Jays minus 120 over the Rays. And we got the Guardians over the Tigers to lead us off, plus 136. That will be the best bet for the show, plus 136. Pretty big dog here. Cleveland, best bet over the Tigers. That does it for Wednesday's show. Thanks for tuning in. Smash that like button, comment below. Cash those tickets. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow.
Everybody, welcome into another episode of Profit Picks. If you ain't transparent, and yesterday I did not have a good day in WNBA for sure. The Dream ended up losing by 17, and that was my only WNBA play. I did play some tennis, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. The one match I know I had early, it was able to finish, but the rest, it was like rain delay all day. And I'm the kind of person who I really enjoy watching tennis. I don't want to just wake up and see the score. So I'm going to go back and rewatch the matches and not ruin it for myself. And I'll do a little extra recap on my tennis tomorrow. How about that? So not good in WNBA yesterday, Ravino. I don't know. I have a feeling you kind of the same way because you were liking that over, right?
I did, and I played it. Again, it was light because I wasn't in love with anything, but it was not even close, Ski. I got to say, Indiana brought defense that went for 40 minutes. Give them credit. They want to stay alive in the playoffs, and boy, they played like it on the defensive end because Atlanta was frustrated for sure with referee calls, with how tight Indiana was guarding them, et cetera, et cetera. So now it's going to go the distance, go back to Atlanta, but I did play over 158.5 in that game, and like I say, it just never came close.
Yeah. You know, it just like the better teams out of the two teams, out of the two games yesterday, lost, in my opinion. But it just boils down to, back against the wall, win or go home. You're going to get the max effort. I mean, even though the Storm were losing pretty much all game, they didn't quit until the end, and they were able to come out with a W. So you can't, how do I say, what we learned from yesterday, you can't underestimate, the effort level for the team, who's playing for their playoff life. That's just what I learned yesterday. Not that I don't already know that, but just a reminder, So we'll talk about these games here today. We have two of them to get through. And number one is going to be 635, 636, Phoenix and New York. Opened up New York minus 4.5. We saw, Stewie got a little banged up. I think it was an overtime of the last game, and there was some uncertainty whether she was going to play or not. The line did come down to about 2.5, but now they're saying Stewie is going to give it a go, and the line went right back up to 4.5. Even a 5.5 popping up at a shop right now. Total, not a whole lot of movement. I see an opener of 159.5, and it's looking like that pretty much across the board. As far as injury report, I'm refreshing here. I'm pretty sure I saw on Twitter they said Stewie's going to give it a go. She's still listed as questionable, but I think she's going to be out there. Whether she'll be effective or how effective she'll be, how injured she is, that's to be determined. For Phoenix, nobody on the injury report. Vino, I mean, that last game, Phoenix was right there. They really could have took that game. Probably should have, really. But in overtime, just seemed like they didn't have enough. Couldn't even really score in overtime. Now, get a little bit of a banged up Stewie. You are on the road for the Mercury, and I'll double check this. This is just off my memory. I feel like they've played the Liberty pretty close or pretty good so far this season. I think 4.5 is a bit too much. And also, before I pass it to you, both teams coming off that overtime game, I know they're tired. I think there will be less points in this game as well. So under or Mercury are my initial looks in this game. How do you feel about that, Vino?
Yeah, a couple things to add to your point about Phoenix being right there the other day in game one. I mean, let's face it, Alyssa Thomas has a layup that she makes generally 90% of the time. That wins the game. It never makes overtime. But, it just bounced off and it didn't go her way, and therefore they went to overtime. But I'll say this, just to add to the fact that they were right there with a good opportunity to win the game. With Satu Sabali, what in God's name was that? 2 for 17 from the field, 1 for 10 from 3, and they still almost won. You have to believe. And I guess, in reading some of the things post-game, even the coach, Nate Tibbetts alluded to it. Phoenix is a young basketball team. A lot of times I think of them as the big three: Copper, Thomas, and Sabali. And I just think, well, they have enough veteran leadership, but they are young and they're youthful in the context that Sabali's never been in a playoff game, right? With Dallas, they were never in the playoffs. I think he said it was her first time out there in the playoffs. So under those types of lights, maybe that's what happened to her, but I would expect a big bounce back from her tonight. You just can't have Satu going 2 for 17, 1 for 10. It was home floor. That did help Phoenix. It was a pretty good crowd. It'll help New York tonight. I find this game difficult, Ski, for as far as side is concerned, for one reason, because I don't know how long Brianna Stewart will last. It's going to be, we saw last night what these playoffs are going to be. Bump and grind, fight for your life. And Phoenix has interior people, including Alyssa Thomas, that could, actually, Brianna Stewart, one wrong fall, that knee again, and it's, 8 minutes and out, or she could play the expected amount of time. So it's tough to handicap, because I'm of the belief, I've said this a zillion times on the show, that they're tremendously better defensively when she's on the floor. I think her assignment was Alyssa Thomas the other day. And Thomas had a good game, but she didn't go off in all three categories. So that makes it hard. If I knew Stewart was fully healthy, I might lean New York's way. But Phoenix has come into this building and won one time already. And like you said, they did win the season series, so they're not afraid of New York by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, if you ask me, Alyssa Thomas looked angry walking into the tunnel that they blew that game in Phoenix the other day. So I think I would have to side with under in this case, which, again, doesn't come out of my mouth too often, but just watching, and I think you said something pretty prevalent for these games here in your opening there, that we have to remember that these games tighten up in the playoffs. If we were talking about NBA, Ski, you and I would be saying, well, the defense will get tighter. It's game, this is game 2 of a 3-game series, but you know what I'm saying? If it was game 5 of a 7-game, we would be factoring in slower pace, more defense. I think it's got to be factored in here, especially after watching Indiana, Atlanta last night. So I think under 159.5 could be a way to go, but I have not bet the game.
Well, you know what we do here on this show, Ravino?
We open them up.
We stop the show. We open up our wallets on this show. And I mean, we've talked about this all year. Brianna Stewart, you've said that they're a better defensive team with her on the court, right? Maybe it's her offense that lacks with the injury. Maybe not so much of the defense. The overtime, I think is huge. As much as gassed as Phoenix was, and couldn't score, I think that's going to transfer over. Like, both teams are going to be tired. I think that's going to affect the offense in this game. You're going to get defense because it's win or go home, but the offense could really suffer in this one. I'm betting the under. I'm telling you right now. So bear with me for 1 second. Let me just I don't like to talk about it and not bet it. You know what I'm saying?
I will just make one more point to your point about the sides being tired here after overtime. In the case of this particular series, it is a long flight back and forth. It's Phoenix to New York. It's not a Atlanta to Indiana type deal where the flight is fairly quick. So you're fatigued off overtime. You get on a plane, you fly all the way back, tired. I could see jump shot legs not being there for a full 40 minutes. I mean, these teams are good enough to score in spurts, but maybe not continuous, which was what it takes. You're asking both sides to get to 80 here. And as we saw last night, it's not so easy to get to 80.
No.
Las Vegas and Seattle did it, but there were a lot of points at the end of that game by Seattle. So we shall see.
All right. So appreciate that, Ravino. I am good to go. 159.5 is the best number we can get. And confirm. It is confirmed. So everybody can't go on the show and run and bet it, and then I get the ass into the line. All right. Next game, we'll go to Lynx and Valkyries. don't know why I was thinking of a different game was played today, but we just saw the others yesterday. So Lynx and Valkyries opened up -10 for Minnesota on the road, and we see 10.5s pretty much everywhere. Total open 152. Consensus we'll call 151.5. Injury report: Tiffany Hayes will be missing for Golden State, and Griffin, who's been missing pretty much all year for Minnesota, out. Vino started off that last game. Valkyries they always do. They throw a pretty good, pretty strong first punch. I mean, they usually come out the gate in that first quarter. It's been that way all season long. We saw it once again. From Minnesota side, it was almost like they didn't understand or they forgot what Golden State likes to do, like just letting them shoot threes. I feel like after that first quarter, both teams kind of realized, okay, we got to take away the three from each other, and especially Minnesota on Golden State. The lack of Tiffany Hayes, that makes me think less offense. We know how good of a defensive team Minnesota is. I think that they realize what they have to do. I think they bring that in this game. And on the flip side, I mean, Golden State has been good all year too. I mean, we can make a case for coach of the year over there in Golden State. And what we've seen in revenge games for the Valkyries, they lock up. They've seen you a time or two. The next time they see you, they lock up. And I know they've seen the Lynx a few times, but just to put numbers to what I'm saying, the Valkyries in revenge spots this season are 14-3 to the under. And you have a Lynx team that just scored 100 points. I mean, if the emphasis isn't going to be defense, I don't know what we're doing here in the playoffs. That first game also had a hell of a lot of free throws. That's all Coach Nakase. Hopefully I said her name right because, I don't ever listen to the people talk unless it's an interview. But all she was talking about was, how the free throws kind of changed the game, et cetera, et cetera. We could see less free throws in this game. I think there's less points. I know it went up a little bit from the previous game, but I don't think this one touches 150. And I personally need the Lynx to win here, Rob Vino. I made a bet for them to win 2-0. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win by 11. Valkyries, I mean, that's been a sweet spot all year, right? As a dog of like more than 7, especially at home, they do have a good home court. I couldn't run to the window and lay with the Lynx in this situation. I think it's Valkyries or under. And I do think, we just saw yesterday the efforts you get from these teams with their back against the wall. I do think you get that here today. How are you viewing Lynx and Valkyries?
Well, I like the Lynx, and I'm trying to find a way to bet them, Ski. Now, you mentioned the full game price, 10.5, and Golden State's been a pretty good dog this season. In fact, a real good underdog this season. However, they've played Minnesota 5 times and lost by 11 or more 4 of those times. Minnesota's just beating this team like a drum. Golden State can't score against Minnesota. The highest point total they've had in any game against Minnesota is 75, as low as 53, but most of them are pretty much in the same zone, 71, 72, 72, 75. At home, if you get 70 out of them in order to cover, you need 81 out of the Lynx. I try so hard to talk myself into this. I said, okay, let's just shave it in half. Let's see if I can get Minnesota first half, because they actually, even though they were ahead at halftime, they did, like you say, take a first half punch. Maybe they learned a little lesson and they come out a little quicker on the road. They are the veteran team. But we remember that Golden State's an excellent first half team. I think 3-0 straight up as a home dog in first half action. Last 10 games or so, and overall very good. So Minnesota's a bad first half team. It's always the second half with them. I'll give you some numbers just where this series is concerned, particularly just the series. First halves in this series, Minnesota just won by 7. They won by 12. Then they lost outright by 5. They only won by 5, and they lost outright by 1. Now, the 2 times they lost outright in the first half in this series were both here in Golden State. But the second halves have been all Minnesota in every single game. So if you have patience to wait till the second half and you want to play Minnesota's second half, I can't say no to that. But then again, you're just assuming that the first half results are going to be what they've normally been, right? And we don't know that for sure. I look at Golden State's roster, and I just don't know how, Ski. I mean, the top 4 guards on this Minnesota team, McBride, Courtney Williams, Heidemann, and Dejanay was a huge pickup defensively for this team. Those 4 guards, where are Golden State's guards going in this game? I mean, again, you said it. They love to shoot threes. If they don't make threes, I just don't know here. I know Collier's going to do what she's supposed to do. I know their front line is bigger than Golden State's front line. I really think Minnesota, the veteran team, is going to win this game. And I kind of think they're going to win by 12 or more. So in the end, I may end up playing Minnesota full game. To the point about Phoenix being young, there's nobody younger or more inexperienced at this than the Golden State team, home or not. I know it's like a college atmosphere playing here. But I just think Minnesota's in there to get the job done and get it over with. Maybe they think, who cares if we lose? We're going back home. We'll win anyway. But I don't think that's the mindset of Minnesota and Coach Reeve. And to the point about Coach Nikasi moaning about free throws, her team shot more free throws than Minnesota did in that game. They shot 27. Minnesota only shot 24. So I lean Minnesota. Haven't bet it yet, but out of both of these games, that's probably the one bet by the end of the day I'll make. Minnesota full game minus the 10.5. And I can wait a little bit, Ski, because I see it going down to 10 in some places, and maybe I can catch a 10 later on.
Well, before I forget, what she was saying, Coach Nakase, she did mention she's talking about the timing of the free throw. She said like it was messing up the rhythm that they had going, and pretty much it just turned the momentum to the Lynx. She was kept saying, "I just want a fair fight. I just want a fair fight." So that's what she was saying. She wasn't happy with it. A couple more things from the chat. Reminding us that it's not a true home game, says this game is in San Jose. So
that is true.
We never know how that could affect. They do have, good home advantage at Valhalla. We'll see how it is over there in San Jose. Mark says, check out Minnesota third quarter stats. I mean, I don't got to look at the stats. I know what they do after halftime. And it's because they're well coached. They got the best coach in the league, Cheryl Reeve, and they're the best team. So they go in at halftime. They see what the other team threw at them. They make adjustments. And they come out and flex on them. That's what you see every time in the third quarter. So, I don't got to look at the stats. I'm there with you, Mark. I know what they do in the third quarter. Good stuff on the games today, Ravino. Feel like we broke them down pretty good. 2 games, did it in a little bit under 20 minutes. So we will now move it on over to best bets. I am not going to put anything up on the screen here today, Ravino. You and I know why. But I will pass it to you and ask you if there's a best bet that you have for the show, and if there's anything that you would like to promote.
You know what, promotion wise, Ski, I will just say, guys, if you've gone ahead and purchased the Flex Picks packages before, then you know what they're about. It basically is more than one handicapper over a set time period, and you can interchange handicappers. If one day you think there's more college football involved and you like a college football guy, you can go ahead and purchase that handicapper for the day. If you see it's a WNBA day and you like, say, maybe me or Ski in that situation, or our good buddy UCapper, you can do that too. So it's very, very flexible. I guess that's why they call it Flex Picks. That's the deal going on over there. For this show, though, and I hate to do this at playoff time, but I just don't have anything. I haven't bet yet. So I don't have anything that I'm so confident in that I would release here as a best bet, Ski. Like I say, the closest I come to playing right now is the Minnesota full game minus 10.5. I even looked a little at team total, but I'm just afraid of defenses ruling the day. They're ruling the night here tonight. So I'm going to pass on best bets here today. I hate to do it to you guys because it is playoff time, but just don't have anything that I feel I can recommend.
It's all good. Before I give my best bet for the show, Jeff, we will talk about it tomorrow. He says, okay, Ski, here's the question. Game 3's Thursday. Does Seattle or Indiana have any chance to win? I feel like we see an upset. We'll be right back here again tomorrow to talk about it. But I will say two things. Number one, got to remember what I said in the beginning of the show too. Just what you saw and I'll extend on that. It's a little different, but what you saw in the last game is not necessarily what you're going to see in the next game. Just always remember that. So, can these teams win? They can. Will they? We'll talk about it tomorrow. My best bet for the show. I'm going to go with, well, first of all, promo wise, I'm just going to say I'm betting a lot of tennis right now. Like I said, I didn't recap yesterday because I like to watch the matches, and it was rain delay literally all day. So I'm going to catch up. But prior to that, I believe I hit 11 of my last 17, and I'm firing. I'll see how my plays did yesterday. I think I had 5 of them, and we're going to continue to fire. So if you're looking for some tennis action throughout the days every day, I am going to be, getting heavily involved. As far as best bet for the show, man, I opened up my wallet already, Ravino. Y'all know what I'm betting. Yeah. I mean, I told you guys to bet already. I'm rolling with that. We're going 159.5 under between Phoenix and New York. Gave you a lot of reasons why, but I'll add this just to put some numbers to a little bit of what I was saying. Looking at playoff games after overtime games, they're 9-2 to the under. So a lot of fatigue here. Win or go home situation. I think we see a lot of defense, and I think the tired legs affects them on the offensive end. So my best bet for the show will be Phoenix and New York under 159.5. Vino, appreciate you taking the time to come cap these games with me. Helps my process. I'm sure you help everybody else out there as well. Everybody in the chat, it's great to be back with you guys. I appreciate your input. You're great people and great cappers, and we all chip in and help each other win. So always going to let you know you're much appreciated. Everybody else out there, whether it's Twitch, X, Kick, what else we have? YouTube Shorts, Spotify, Apple. We appreciate everybody watching. Tomorrow, we'll talk the 2 WNBA games. We'll talk a little Thursday night football. We'll see if maybe we even have some college football. However we can cash, we'll get to it. Maybe even some tennis. But we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Best of luck on all your action tonight.